Chapter 1 of The Red Planet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. The Red Planet by William J. Locke. Chapter 1. Lady Fenimore's compliments, sir, and will you be so kind as to step round to Sir Anthony at once? Heaven knows that never another step shall I take in this world again, but Sergeant Marigold has always ignored the fact. That is one of the many things I admire about Marigold. He does not throw my poor paralysed legs, so to speak, in my face. He accepts them as the normal equipment of an employer. I don't know what I should do without Marigold. You see, we were old comrades in the South African War, where we both got badly knocked to pieces. He was sergeant in my battery, and the same Boer shell did for both of us. At times we join in cursing that shell heartily, but I am not sure that we do not hold it in sneaking affection. It initiated us into the brotherhood of death. Shortly afterwards, when we had crossed the border line back into life, we exchanged as tokens bits of the shrapnel which they had extracted from our respective carcasses. I have not inquired what he did with his bit, but I keep mine in a certain locked drawer. There were only the two of us left on the gun when we were knocked out. I should like to tell you the whole story, but you wouldn't listen to me, and no wonder. In comparison with the present world convulsion, in which the slaughtered are reckoned by millions, the Boer War seems a trumpery affair of bows and arrows. I am a back number. Still, back numbers have their feelings and their memories. I sometimes wonder, as I sit in this wheelchair, with my abominable legs dangling down helplessly, what Sergeant Marigold thinks of me. I know what I think of Marigold. I think him the ugliest devil that God ever created, and further marred after creating him. He is a long, bony creature, like a knobbly ramrod, and his face is about the colour and shape of a damp, mildewed walnut. To hide a bald head into which a silver plate has been fixed, he wears a luxuriant curly brown wig, like those that used to adorn waxen gentlemen in hairdressing windows. His is one of those unhappy moustaches that stick out straight and scanty like a cat's. He has the slit of a letterbox mouth of the Irishman in caricature, and only half a dozen teeth spaced like a skeleton company. Nothing will induce him to procure false ones. It is a matter of principle. Between the wearing of false hair and the wearing of false teeth, he makes a distinction of unfathomable subtlety. He is an obstinate beast. If he wasn't, he would not, with 4 fingers of his right hand shot away, have remained with me on that gun. In the same way, neither tears nor entreaties nor abuse have induced him to wear a glass eye. On high days and holidays, whenever he desires to look smart and dashing, he covers the unpleasing orifice with a black shade. In ordinary workaday life, he cares not how much he offends the aesthetic sense. But the other eye, the sound left eye, is a wonder, the precious jewel set in the head of the ugly toad. It is large, of ultramarine blue, steady, fearless, humorous, tender, everything heroic and beautiful and romantic you can imagine about eyes. Let him clap a hand over that eye, and you will hold him the most dreadful ogre that ever escaped out of a fairy tale. Let him clap a hand over the other eye, and look full at you out of the good one, and you will think him the knightliest man that ever was. And in my poor opinion you would not be far wrong. So, out of this nightmare of a face, the one beautiful eye of Sergeant Marigold was bent on me, as he delivered his message. I thrust back my chair from the writing table. "Is Sir Anthony ill?" "He rode by the gate an hour ago, looking as well as either you or me, sir." "That's not very reassuring," said I. Marigold did not take up the argument. "They've sent the car for you, sir." "In that case," said I, "I'll start immediately." Marigold wheeled my chair out of the room and down the passage to the hall, where he fitted me with greatcoat and hat. Then, having trundled me to the front gate, he picked me up (luckily I have always been a small, spare man) and deposited me in the car. I'm always nervous of any one but Marigold trying to carry me. They seem to stagger and fumble and bungle. Marigold's arms close round me like an iron clamp, and they lift me with the mechanical certainty of a crane. He jumped up beside the chauffeur, and we drove off. Perhaps when I get on a little further, I may acquire the trick of telling a story. At present I am baffled by the many things that clamour for prior record. Before bringing Sir Anthony on the scene, I feel I ought to say something more about myself, to explain why Lady Fenimore should have sent for me in so peremptory a fashion. Following the model of my favourite author, Balzac, you need the awful leisure that has been mine to appreciate him. I ought to describe the house in which I live, my establishment well, I have begun with Sergeant Marigold and the little country town, which is practically the scene of the drama in which were involved so many bound to me by close ties of friendship and affection. I ought to explain how I come to be writing this at all. Well, to fill in my time, I first started by a diary, a sort of war diary of Wellingsford, the little country town in question. Then things happened with which my diary was inadequate to cope. Every one came and told me his or her side of the story. All through, I found thrust upon me the parts of father confessor, intermediary, judge, advocate, and conspirator. For, look you, what kind of a life can a man lead, situated as I am? The crowning glory of my days, my wife, is dead. I have neither chick nor child, no brothers or sisters, dead or alive. The bon Dieu and Sergeant Marigold, the latter assisted by his wife and a maid or two, look after my creature comforts. What have I in the world to do that is worth doing, save concern myself with my country and my friends? With regard to my country, in these days of war, I do what I can. Until finally flattened out by the War Office, I pestered them for such employment as a cripple might undertake. As an instance of what a paralytic was capable, I quoted Couthon, member of the National Convention and the Committee of Public Safety. You can see his chair, not very unlike mine, in the Musée Carnavalet in Paris. Perhaps that is where I blundered. The idea of a shrieking revolutionary in Whitehall must have sent a cold shiver down their spines. In the meanwhile, I serve on as many war committees in Wellingsford as is physically possible for Sergeant Marigold to get me into. I address recruiting meetings. I have taken earnest young territorial artillery officers in courses of gunnery. You know they work with my own beloved old 15-pounders, brought up to date with new breeches, recoils, shields, and limbers. For months there was a brigade in Wellings Park, and I used to watch their drill. I was like an old actor coming once again before the footlights. Of course, it was only in the mathematics of the business that I could be of any help, and doubtless if the War Office had heard of the goings-on in my study, they would have dropped severely on all of us. Still, I taught them lots of things about parabolas that they did not know, and did not know were to be known. Things that, considering the shells they fired went in parabolas, ought certainly to be known by artillery officers. So I think, in this way, I have done a little bit for my country. With regard to my friends, God has given me many in this quiet market town, once a sleepy hollow, awakened only on Thursdays by bleating sheep and lowing cattle, and red-faced men in gaiters and hard felt hats. Its life flowing on drowsily, as the gaudily painted barges that are towed on the canal, towards which, in scattered buildings, it drifts aimlessly. A sleepy hollow with one broad high street, melting gradually at each end through shops, villas, cottages, into the King's Highway, yet boasting in its central heart 100 yards or so of splendour, where the truculent new red brick post office sneers across the flagged market square at the new Portland stone town hall, while the old thatched corn market sleeps in the middle, and the early English spire of the Norman church dreams calmly above them. Once, I say, a sleepy hollow, but now alive with the tramp of soldiers and the rumble of artillery and transport, for Wellingsford is the centre of a district occupied by a division, which means 20,000 men of all arms, and the streets and roads swarm with men in khaki, and troops are billeted in all the houses. The war has changed many aspects, but not my old friendships. I had made a home here during my soldiering days, long before the South African War, my wife being a kinswoman of Sir Anthony, and so I have grown into the intimacy of many folks around. And as they have been more than good to me, surely I must give them of my best in the way of sympathy and counsel. So it is in no spirit of curiosity that I have pried into my friends' affairs. They have become my own, very vitally my own, and this book is a record of things as I know them to have happened. My name is Meredith, with a Y, as my poor mother used proudly to say, though what advantage a Y has over an I, save that of a swaggering tail, I have always been at a loss to determine. Major Duncan Meredith, late R.F.A., aged 47. And I live in a comfortable little house at the extreme north end of the High Street, standing some way back from the road, so that in fine weather I can sit in my front garden and watch everybody going into the town. And whenever any of my friends pass by, it is their kindly habit to cast an eye towards my gate, and if I am visible, to pass the time of day with me for such time as they can spare. Years ago, when first I realised what would be my fate for the rest of my life, I nearly broke my heart. But afterwards, whether owing to the power of human adaptability or to the theory of compensation, I grew to disregard my infirmity. By building a series of 2 or 3 rooms on to the ground floor of the house, so that I could live in it without the need of being carried up and down stairs, and by acquiring skill in the manipulation of my tricycle chair, I can get about the place pretty much as I choose. And Marigold is my second self. So, in spite of the sorrow and grief incident to humanity, of which God has given me my share, I feel that my lot is cast in pleasant places, and I am thankful. The High Street, towards its southern extremity, takes a sudden bend, forming what the French stage directions call a pont coupe. On the inner angle are the gates of Wellings Park, the residence of Sir Anthony Fenimore, 3rd Baronet, and the most considerable man in our little community. Through these gates the car took me, and down the long avenue of chestnut trees, the pride of a district braggart of its chestnuts and its beeches, but now leafless and dreary, spreading out an infinite tracery of branch and twig against a grey February sky. Thence we emerged into the open of rolling pasture and meadow, on the highest ground of which the white Georgian house was situated. As we neared the house I shivered, not only with the cold, but with a premonition of disaster. For why should Lady Fenimore have sent for me to see Sir Anthony, when he, strong and hearty, could have sent for me himself, or, for the matter of that, could have visited me at my own home? The house looked stark and desolate, and when we drew up at the front door, and Pardo, the elderly butler, appeared. His face, too, looked stark and desolate. Marigold lifted me out and carried me up the steps, and put me into a chair like my own, which the Fenimores have the goodness to keep in a hall cupboard for my use. "What's the matter, Pardo?" I asked. "Sir Anthony and her ladyship will tell you, sir. They are in the morning room." So I was shown into the morning room, a noble square room with French windows, looking on to the wintry garden, and with a log fire roaring up a great chimney. On one side of the fire sat Sir Anthony, and on the other Lady Fenimore, and both were crying. He rose as he saw me, a short, crop-haired, clean-shaven, ruddy, jockey-faced man of 55, the corners of his thin lips, usually curled up in a cheery smile, now piteously drawn down, and his bright little eyes now dim, like those of a dead bird. She, buxom, dark, without a grey hair in her head, a fine woman defying her years, buried her face in her hands and sobbed afresh. "It's good of you to come, old man," said Sir Anthony, "but you're in it with us." He handed me a telegram. I knew, before reading it, what message it contained. I had known all along, but dared not confess it to myself. "I deeply regret to inform you that your son, Lieutenant Oswald Fenimore, was killed in action yesterday, while leading his men with the utmost gallantry." I had known him since he was a child. By reason of my wife's kinship, I was Uncle Duncan. He was just 21, but a couple of years out of Sandhurst. Only a week before, I had received an exuberant letter from him, extolling his men as super devil angels, and imploring me, if I loved him and desired to establish the supremacy of British arms, to send him some of Mrs. Marigold's potted shrimp. And now, there he was dead, and, if lucky, buried with a little wooden cross, with his name rudely inscribed, marking his grave. I reached out my hand. My poor old Anthony! He jerked his head and glanced towards his wife, and wheeled me to her side, so that I could put my hand on her shoulder. "It's bitter hard, Edith, but—" I know, but all the same—" "Well, damn it all!" cried Sir Anthony in a quavering voice. "He died like a man, and there's nothing more to be said." Presently he looked at his watch. "By George," said he, "I've only just time to get to my committee." "What committee?" I asked. "The Lord Lieutenant's. I promised to take the chair." For the first time Lady Fenimore lifted her stricken face. "Are you going, Anthony?" "The boy didn't shirk his duty. Why should I?" She looked at him squarely, and the most poignant simulacrum of a smile I have ever seen flitted over her lips. "Why not, darling? Duncan will keep me company till you come back." He kissed his wife, a trifle more demonstratively than he had ever done in alien presence, and with a nod at me went out of the room. And suddenly she burst into sobbing again. "I know it's wrong and wicked and foolish," she said brokenly, "but I can't help it. Oh God, I can't help it." Then, like an ass, I began to cry too. For I loved the boy, and that perhaps helped her on a bit. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Red Planet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. The Red Planet by William J. Locke. Chapter 2. Dulce et decorum est pro patria mori. The tag has been all but outworn during these unending days of death. It has become almost a cant phrase which the judicious shrink from using. Yet to hundreds of thousands of mourning men and women there has been nothing but its truth to bring consolation. They are conscious of the supreme sacrifice, and thereby are ennobled. The cause in which they made it becomes more sacred. The community of grief raises human dignity. In England, at any rate, there are no widows of Ashur. All are silent in their lamentations. You see little black worn in the public ways. The Fenimores mourned for their only son, the idol of their hearts, but the manifestation of their grief was stoical compared with their unconcealed desolation on the occasion of a tragedy that occurred the year before. Towards the end of the preceding June, their only daughter, Althea, had been drowned in the canal. Here was a tragedy unrelieved, stupid, useless. Here was no consoling knowledge of glorious sacrifice, no dying for one's country. There was no dismissing it with a heroic word that caught in the throat. I have not started out to write this little chronicle of Wellingsford in order to weep over the pain of the world. God knows there is in it an infinity of beauty, fresh revelations of which are being every day unfolded before my eyes. If I did not believe with all my soul that out of darkness cometh light, I would take my old service revolver from its holster and blow out my brains this very minute. The eternal laughter of the earth has ever, since its creation, pierced through the mist of tears in which at times it has been shrouded. What has been will be. Nay, more, what has been shall be. It is the law of what I believe to be God. As a concrete instance, where do you find a fuller expression of the divine gaiety of the human spirit than in the houses of pain, strewn the length and breadth of the land, filled with maimed and shattered men who have looked into the jaws of hell? If it comes to that, I have looked into them myself, and have heard the heroic jests of men who looked with me. For some years up to the outbreak of the war which has knocked all so-called modern values silly, my young friends, with a certain respectful superciliousness, regarded me as an amiable person hopelessly out of date. Now that we are at grip with elementals, I find myself, if anything, in advance of the fashion. This, however, by the way. What I am clumsily trying to explain is that if I am to make this story intelligible, I must start from the darkness where its roots lie hidden. And that darkness is the black depths of the canal by the lock gates where Althea Fenimore's body was found. It was high June in leafy England in a world at peace. Can one picture it? With such a wrench of memory does one recall scenes of tender childhood. In the shelter of a stately house lived Althea Fenimore. She was 21, pretty, buxom like her mother, modern, with, to me, a pathetic touch of mid-Victorian softness and sentimentality. Independent in outward action, what we call open air, yet an anomaly, fond at once of games and babies. I have seen her in the morning tearing away across country by the side of her father, the most passionate and reckless rider to hounds in the county, and in the evening I have come across her, a pretty mass of pink flesh and muslin. No, it can't be muslin. Say chiffon. Anyhow, something white and filmy and girlish, curled up on a sofa and absorbed in a novel of Mrs. Henry Wood, borrowed, if one could judge by the state of its greasy brown paper cover, from the servants' hall. I confess that, though to her as to her brother I was Uncle Duncan, and loved her as a dear, sweet English girl, I found her lacking in spirituality, in intellectual grasp, in emotional distinction. I should have said that she was sealed by God to be the chaste, healthy, placid mother of men. She was for ever laughing, just the spontaneous laughter of the gladness of life. On the last afternoon of her existence, she came to see me, bringing me a basket of giant strawberries from her own particular bed. We had tea in the garden, and with her young appetite she consumed half the fruit she had brought. At the time, I did not notice an unusual touch of depression. I remember her holding by its stalk a great half-eaten strawberry, and asking me whether sometimes I didn't find life rather rotten. I said idly, "You can't expect the world to be a peach without a speck on it. Of such is the kingdom of heaven. The wise person avoids the specks."
"But suppose you've bitten a specky bit by accident?"
"Spit it out," said I. She laughed.
"You think you're like the wise uncle in the Sunday school books, don't you?"
"I know I am," I said. Whereupon she laughed again, finished the strawberry, and changed the conversation. There seemed to be no foreshadowing of tragedy in that. I had known her, like many of her kind, to proclaim the rottenness of the universe when she was off her stroke at golf, or when a favourite young man did not appear at a dance. I attributed no importance to it. But the next day I remembered. What was she doing about 10:30, when she had bidden her father and mother good night, on the steep and lonely bank of the canal, about 1.5 miles away? No one had seen her leave the house. No one, apparently, had seen her walking through the town. Nothing was known of her until dawn, when they found her body by the Locke gate. She had been dead some hours. It was a mysterious affair, upon which no light was thrown at the inquest. No one save myself had observed any sign of depression, and her half bantering talk with me was trivial enough. No one could adduce a reason for her midnight walk on the towpath. The obvious question arose: whom had she gone forth to meet? What man? There was not a man in the neighbourhood with whom her name could be particularly associated. Generally it could be associated with a score or so. The modern young girl of her position and upbringing has a drove of young male intimates. With one she rides, with another she golfs, with another she dances a two-step, with another she bostons. She will let Tom read poetry to her, although, as she expresses it, he bores her stiff, because her sex responds to the tribute. She plays lady patroness to Dick, and tries to intrigue him into a soft job. And as for Harry, she goes on telling him month after month that unless he forswears sack and lives cleanly, she will visit him with her high displeasure. Meanwhile, most of these satellites have affairs de coeur of their own, some respectable, others not. They regard the young lady with engaging frankness as a woman and a sister. They have the run of her father's house, and would feel insulted if anybody questioned the perfect correctness of their behaviour. Each man has, say, 6 houses where he is welcomed on the same understanding. Of course, when one particular young man and one particular young woman read lunatic things in each other's eyes, then the rest of the respective quasi-sisters and quasi-brothers have to go hang. In parenthesis, I may state that the sisters are more ruthlessly sacrificed than the brothers. At any rate, frankness is the saving quality of the modern note. In the case of Althea, there had been no sign of such specialisation. She could not have gone forth, poor child, to meet the 20 with whom she was known to be on terms of careless comradeship. She had gone from her home, driven by God knows what impulse, to walk in the starlight (there was no moon) along the banks of the canal. In the darkness, had she missed her footing, and stepped into nothingness and the black water? The coroner's jury decided the question in the affirmative. They brought in a verdict of death by misadventure. And up to the date on which I begin this little chronicle of Wellingsford, namely that of the summons to Wellings Park, when I heard of the death of young Oswald Fenimore, that is all I knew of the matter. Throughout July my friends were like dead people. There was nothing that could be said to them by way of consolation. The sun had gone out of their heaven. There was no light in the world. Having known death as a familiar foe, and having fought against its terrors, having only by the grace of God been able to lift up a man's voice in my hour of awful bereavement and cry, "O death, where is thy sting? O grave, thy victory?" I could suffer with them, and fear for their reason. They lived in a state of coma, unaware of life, performing, like automata, their daily tasks. Then, in the early days of August, came the trumpet of war, and they awakened. In my life have I seen nothing so marvellous. No broken spell of enchantment in an Arabian tale, when dead warriors spring into life, was ever more instant and complete. They arose in their full vigour, the colour came back to their cheeks, and the purpose into their eyes. They laughed once more. Their days were filled with work and cheerfulness. In November Sir Anthony was elected mayor. Being a practical, hard-headed little man, loved and respected by everybody, he drove a hitherto contentious town council into paths of high patriotism like a flock of sheep. And no less energy did Lady Fenimore exhibit in the sphere of her own activities. A few days after the tidings came of Oswald's death, Sir Anthony was riding through the town, and pulled up before Perkins, the fishmonger's. Perkins emerged from his shop and crossed the pavement. "I hear you've had bad news." "Yes, indeed, Sir Anthony." "I'm sorry. He was a fine fellow. So was my boy. We're in the same boat, Perkins." Perkins assented. "It sort of knocks one's life to bits, doesn't it?" said he. "We've nothing left." "We have our country." "Our country isn't our only son," said the other dully. "No, she's our mother," said Sir Anthony. "Isn't that a kind of abstraction?" "Abstraction!" cried Sir Anthony indignantly. "You must be imbibing the notions of that poisonous beast Gedge." Gedge was a smug, socialistic, pacifist builder who did not hold with war, and with this one least of all, which he maintained was being waged for the exclusive benefit of the capitalist classes. In the eyes of the stalwarts of Wellingsford he was a horrible fellow, capable of any stratagem or treason. Perkins flushed. "I've always voted Conservative, like my father before me, Sir Anthony, and like yourself, I've given my boy to my country. I've no dealings with unpatriotic people like Gedge, as you know very well." "Of course I do," cried Sir Anthony. "And that's why I ask you what the devil you mean by calling England an abstraction. For us, she's the only thing in the world. We're elderly chaps, you and I, Perkins, and the only thing we can do to help her is to keep our heads high. If people like you and me crumple up, the British Empire will crumple up." "That's quite true," said Perkins. Sir Anthony bent down and held out his hand. "It's damned hard lines for us, and for the women, but we must keep our end up. It's doing our bit." Perkins wrung his hand.
"I wish to God," said he, "I was young enough." "By God, so do I," said Sir Anthony.
This little conversation, which I afterwards verified, was reported to me by my arch gossip, Sergeant Marigold. "And I tell you what, sir," said he after the conclusion, "I'm of the same way of thinking and feeling." "So am I."
"Besides, I'm not so old, sir. I'm only 42."
"The prime of life," said I.
"Then why won't they take me, sir?"
If there had been no age limit and no medical examination, Marigold would have re enlisted as John Smith on the outbreak of war, without a moment's consideration of the position of his wife and myself. And Mrs. Marigold, a soldier's wife of 20 years' standing, would have taken it, just like myself, as a matter of course. But as he could not re enlist, he pestered the War Office, just as I did, and I pestered for him, to give him military employment, and all in vain.
"Why don't they take me, sir? When I see these fellows with 3 stripes on their arms, and looking at them and wondering at them as if they were struck 3 stripes by lightning, and calling themselves sergeants, and swanking about, and letting their men waddle up to their gun like cows, and when I see them, as I've done with your eyes, watch one of their men pass by an officer in the street without saluting, and don't kick the blighter to barracks, it fairly makes me sick. And I ask myself, sir, what I've done that I should be loafing here instead of serving my country."
"You've somehow mislaid an eye and a hand, and gone and got a tin head. That's what you've done," said I. "And the War Office has a mark against you as a damned careless fellow."
"Tin head or no tin head," he grumbled, "I could teach those mothers' darlings up there the difference between a battery of artillery and a skittle alley."
"I believe you've mentioned the matter to them already," I observed softly. Marigold met my eye for a second, and then looked rather sheepish. I had heard of a certain wordy battle between him and a territorial sergeant whom he had set out to teach. Marigold encountered a cannonade of blasphemous profanity, new, up-to-date, scientific, against which the time-worn expletives in use during his service days were ineffectual. He was routed with heavy loss. "This is a war of the young," I continued. "New men, new guns, new notions, even a new language," I insinuated.
"I wish 'em joy of their language," said Marigold.
Then, seeing that I was mildly amusing myself at his expense, he asked me stiffly if there was anything more that he could do for me, and on my saying no, he replied, "Thank you, sir," most correctly, and left the room. On the 3rd of March, Betty Fairfax came to tea. Of all the young women of Wellingsford, she was my particular favourite. She was so tall and straight, with a certain Rosalind boyishness about her that made for charm. I am not yet, thank goodness, one of the fossils who hold up horror-stricken hands at the independent ways of the modern young woman. If it were not for those same independent ways, the mighty work that English women are doing in this war would be left undone. Betty Fairfax was breezily independent. She had a little money of her own, and lived, when it suited her, with a well-to-do and comfortable aunt. She was 22. I shall try to tell you more about her as I go on. As I have said, and as my diary tells me, she came to tea on the 3rd of March. She was looking particularly attractive that afternoon. Shaded lamps and the firelight of a cosy room, with all their soft shadows, give a touch of mysterious charm to a pretty girl. Her jacket had a high sort of Medici collar edged with fur, which set off her shapely throat. The hair below her hat was soft and brown. Her brows were wide, her eyes brown and steady, nose and lips sensitive. She had a way of throwing back her head and pointing her chin fearlessly, as though in perpetual declaration that she cared not a hang either for black beetles or Germans. And she was straight as a dart, with the figure of a young Diana before she began to worry her head about beauty competitions. A kind of dark hat, stuck at a considerable angle on her head, gave her the prettiest little swaggering air in the world. Well, there was I, a small, brown, withered, grizzled, elderly, mustachioed monkey chained to my wheel chair. There were the brave logs blazing up the wide chimney. There was the tea table on my right, with its array of silver and old china. And there, on the other side of it, attending to my wants, sat as brave and sweet a type of young English womanhood as you could find throughout the length and breadth of the land. Had I not been happy, I should have been an ungrateful dog. We talked of the war, of local news, of the wounded at the hospital. And here I must say that we are very proud of our Wellingsford Hospital. It is the largest and the wealthiest in the county. We owe it to the uneasy conscience of a Wellingsford man, a railway speculator in the 40s, who, having robbed widows and orphans, and, after trial at the Old Bailey, having escaped penal servitude by the skin of his teeth, died in the odour of sanctity, and the possessor of a colossal fortune, in the year 1863. This worthy gentleman built the hospital and endowed it so generously that a wing of it has been turned into a military hospital with 40 beds. I have the honour to serve on the committee. Betty Fairfax entered as a probationer early in September, and has worked there night and day ever since. That is why we chatted about the wounded. Having a day off, she had indulged in the luxury of pretty clothes. Of these I had duly expressed my admiration. Tea over, she lit a cigarette for me and one for herself, and drew her chair a trifle nearer the fire. After a little knitting of the brow, she said, "You haven't asked me why I invited myself to tea." "I thought," said I, "it was for my beaux yeux." "Not this time. I rather wanted you to be the first to receive a certain piece of information." I glanced at her sharply. "You don't mean to say you're going to be married at last?" In some astonishment, she retorted, "How did you guess?" "Holy simplicity!" said I. "You told me so yourself." She laughed. Suddenly, on reflection, her face changed. "Why did you say 'at last'?" "Well," said I, with a significant gesture. She made a defiant announcement. "I'm going to marry Willie Connor." It was my turn to be astonished. "Captain Connor?" I echoed. "Yes. What have you to say against him?" "Nothing, my dear, nothing." And I hadn't. He was an exemplary young fellow, a captain in a territorial regiment that had been in hard training in the neighbourhood since August. He was of decent family and upbringing, a barrister by profession, and a comely, pink-faced boy with a fair moustache. He brought a letter or two of introduction, was billeted on Mrs. Fairfax, together with one of his subs, and was made welcome at various houses. Living under the same roof as Betty, it was natural that he should fall in love with her. But it was not at all natural that she should fall in love with him. She was not one of the kind that suffer fools gladly. No, I had nothing against Willie Connor. He was merely a commonplace, negative young man, patriotic, keen in his work, an excellent soldier, and, as far as I knew, of blameless life. But having met him 2 or 3 times in general company, I had found him a dull dog, a terribly dull dog, the last man in the world for Betty Fairfax. And then there was Leonard Boyce. I naturally had him in my head when I used the words "at last."
You don't seem very enthusiastic," said Betty. "You've taken me by surprise," said I. "I'm not young enough to be familiar with these sudden jerks." "You thought it was Major Boyce?" "I did, Betty. True, you've said nothing about it to me for ever so long, and when I have asked you for news of him, your answers have showed me that all was not well. But you've never told me, or any one, that the engagement was broken off." Her young face was set sternly as she looked into the fire. "It's not broken off, in the formal sense. Leonard thought fit to let it dwindle, and it has dwindled until it has perished of inanition." She flashed round. "I'm not the sort to ask any man for explanations." "Boyce went out with the first lot in August," I said. "He has had 7 awful months. Mons and all the rest of it. You must excuse a man in the circumstances for not being au petit soin des dames. And he seems to be doing magnificently, twice mentioned in dispatches." "I know all that," she said. "I'm not a fool. But the war has nothing to do with it. It started a month before the war broke out. Don't let us talk of it." She threw the end of her cigarette into the fire, and lit a fresh one. I accepted the action as symbolical. I dismissed Boyce, and said, "And so you're engaged to Captain Connor?" "More than that," she laughed. "I'm going to marry him. He's going out next week. It's idiotic to have an engagement, so I'm going to marry him the day after tomorrow." Now here was a piece of news, all flung at my head in a couple of minutes. The day after tomorrow? I asked for the reason of this disconcerting suddenness. "He's going out next week." "My dear," said I have known you for a very long time, and I suppose it's because I'm such a very old friend that you've come to tell me all about it, so I can talk to you frankly. Have you considered the terrible chances of this war? Heaven knows what may happen. He may be killed." "That's why I'm marrying him," she said. There was a little pause. For the moment I had nothing to say, as I was busily searching for her point of view. Then, with pauses between each sentence, she went on: "He asked me 2 months ago, and again a month ago. I told him to put such ideas out of his head. Yesterday he told me they were off to the front, and said what a wonderful help it would be to him if he could carry away some hope of my love. So I gave it to him." She threw back her head and looked at me with flushed cheeks. "The love, not the hope." "I don't think it was right of him to press for an immediate marriage," said I, in a grandfatherly way, though God knows if I had been mad for a girl I should have done the same myself when I was young. "He didn't," said Betty coolly. "It was all my doing. I fixed it up there and then. Looked up Whitaker's Almanac for the necessary information, and sent him off to get a special licence." I nodded a non-committal head. It all seemed rather mad. Betty rose, and from her graceful height gazed down on me. "If you don't look more cheerful, Major, I shall cry. I've never done so yet, but I'm sure I've got it in me." I stretched out my hand. She took it, and, still holding it, seated herself on a footstool close to my chair. "There are such a lot of things that occur to me," I said. "Things that your poor mother, if she were alive, would be more fitted to touch on than myself." "Such as?" She knelt by me, and gave me both her hands. It was a pretty way she had. She had begun it soon after her head overtopped mine in my eternal wheelbarrow. There was a little mockery in her eyes. "Well," said I, "you know what marriage means. There is the question of children."
She broke into frank laughter.
"My darling Majy!" "That is the penalty one pays for admitting irresponsible modern young people into one's intimacy. They miscall one abominably." I thought she had outgrown this childish though affectionate appellation of disrespect. "My darling Majy," she said. "Children! How many do you think I'm going to have?" I was taken aback. There was this pure, proud, laughing young face a foot away from me. I said in desperation, "You know very well what I mean, young woman. I want to put things clearly before you. It is the most difficult thing in the world for a man, even without legs, to talk straight about the facts of life to a young girl. He has no idea how much she knows about them and how much she doesn't. To tear away veils and reveal frightening starkness is an act from which he shrinks with all the modesty of a, perhaps, deluded sex." I took courage. "I want," I repeated, "to put things clearly before you. You are marrying this young man. You will have a week's married life. He goes away, like a gallant fellow, to fight for his country. He may be killed in the course of the next few weeks. Like a brave girl, you've got to face it. In the course of time, a child may be born without a father to look after him. It's a terrific responsibility." She knelt upright and put both her hands on my shoulders, almost embracing me, and the laughter died away from her eyes, giving place to something which awakened memories of what I had seen once or twice in the eyes of the dearest of all women. She put her face very close to mine and whispered, "Don't you see, dear? It's in some sort of way because of that. Don't you think it would be awful for a strong, clean, brave English life like his to go out without leaving behind him someone to, well, you know what I mean, to carry on the same traditions, to be the same clean, brave Englishman in the future?" I smiled and nodded. Quite a different kind of nod from the previous one. "Thousands of girls are doing it, you dear old early Victorian, and aren't ashamed to say so to those who really love and can understand them. And you do love and understand, don't you?" She set me off at arm's length, and held me with her bright, unflinching eyes. "I do, my dear," said I. "But there's only one thing that troubles me. Marriage is a lifelong business. Captain Connor may win through to a green old age. I hope to God the gallant fellow will. Your present motives are beautiful and heroic. But do you care for him sufficiently to pass a lifetime with him after the war? An ordinary, commonplace lifetime?" With the same clear gaze full on me, she said, "Didn't I tell you that I had given him my love?" "You did." "Then," she retorted with a smile, "my dear Major Didymus, what more do you want?" "Nothing, my dear Betty." I kissed her. She threw her arms round my neck and kissed me again. Sergeant Marigold entered on the sentimental scene and preserved a face of wood. Betty rose to her feet slowly and serenely, and smiled at Marigold. "Miss Fairfax's car," he announced. "Marigold," said I, "Miss Fairfax is going to be married the day after to morrow to Captain Connor of the—" "I know, sir," interrupted my one-eyed ramrod. "I'm very glad, if I may be permitted to say so, miss. I've made it my duty to inspect all the troops that have been quartered hereabouts during the last 8 months, and Captain Connor is one of the few that really know their business. I shouldn't at all mind to serve under him. I can't say more, miss. I wish you happiness." She flushed and laughed and looked adorable, and held out her hand, which he enclosed in his great left fist. "And you'll come to my wedding, Sergeant?" "I will, miss," said he, "with considerable pleasure." Chapter 3.
Of the Red Planet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Red Planet by William J. Locke. Chapter 3. When I want to show how independent I am of everybody, I drive abroad in my donkey carriage. I am rather proud of my donkey, a lithe-limbed, pathetically eager little beast, deep bay with white tips to his ears. Marigold bought him for me last spring from some gypsies, when his predecessor Dan, who had served me faithfully for some years, struck work and insisted on an old age pension. He is called Jose, a name bestowed on him by way of clerical joke, and I am sure with a profane reminiscence of Jorrocks by the vicar, because he came after Daniel. At first I thought it rather silly, but when I tried to pull him up I found that "Whoa, Jose" came in rather pat, so Jose he has remained. He has quite a fast, stylish little trot, and I can square my elbows and cock my head on one side as I did in the days of my youth, when the brief ownership of a tandem and a couple of thoroughbreds would have landed me in the bankruptcy court, had it not mercifully first landed me in the hospital. The afternoon after Betty's visit, I took Jose to Wellings Park. The Fenimores showed me a letter they had received from Oswald's colonel, full of praise of the gallant boy, and after discussing it, which they did with brave eyes and voices, Sir Anthony said, "I want your advice, Duncan, on a matter that has been worrying us both. Briefly, it is this. When Oswald came of age I promised to allow him 1,000 a year till I should be wiped out, and he should come in. Now I am only 55 and as strong as a horse. I can reasonably expect to live, say, another 20 years. If Oswald were alive I should owe him, in prospectu, £20,000. He has given his life for his country. His country, therefore, is his heir. Comes in for his assets, his 20 years' allowance." "And the whole of your estate at your death?" I interposed. "No, not all that," said he. "At my death it would have been his to dispose of as he pleased. Up to my death he would have no more claim to deal with it than you have. Look at things from my point of view, and don't be idiotic. I am considering my debt to Oswald, and therefore, logically, my debt to the country. It is £20,000. I'm going to pay it. The only question is, and the question has kept Edith and myself awake the last 2 nights, is what's the best thing to do with it? Of course I could give it to some fund, or several funds, but it's a lot of money, and I should like it to be used to the best advantage. Now what do you say?" "I say," said I, "that you Croesuses make a half-pay Major of Artillery's head reel. If I were like you, I should go into a shop and buy a super dreadnought, and stick a card in it with a drawing pin, and send it to the Admiralty with my compliments." "Duncan," said Lady Fenimore severely, "don't be flippant." Heaven knows I was in no flippant mood, but it was worth a foolish jest to bring a smile to Sir Anthony's face. Also this grave, conscientious proposition had its humorous side. It was so British. It reminded me of the story of Swift, who, when Gay and Pope visited him, and refused to sup, toted up the cost of the meal and insisted on their accepting half a crown apiece. It reminded me too of the rugged old Lancashire commercial blood that was in him, blood that only showed itself on the rarest and greatest of occasions, the blood of his grandfather, the Manchester cotton spinner, who founded the fortunes of his house. Sir Anthony knew less about cotton than he did about ballistics, and had never sat at a desk in a business office for an hour in his life, but now and again the inherited instinct to put high impulses on a scrupulously honest commercial basis asserted itself in the quaintest of fashions. "There's some sense in what he says, Edith," remarked Sir Anthony. "It's only vanity that prompted us to earmark this sum for something special." "Vanity!" cried Lady Fenimore. "You weren't by any chance thinking of advertising our gift, or contribution, or whatever you like to call it in the Daily Mail?" "Heaven forbid, my dear," Sir Anthony replied warmly, and he stood, his hands under his coat tails, and his gaitered legs apart, regarding her with the air of a cock sparrow accused of murdering his young, or a sensitive jockey repudiating a suggestion of crooked riding. "Heaven forbid," he repeated. "Such an idea never entered my head." "Then where does the vanity come in?" asked Lady Fenimore. They had their little argument. I lit a cigarette and let them argue. In such cases, every married couple has its own queer and private and particular and idiosyncratic way of coming to an agreement. The third party who tries to foist on it his own suggestion of a way is an imbecile. The dispute on the point of vanity, charmingly conducted, ended by Sir Anthony saying triumphantly, "Well, my dear, don't you see I'm right?" and by his wife replying with a smile, "No, darling, I don't see at all. But since you feel like that, there's nothing more to be said." I was mildly enjoying myself. Perhaps I'm a bit of a cynic. I broke in. "I don't think it's vanity to see that you get your money's worth. There's lots of legitimate fun in spending £20,000 properly. It's too big to let other people manage or mismanage. Suppose you decided on motor ambulances or hospital trains, for instance. It would be your duty to see that you got the best and most up-to-date ambulances or trains, with the least possible profits to contractors and middlemen." "As far as that goes, I think I know my way about," said Sir Anthony. "Of course. And as for publicity, or the reverse, hiding your light under a bushel, any fool can remain anonymous." Sir Anthony nodded at me, rubbed his hands, and turned to his wife. "That's just what I was saying, Edith." "My dear, that's just what I was trying to make you understand." Neither of the two dear things had said or given the other to understand anything of the kind. But you see they had come in their own quaint married way to an agreement, and were now receptive of common sense. "The motor ambulance is a sound idea," said Sir Anthony, rubbing his chin between thumb and forefinger. "So is the hospital train," said Lady Fenimore. What an idiot I was to suggest those alternatives. I looked at my watch. It was getting late. José, like a silly child, is afraid of the dark. He just stands still and shivers at the night, and the more he is belaboured the more he shivers, standing stock still with ears thrown back and front legs thrown forward. As I can't get out and pull, I'm at the mercy of José, and he knows it. Since the Mount of Balaam, there was never such an intelligent idiot of an ass. "What do you say?" asked Sir Anthony. "Ambulance or train?" "Donkey carriage," said I, "this very moment." I left them and trotted away homewards. Just as I had turned a bend of the chestnut avenue near the park gates, I came upon a couple of familiar figures. Familiar, that is to say, individually, but startlingly unfamiliar in conjunction. They were a young man and a girl, Randall Holmes and Phyllis Gedge. Randall had concluded a distinguished undergraduate career at Oxford last summer. He was a man of birth, position, and, to a certain extent, of fortune. Phyllis Gedge was the daughter, the pretty and attractive daughter, of Daniel Gedge, the socialistic builder who did not hold with war. What did young Randall mean by walking in the dark with his arm around Phyllis's waist? Of course, as soon as he heard the click-clack of José's hoofs, he whipped his arm away, but I had already caught him. They tried to look mighty unconcerned as I pulled up. I took off my hat politely to the lady and held out my hand to the young man. "Good evening, Randall," said I. "I haven't seen you for ages." He was a tall, clean-limbed, clear-featured boy, with black hair, which, though not long, yet lacked the military trimness befitting the heads of young men at the present moment. He murmured something about being busy. "It will do you good to take a night off," I said. "Drop in after dinner and smoke a pipe with an old friend." I smiled, bowed again politely, whipped up José and trotted off. I wondered whether he would come. He had said, delighted, I'm sure, but he had not looked delighted. Very possibly he regarded me as a meddlesome, gossiping old tomcat. Perhaps for that reason he would deem it wise to adopt a propitiatory attitude. Perhaps also he retained a certain affectionate respect for me, seeing that I had known him as a tiny boy in a sailor suit, and had fed him at Harrow, as I did poor Oswald Fenimore at Wellington, with Miss Marigold's famous potted shrimp and other comestibles, and had put him up, during here and there holidays, and later a vacation, when his mother and aunts, with whom he lived, had gone abroad to take inefficacious cures for the tedium of a futile life. Oxford, however, had set him a bit off my plane. As an ordinary soldier man, trained in the elementary virtues of plain speaking and direct dealing, love of country, and the sacredness of duty, I have had no use for the metaphysician. I haven't the remotest notion of what his jargon means. From Aristotle to William James, I have dipped into quite a lot of them. Descartes, Berkeley, Kant, Schopenhauer, the thrice besotted Teutonic ass who said that women weren't beautiful, for I hate to be thought an ignorant duffer, and I have never come across in them anything worth knowing, thinking, or doing, that I was not taught at my mother's knee. And as for her, dear simple soul, if you had asked her what was the categorical imperative, having explained beforehand the meanings of the words, she would have said, the Sermon on the Mount. Of course, please regard this as a criticism not of the metaphysicians and the philosophers, but of myself. All these great thinkers have their niches in the temple of fame, and I'm quite aware that the consensus of human judgment does not immortalize even such an ass as Schopenhauer, without sufficient reason. All I want to convey to you is that I am only a plain, ordinary, God-fearing, law-abiding Englishman, and that when young Randall Holmes brought down from Oxford all sorts of highfalutin theories about everything, not only in God's universe, but in the super-universe that wasn't God's, and of every one of which he was cocksure, I found my homely self very considerably out of it. Then, young Randall Holmes was a poet. He had won the Newgate. The subject was Andrea del Sarto, one of my favourite painters, Il Pittore senza errori, and his prize poem, it had of course to be academic in form, was excellent. It said just the things about him which Browning somehow missed, and which I always had been impotently wanting to say. And a year or so afterwards, when I praised his poem, he would shrink in a more than deprecating attitude. I might just as well have extolled him for seducing the wife of his dearest friend. His later poems, of which he was immoderately proud, sensations captured on the wing he defined them, left me cold and unsympathetic. So for these reasons the boy and I had drifted apart. Until I had caught him in flagrante delicto of walking with his arms round the waist of pretty Phyllis Gedge, I had not seen him to speak to for a couple of months. He came, however, after dinner, looking very sleek and handsome and intellectual, and wearing a velvet dinner jacket which I did not like. After we had gossiped a while, "You said you were very busy," I remarked. He flicked off his cigarette ash and nodded. "What at?" "War poetry," he replied. "I am trying to supply the real note. It is badly wanted. There are all kinds of stuff being written, but all indifferent and valueless. If it has a swing, it's merely vulgar. And what isn't vulgar is academic, commonplace. There is a crying need for the high-level poetry that shall interpret with dignity and nobility the meaning of the war." "Have you written much?" "I have had an ode every week in the Albemarle Review. I also write the political article. Didn't you know? Haven't you seen them?" "I don't take in that periodical," said I. The omniscience of the last copy I saw dismayed me. I couldn't understand why the government were such insensate fools as to not move from Downing Street to their editorial offices. Randall, with a humouring smile, defended the Albemarle Review. "It is run," said he, "by a little set of intellectuals, some men up with me at Oxford, who must naturally have a clearer vision than men who have been living for years in the yellow fog of party politics." He expounded the godlike wisdom of young Oxford at some length, replying vividly to here and there a Socratic interpolation on my part. After a while I began to grow irritated. His talk, like his verse, seemed to deal with unrealities. It was a negation of everything, save the intellectual. If he and his friends had been in power, there would never have been a war. There would never have been a German menace. The lamb would have laid down in peace, outside the lion. He had an airy way of dismissing the ruder and more human aspects of the war. Said I, "Anyone can talk of what might have been. That's all over and done with. We're up against the tough proposition of the present. What are you doing for it?" He waved a hand. "That's just the point. The present doesn't matter. Not in the wide conception of things. It is the past and the future that count. The present is mere fluidity." "The poor devils up to their waist in water in the trenches would agree with you," said I. "They would also agree with me," he retorted, "if they had time to go into the reconstruction of the future that we are contemplating. At this juncture Marigold came in with the decanters and siphons. I noticed his one eye harden on the velvet dinner jacket. He fidgeted about the room, threw a log on the fire, drew the curtains closer, always with an occasional malevolent glance at the jacket. Then Randall, like a silly young ass, said from the depths of his easy-chair a very silly thing. "I see you've not managed to get into khaki yet, Sergeant." Marigold took a tactical pace or two to the door. "Neither have you, sir," he said in a respectful tone, and went out. Randall laughed, though I saw his dark cheek flush. If Marigold had his way, he would have us all in the barrack square. "Preferably in the fluid trenches of the present," said I, and he wouldn't be far wrong. My eyes rested on him somewhat stonily. People have complained sometimes, defaulters say, in the old days, that there can be a beastly nasty look in them. "What do you mean, Major?" he asked. "Sergeant Marigold," said I, "is a brave, patriotic Englishman, who has given his country all he can spare from the necessary physical equipment to carry on existence, and it's making him hang-dog miserable that he's not allowed to give the rest tomorrow. You must forgive his plain speaking," I continued, gathering warmth as I went on, "but he can't understand healthy young fellows like you not wanting to do the same. And for the matter of that, my dear Randall, neither do I. Why aren't you serving your country?" He started forward in his chair and threw out his arms, and his dark eyes flashed, and a smile of conscious rectitude overspread his clear-cut features. "My dear Major, serving my country? Why, I'm working night and day for it. You don't understand." "I've already told you, I don't." The boy was my guest. I had not intended to hold a pistol to his head in one hand and dangle a suit of khaki before his eyes in the other. I had been ill at ease concerning him for months, but I had proposed to regain his confidence in a tactful, fatherly way. Instead of which, I found myself regarding him with my beastly defaulter glare. The blood sometimes flies to one's head. He condescended to explain. "There are millions of what the Germans call cannon fodder about, but there are few intellectuals, few men, shall I say, of genius, scarcely a poet. And men like myself, who can express, that's the whole vital point, who can express the higher philosophy of the Empire, and can point the way to its realization, are surely more valuable than the yokel or factory hand, who, as the sum total of his capabilities, can be trained merely into a sort of shooting machine. Just look at it, my dear Major, from a common sense point of view." He forgot, the amazing young idiot, that he was not talking to a maiden aunt, but to a hard-bitten old soldier. What good would it serve to stick to comparatively rare man, I say it in all modesty, the comparatively rare man like myself in the trenches? It would be a foolish waste. I assure you, I'm putting all my talents at the disposal of the country. Seeing, I suppose, in my eyes, the maintained stoniness of non-conviction, he went on. "But, pray, dear sir, be reasonable." Reasonable! I nearly choked. If I could have stood once more on my useless legs, I should have swung my left arm round and clouted him on the side of the head. Reasonable indeed! This well-fed, able-bodied young Oxford prig to tell me, an honourable English officer and gentleman, to be reasonable, when the British Empire, in peril of its existence, was calling on all its manhood to defend it in arms. I glared at him. He continued. "Yes, be reasonable. Everyone has his place in this world conflict. We can't all be practical fighters. You wouldn't send Kitchener or Grey or Lord Crewe to bayonet Germans." "By God, sir," I cried, smiting one palm with the fist of the other hand, "by God, sir, I would, if they were 23. I had completely lost my temper. And if I saw them doing nothing, while the country was asking for men, but writing rotten doggerel and messing about with girls far beneath them in station, I should call them the damnedest skunks unskinned." He had the decency to rise. "Major Meredith," said he, "you're under a terrible misapprehension. You're a military man, and must look at everything from a military point of view. It would be useless to discuss the philosophy of the situation with you. We're on different planes." Just what I said. "You," said I, "seem to be hovering near Tophet and the abyss." No, no, he answered with an indignant smile. You are quoting Carlyle. You must give him up. Damn pro-German. I should think I do, I cried. I had forgotten where my phrase came from. I'm glad to hear it. He's a back number. I'm a modern. I represent equilibrium. He made a little rocking gesture with his graceful hand. I am out for eternal truth, which I think I perceive. In poor little Phyllis Gedge, I suppose. Why not? Look. I am the son, grandson, great-grandson of English Tories. She is the daughter of socialism, syndicalism, pacifism, internationalism, everything that is most apart from my traditions. But she brings to me beauty, innocence, the female solution of all intellectual concepts. She, the woman, is the soul of conflicting England. She is torn both ways. But as she has to breed men some day, she is instinctively on our side. She is invaluable to me. She inspires my poems. You may not believe it, but she is at the back of my political articles. You must really be a little more broad-minded, Major, and look at these things from the right point of view. From the point of view of my work, she is merely a symbol. And you, said I wrathfully, what are you to her? Do you suppose she takes you for a symbol? I wish to heaven she did, a round cipher of naught, the symbol of inanity. She takes you for an honorable gentleman. I've known the child since she was born. As good a little girl as you could wish to meet. He drew himself up. That's the opinion of her I am endeavouring to express. Quite so. You win a good decent girl's affection. If you hadn't, she would never have let you walk about with her at nightfall, with your arm round her waist. And you have the cynical audacity to say that she's only a symbol. When you asked me to come in this evening, said he, I naturally concluded you would broach this subject. I came prepared to give you a complete explanation of what I am ready to admit was a compromising situation. There is only one explanation, I said angrily. What are your intentions regarding the girl? He smiled. Quite honorable. You mean marriage? Oh, no, said he emphatically. Then the other thing. That's not honorable. Of course not. Certainly not the other thing. I'm not a blackguard. Then what on earth are you playing at? He sighed. I'm afraid you will never understand. I'm afraid I won't, said I. By your own confession, you are neither a lusty blackguard nor an honorable gentleman. You're a sort of philanderer, somewhere in between. You neither mean to fight like a man nor love like a man. I'm sorry to say it, but I have no use for you. As I can't do it myself, will you kindly ring the bell? Certainly, said he, white with anger, which I was glad to see, and pressed the electric button beside the mantelpiece. He turned on me, his head high. There was still some breeding left in him. I'm sorry we're at such cross purposes, Major. All my life long I've owed you kindnesses I can't ever repay. But at present we're hopelessly out of sympathy. It seems so, said I. I had hoped your father's son would be a better man. My father, said he, was a successful stockbroker, without any ideas in his head save the making of money. I don't see what he has got to do with my well-considered attitude towards life. Your callow attitude towards life, my poor boy, said I, is a matter of profound indifference to me. But I shall give orders that you are no longer admitted to this house, except in uniform. That's absurd, said he. Not at all, said I. In obedience to the summons of the bell, Sergeant Marigold appeared and stood in his ramrod fashion by the door. Randall came forward to my wheelchair, with hand outstretched. I'm desperately sorry, Major, for this disastrous misunderstanding. I thrust my hands beneath the light shawl that covered my legs. Don't be such a self-sufficient fool, Randall, I said, as to think I don't understand. In the present position, there are no subtleties and no complications. Good night. Marigold, with a wooden face, opened wide the door, and Randall, with a shrug of the shoulders, went out. I stayed awake the whole of that livelong night. When I learned the death of young Oswald Fenimore, whom I loved far more dearly than Randall Holmes, I went to bed and slept peacefully. A gallant lad died in battle. There is nothing more to be said, nothing more to be thought. The finality, heroically sublime, overwhelms the poor workings of the brain. But in the case of a fellow like Randall Holmes, well, as I have said, I did not get a wink of sleep the whole night long. Someone, a few months ago, told me of a young university man, Oxford or Cambridge, I forget, who, when asked why he was not fighting, replied, "What has the war to do with me? I disapprove of this brawling." Was that the attitude of Randall, whom I had known all his life long? I shivered like a fool all night. The only consolation I had was to bring common sense to my aid, and to meditate on the statistical fact that the universities of Oxford and Cambridge were practically empty. But my soul was sick for young Randall Holmes. End of Chapter 3. Recording by James Christopher, jxchristopher@yahoo.com. Chapter 4 of The Red Planet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Red Planet by William J. Locke. Chapter 4. On the wedding eve, Betty brought the happy young man to dine with me. He was in that state of unaccustomed and somewhat embarrassed bliss in which a man would have dined happily with Beelzebub. A fresh-colored boy, with fair, crisply set hair, and a little mustache a shade or two fairer, he kept on blushing radiantly, as if apologizing in a gallant sort of fashion for his existence in the sphere of Betty's affection. As I had known him but casually, and desired to make his closer acquaintance, I had asked no one to meet them, save Betty's aunt, whom a providential cold had prevented from facing the night air. So, in the comfortable little oak-panelled dining-room, hung round with my beloved collection of Delft, I had the pair all to myself, one on each side, and in this way I was able to read exchanges of glances whence I might form sage conclusions. Bella, spruce parlour-maid, waited deftly. Sergeant Marigold, when not occupied in the mild labour of filling glasses, stood like a guardian ramrod behind my chair, a self-assigned post to which he stuck grimly like a sentinel. As I always sat with my back to the fire, there must have been times when, the blaze roaring more ferociously than usual up the chimney, he must have suffered martyrdom in his hinder parts. As I talked, for the first time on such intimate footing, with young Connor, I revised my opinion of him and mentally took back much that I had said to his disparagement. He was by no means the dull dog that I had labelled him. By diligent and sympathetic inquiry, I learned that he had been a natural science scholar at Trinity College, Cambridge, where he had taken a first-class degree, specializing in geology; that by profession, his father's, he was a mining engineer, and in pursuit of his vocation had travelled to Galicia, Mexico, and Japan. Furthermore, that he had been one of the ardent little band who of recent years had made the Cambridge Officer Training Corps an effective school. Hitherto, when I had met him, he had sat so agreeably smiling and modestly mumchance that I had accepted him at his face value. I was amused to see how Betty, in order to bring confusion on me, led him to proclaim himself, and I loved the manner in which he did so. To hear him, one would have thought that he owed everything in the world to Betty, from his entrance scholarship at the university to the word of special commendation which his company had received from the general of his division at last week's inspection. Yes, he was the modest, clean-bred, simple English gentleman who, without self-consciousness or self-seeking, does his daily task as well as it can be done, just because it is the thing that is set before him to do. And he was over head and ears in love with Betty. I took it upon myself to dismiss her with a nod after she had smoked a cigarette over her coffee. Mrs. Marigold, as a soldier's wife, I announced, had a world of invaluable advice to give her. Willie Connor opened the door. On the threshold she said very prettily, "Don't drink too much of Major Meredith's old port. It has been known before to separate husbands and wives for years and years." He looked after her for a few seconds before he closed the door. Oh, my God, I've looked like that, in my time, after one dear woman. Humanity is very simple, after all. Every generation does exactly the same beautiful, foolish things as its forerunner. As he approached the table, I said with a smile, "You're only copying your great-great-grandfather." "In what way, sir?" he asked, resuming his place. I pushed the decanter of port. He watched the disappearing skirt of your great-great-grandmother. "She was doubtless a very venerable old lady," said he, flushing and helping himself to wine. "I never knew her, but she wasn't a patch on Betty." "But," said I, "when your great-great-grandfather opened the door for her to pass out, she wasn't venerable at all, but gloriously young." I suppose he was satisfied, poor old chap. He took a sip. "But those days did not produce Betty Fairfaxes." He laughed. "I'm jolly sorry for my ancestors." "Well, that is the way I like to hear a young man talk. It was a modern expression of the perfect gentle knight. In so far as went his heart's intention and his soul's strength to assure it, I had no fear for Betty's happiness. He gave it to her fully into her own hands. Whether she would throw it away or otherwise misuse it was another matter. Though I have ever loved women, in tout bien, in tout honneur, their ways have never ceased from causing me mystification. I think I can size up a man, especially given such an opportunity as I had in the case of Willie Connor. I have been more or less trained in the business all my man's life. But Betty Fairfax, whom I had known intimately for as many years as she could remember, puzzled me exceedingly. I defy any one to have picked a single fault in her demeanour towards her husband of tomorrow. She lit a cigarette for him in the most charming way in the world, and when he guided the hand that held the match, she touched his crisp hair lightly with the fingers of the other. She was all smiles. When we met in the drawing-room, she retailed with a spice of mischief much of Miss Marigold's advice. She had seated herself on the music-stool. Swinging round, she quoted. "Even the best husband," she said, "will go on swelling himself up with vanity just because he's a man. A sensible woman, miss, lets him go on priding of himself, poor creature. It sort of helps his dignity when the time comes for him to eat out of your hand, and makes him think he's doing you a favour." "When are you going to eat out of my hand, Willie?" she asked. "Haven't I been doing it for the past week?" "Oh, they always do that before they're married, so Miss Marigold informed me. I mean afterwards." "Don't you think, my dear," I interposed, "it depends on what your hands hold out for him to eat?" Her eyes wavered a bit under mine. "If he's good," she answered, "they'll always be full of nice things." She sat flushed, happily triumphant, her arms straight down, her knuckles resting on the leathern seat, her silver-brooched slender feet, clear of the floor, peeping close together beneath her white frock. "And if he isn't good?" "They'll be full of nasty medicine." She laughed, and pivoted around, and after running over the keys of the piano for a second or two, began to play Gounod's Death March of a Marionette. She played it remarkably well. When she had ended, Connor walked from the hearth where he had been standing to her side. I noticed a little puzzled look in his eyes. "Delightful," said he. "But, Betty, what put that thing suddenly into your head?" "We had been talking nonsense," she replied, picking out a chord or two without looking at him, "and I thought we ought to give all past vanities and frivolities and lunacies a decent burial." He put both hands very tenderly on her shoulders. "Requiescat," said he. She spread out her fingers and struck the two resonant chords of an amen, and then glanced up at him, laughing. After a while Marigold announced her car, or rather her aunt's car. They took their leave. I gave them my benediction. Presently Betty, fur-coated, came running in alone. She flung herself down, in her impetuous way, beside my wheel-chair. No visit of Betty's would have been complete without this performance. "I haven't had a word with you all evening, Majy dear. I've told Willie to discuss strategy with Sergeant Marigold in the hall till I come. Well, you thought I was a damned little fool the other day, didn't you? What do you think now?" "I think, my dear," said I, with a hand on her forehead, "that you are marrying a very gallant English gentleman of whose love any woman in the land might be proud." She clutched me round the neck and brought her young face near mine, and looked at me, I hesitate to say it, but so it seemed, somewhat haggardly. "I love to hear you say that. It means so much to me. Don't think I haven't a sense of proportion. I have. In all this universal slaughter and massacre a woman's life counts as much as that of a mosquito." She freed an arm and snapped her fingers. "But to the woman herself, her own life can't help being of some value. Such as it is, I want to give it all, every bit of it, to Willie. He shall have everything, everything, everything that I can give him. I looked into the young, drawn, pleading face long and earnestly. No longer was I mystified. I remembered her talk with me a couple of days before, and I read her riddle. She had struck gold, she knew it. Gold of a man's love, gold of a man's strength, gold of a man's honor, gold of a man's stainless past, gold of a man's radiant future. And though she wore the mocking face and talked the mocking words of the woman who expected such a man to eat out of her hand, she knew that never out of her hand would he eat save that which she should give him in honourable and wifely service. She knew that. She was exquisitely anxious that I should know it too. Floodgates of relief were expressed when she saw that I knew it. Not that I, personally, counted a scrap. What she craved was a decent human soul's justification of her doings. She craved recognition of her action in casting away base metal forever, and taking the pure gold to her heart. "Tell me that I'm doing the right thing, dear," she said, "and tomorrow I'll be the happiest woman in the world." And I told her, in the most fervent manner in my power. "You quite understand," she said, standing up, looking very young and princess-like, her white throat gleaming between her furs and turned-up chin. "You will find, my dear," said I, "that the significance of your dead march of a marionette will increase every day of your married life." She stiffened in a sudden stroke of passion, looking for the instant electrically beautiful. "I wish," she cried, "someone had written the dead march of a devil." She bent down, kissed me, and went out in a whir of furs and draperies. Of course, all I could do was to scratch my thin iron grey hair and light a cigar and meditate in front of the fire. I knew all about it, or at any rate thought I did, which, as far as my meditation in front of the fire is concerned, comes to the same thing. Betty had cast out the base metal of her love for Leonard Boyce in order to accept the pure gold of the love of Willie Connor. So she thought, poor girl. She had been in love with Boyce. She had been engaged to Boyce. Boyce, for some reason or the other, had turned her down. Spirite injuriaforme, she had cast Boyce aside. But for all her splendid surrender of her womanhood to Willie Connor, for the sake of her country, she still loved Leonard Boyce. Or, if she wasn't in love with him, she couldn't get him out of her head or her senses. Something like that, anyhow. I don't pretend to know exactly what goes on in the soul or nature, or whatever it is, of a young girl, who has given her heart to a man. I can only use the crude old phrase. She is still in love, in some sort of fashion, with Leonard Boyce, and she was going to marry, for the highest motives, somebody else. "Confound the fellow," said I, with an irritable gesture, and covered myself with cigar ash. She had called Boyce a devil, and implied a wish that he were dead. For myself, I did not know what to make of him, for reasons which I will state. I never approved of the engagement. As a matter of fact, I knew, and was one of the very few who knew, of a black mark against him, the very blackest mark that could be put against a soldier's name. It was a puzzling business. And when I say I knew of that mark, I must be candid and confess that its awful justification lies in the conscience of one man living in the world today, if indeed he still be alive. Boyce was a great bronze bull-necked man, with an overpowering personality. People called him the very model of a soldier. He was always admired and feared by his men. His fierce eye and deep resonant voice, and a suggestion of hidden strength, even of brutality, commanded implicit obedience. But both glance and voice would soften caressingly, and his manner convey a charm which made him popular with men, brother officers and private soldiers alike, and with women. With regard to the latter, to put things crudely, they saw in him the essential elemental male. Of that I am convinced. It was the open secret of his many successes. And he had a buoyant, boyish, disarming, chivalrous way with him. If he desired a woman's lips, he would always begin by kissing the hem of her skirt. Had I not known what I did, I, an easy-going sort of Christian, temperamentally inclined to see the best in my fellow creatures, and, as I boastingly said a little while ago, a trained judge of men, should doubtless have fallen, like most other people, under the spell of his fascination. But whenever I met him, I used to look at him and say to myself, "What's at the back of you, anyway? What about that business at Vilbeck's farm?" Now this is what I knew, with the reservation I have made above, and to this day he is not aware of my knowledge. It was towards the end of the Boer War. Boyce had come out rather late, for which, of course, he was not responsible. A soldier has to go when he is told. After a period of humdrum service, he was sent off with a section of mounted infantry to round up a certain farmhouse, suspected of harboring Boer combatants. The excursion was a mere matter of routine, of humdrum commonplace. As usual, it was made at night, but this was a night of full, dazzling moon. The farm lay in the hollow of the veldt, first seen from the crest of a kopje. There it lay below, ramshackle and desolate, a rough wall around, flanked by outbuildings, barn and cowsheds. The section rode down. The stoop led to a shuttered front. There was no sign of life. The moonlight blazed full on it. They dismounted, tethered their horses behind the wall, and entered the yard. The place was deserted, derelict, not even a cat. Suddenly a shot rang out from somewhere in the main building, and the sergeant, the man next to Boyce, fell dead, shot through the brain. The men looked at Boyce for command, and saw a hulking idiot paralyzed by fear. His mouth hung open, and his eyes were like a silly servant girl's looking at a ghost, so said my informant. 2 more shots, and 2 men fell. Boyce still stood white and gasping, unable to move a muscle or utter a sound. His face looked ghastly in the moonlight. A shot pierced his helmet, and the shot caused him to stagger and lose his legs. A corporal rushed up, thinking he was hit, and finding him whole, rose in order to leave him there, and in rising, got a bullet through the neck. Thus there were 4 men killed, and the commanding officer, of his own accord, put out of action. It all happened in a few confused moments. Then the remaining men did what Boyce should have commanded as soon as the first shot was fired. They rushed the house. It contained 1 solitary inmate, an old man with a couple of Mauser rifles, whom they had to shoot in self-defense. Meanwhile Boyce, white and haggard-eyed, had picked himself up. Revolver in hand, he stood on the stoop. His men came out, cursed him to his face while giving him their contemptuous reports, brought the dead bodies of their comrades into the house and laid them out decently, together with the body of the white-bearded Boer. After that, they mounted their horses without a word to him and rode off. And he just let them ride, for his authority was gone, and he knew that they justly laid the deaths of their comrades at the door of his cowardice. What he did during the next few awful hours is known only to God and to Boyce himself. The 4 dead men, his companions, have told no tales. But at last, one of his men, Somers was his name, came riding back at breakneck speed. When he had left, the moon rode high in the heavens. When he returned, it was dawn, and he had a bloody tunic and the face of a man who had escaped from hell. He threw himself from his horse and found Boyce, sitting on the stoop with his head in his hands. He shook him by the shoulder. Boyce started to his feet. At first he did not recognize Somers. Then he did, and read black tidings in the man's eyes. "What's the matter?" "They're all wiped out, sir, the whole bloomin' lot." He told the tale of heroic disaster. The remnant of the section had ridden off in hot indignation, and had missed their way. They had gone in a direction opposite to safety, and after a couple of hours had fallen in with a straggling portion of a Boer commando. Refusing to surrender, they had all been killed save Somers, who, with a bullet through his shoulder, had prudently turned bridle and fled hell for leather. Boyce put his hands up to his head and walked about the yard for a few moments. Then he turned abruptly and stood toweringly over the scared survivor, a tough, wizened little Cockney of 5'6". "Well, what's going to happen now?" he asked, in his soft, dangerous voice. Somers replied, "I must leave that to you, sir." Boyce regarded him glitteringly for a long time. A scheme of salvation was taking vivid shape in his mind. "My report of this occurrence would be that as soon as, say, 3 men dropped here, the rest of the troop got into a panic and made a bolt of it. Say the sergeant and myself remained. We broke into the house and did it for the old Boer, who, however, unfortunately did for the sergeant. Then I alone went out in search of my men, and following their track found that they had gone in the wrong direction, and eventually scented danger, which was confirmed by meeting you, with your bloody tunic and your bloody tail." "But good God, sir," cried the man, "you be having me shot for running away. I could tell a damn different story, Captain Boyce." "Who would believe you?" The Cockney intelligence immediately appreciated the situation. It also was ready for the alternative, it guessed at the back of Boyce's mind. "I know it's a mess, sir," he replied, with a straight look at Boyce. "A mess for both of us, and if I have said, I'll leave it to you, sir." "Very well," said Boyce. "It's the simplest thing in the world. There were 4 killed at once, including Sergeant Oldham. You remained faithful when the others bolted. You and I tackled the old Boer, and you got wounded. You and I went on trek for the rest of the troop. We got within breathing distance of the commando. How many strong?" "About a couple of 100, sir." "And of course we bolted back without knowing anything about the troop, except that we are sure that, dead or alive, the Boers have accounted for them. If you'll agree to this report, we can ride back to headquarters, and I think I can promise you sergeant's stripes in a very short time." "I agree to the report, sir," said Somers, "because I don't see that I can do anything else. But to hell with the stripes under false pretenses, and don't you try playing that sort of thing off on me." "As you like," replied Boyce, unruffled, "provided we understand each other on the main point." So they left the farm and rode to headquarters, and Boyce made his report, and as all save one of his troop were dead, there were none, save that one, to gainsay him. On his story no doubt was cast, but an officer who loses his whole troop in the military operation of storming a farmhouse, garrisoned by one old man, does not find peculiar favour in the eyes of his colonel. Boyce took a speedy opportunity of transference, and got into the thick of some fighting. Then he served with distinction, and actually got mentioned in dispatches for pluckily rescuing a wounded man under fire. For a long time Somers kept his mouth shut, but at last he began to talk. The ugly rumours spread. It even reached my battery, which was 100 miles away, for Johnny Decree, one of my subs, had a brother in Boyce's old regiment. For my own part I scouted the story as soon as I heard it, and I withered up young Decree for daring to bring such abominable slander within my Ramadanthine sphere. I dismissed the calumny from my mind. Providentially, as I heard later, the news came of Boyce's mention, and Somers was set down as a liar. The poor devil was had up before the colonel, and being an imaginative and nervous man, denied the truth of the rumour, and by dexterous wriggling managed to exculpate himself from the charge of being its originator. I must, parenthetically, crave indulgence for these apparently irrelevant details, but as in this chronicle I am mainly concerned with the career of Leonard Boyce, I have no option but to give them. They are necessary for a conception of the character of a remarkable man to whom I have every reason and every honourable desire to render justice. It is necessary, too, that I should state clearly the manner in which I happened to learn the facts of the affair at Vilboek's farm, for I should not like you to think that I have given a credulous ear to idle slander. It was in Cape Town, whither I had been dispatched on a false alarm of enteric. I was walking with Johnny Decree up Adderley Street, done with khaki, when he met his brother Reginald, who was promptly introduced to Johnny's second in command. Reggie was off to hospital to see one of his men who had been badly hurt. "It's the chap," he said to his brother, "who was with Boyce through that shady affair at Vilboek's farm." "I don't know why you call it a shady affair," said I, somewhat acidly. "I know Captain Boyce. He is a near neighbour of mine at home, and he has proved himself to be a gallant officer and a brave man." The young fellow reddened. "I'm awfully sorry, sir. I withdraw the word shady. But this poor chap has something on his mind, and everyone has down on him. He led a dog's life till he was knocked out, and he has been leading a worse one since. I don't call it fair." He looked at me squarely out of his young blue eyes, the lucky devil. He is commanding his regiment now in Flanders, with the D.S.O. ribbon on his tunic. "Will you come with me and see him, sir?" "Certainly," said I, for I had nothing to do, and the boy's earnestness impressed me. On our way he told me of such mixture of rumour and fact as he was acquainted with. It was then that I heard the man Somers' name for the first time. We entered the hospital, sat by the side of the man's bed, and he told us the story of Vilboek's farm which I have, in bald terms, just related. Shortly afterwards I returned to the front, where the famous shell knocked me out of the army for ever. What has happened to Somers I don't know. He was, I learned, soon afterwards discharged from the army. He either died or disappeared in the full current of English life. Perhaps he is with our armies now. It does not matter. What matters is my memory of his nervous, sallow Cockney face, its earnestness, its imprint of veracity, and the damning lucidity of his narrative. I exacted from my young friends a promise to keep the unsavory tale to themselves. No good would arise from a publicity which would stain the honour of the army. Besides, Boyce had made good. They have kept their promises like honest gentlemen. I have never personally heard further reference to the affair, and of course I have never mentioned it to anyone. Now, it is right for me to mention that, for many years, I lived in a horrible state of dubiety with regard to Boyce. There is no doubt that, after the Vilbeck business, he acted in an exemplary manner. There is no doubt that he performed the gallant deed for which he got his mention. But what about Somers's story? I tried to disbelieve it as incredible. That an English officer, not a nervous wisp of a man like Somers, but a great hulking bull-necked gladiator, should have been paralyzed with fear by one shot coming out of a Boer farm, and thereby demoralized and incapacitated from taking command of a handful of men. That, instead of blowing his brains out, he should have imposed his Mephistophelian compact upon the unhappy Somers, and carried off the knavish business successfully, I could not believe it. On the other hand, there was the British private. I have known him all my life, God bless him. Thank God, it is my privilege to know him now, as he lies knocked to bits, cheerily in our hospital. It was inconceivable that, out of sheer funk, he could abandon a popular officer. And his was not even a scratch crowd, but a hard-bitten regiment, with all sorts of glorious names embroidered on its colours. I hope you see my difficulty in regard to my Betty's love affairs. I had nothing against Boyce, save this ghastly story, which might or might not be true. Officially, he had made an unholy mess of such a simple military operation as rounding up a Boer farm, and the prize of one dead old Boer had covered him with ridicule. But officially also, he had retrieved his position by distinguished service. After all, it was not his fault that his men had run away. On the other hand, well, you cannot but appreciate the vicious cycle of my thoughts, when Betty, in her frank way, came and told me of her engagement to him. What could I say? It would have been damnable of me to hint at scandal of years gone by. I received them both, and gave them my paralytic blessing, and Leonard Boyce accepted it with the air of a man who might have been blessed, without a qualm of conscience, by the third person of the Trinity in person. This was in April 1914. He retired from the army some years before with the rank of major, and lived with his mother, he was a man of means, in Wellingsford. In the June of that year he went off salmon fishing in Norway. On the outbreak of war he returned to England and luckily got his job at once. He did not come back to Wellingsford. His mother went to London, and stayed there until he was ordered out to the front. I had not seen him since that June, and, as far as I was aware, my dear Betty had not seen him either. Marigold entered. "Well?" said I. "I thought you rang, sir." "You didn't," I said. "You thought I ought to have rung, but you were mistaken. I have on my mantelpiece a tiny corroded wooden Egyptian bust, of so little value that Mr. Hatoun of Cairo, and every visitor to Cairo knows Hatoun, gave it me as baksheesh. It is, however, a genuine bit from a poor humble devil's tomb of about 5,000 years ago, and it has only one positive eye and no expression. Marigold was the living replica of it, with his absurd wig. In a quarter of an hour, said I shall have rung. Very good, sir, said Marigold. But he had disturbed the harmonical progression of my reflections. They all went anyhow. When he returned, all I could say was, "It's Miss Betty's wedding tomorrow. I suppose I've got a morning coat and a top hat?" "You have a morning coat, sir," said Marigold. "But your last silk hat you gave to Miss Althea, sir, to make a work bag out of the outside." "So I did," said I. It was an unpleasant reminiscence. A hat is about as symbolical a garment as you may be pleased to imagine. I wanted to wear at the live Betty's wedding the ceremonious thing which I had given, for purposes of vanity, to the dead Althea. I was cross with Marigold. "Why did you let me do such a silly thing? You might have known that I should want it some day or other. Why didn't you foresee such a contingency?" "Why?" asked Marigold woodenly. "Didn't you or I, sir, or many wiser than us, foresee the war?" "Because we were all damned fools," said I. Marigold approached my chair with his great inexorable tentacles of arms. It was bedtime. "I'm sorry about the hat, sir," said he. End of Chapter 4. Recording by James Christopher, jxchristopher@yahoo.com.
Chapter 5 of The Red Planet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In due course, Captain Connor's regiment went off to France, not with drums beating and colours flying. I wish to heaven it had. If there had been more pomp and circumstance in England, the popular imagination would have not remained untouched for so long a time. But in the cold silent hours of the night, like a gang of marauders. Betty did not go to bed after he had left, but sat by the fire till morning. Then she dressed in uniform and resumed her duties at the hospital. Many a soldier's bride was doing much the same, and her days went on just as they did before her marriage. She presented a smiling face to the world. She said, "If I'm as happy as can be expected in the circumstances, I think it my duty to look happier." It was a valiant philosophy. The falling of a chimney stack brought me up against Daniel Gedge, who before the war did all my little repairs. The chimney I put in the hands of Day and Higgins, another firm of builders. A day or two afterward, Hosea shied at something, and I discovered it was Gedge, who had advanced into the roadway expressing a desire to have a word with me. I quieted the patriotic Hosea and drew up by the curb. Gedge was a lean, foxy-faced man with a long reddish nose and a long blunt chin from which a grizzled beard sprouted aggressively forward. He had hard, stupid eyes. "I hope you'll excuse the liberty I take in stopping you, sir," he said, civilly. "That's all right," said I. "What's the matter?" "I thought I had given you satisfaction these last 20 years." I assented. "Quite correct," said I. "Then may I ask, sir, without offence, why you've called in Day and Higgins?" "You may," said I, "and, with or without offence, I'll answer your question. I've called them in because they're good, loyal people. Higgins has joined the army, and so has Day's eldest boy, while you have been going on like a confounded pro-German." "You've no right to say that, Major Meredith." "Not when you go over to Goodbury, the surging metropolis of the country some 15 miles off, and tell a pack of fools to strike because this is a capitalist war. Not when you go round the mills here and do your best to stop young fellows from fighting for their country. God bless my soul, in whose interests are you acting, if not Germany's?" He put on his best platform manner. "I'm acting in the best interests of the people of this country. The war is wrong and incredibly foolish and can bring no advantage to the working man. Why should he go and be killed or maimed for life? Will it put an extra penny in his pocket or his widow's? No. Oh," he checked my retort, "I know everything you would say. I see the arguments every day in all your great newspapers. But the fact remains that I don't see eye to eye with you or those you represent. You think one way, I think another. We agree to differ." "We don't," said I. "I don't agree at all." "At any rate," he said, "I don't see how our difference of political opinion can affect my ability now to put a new chimney stack in your house any more than it has done in the past." "In the past," said I, "political differences were parochial squabbles in comparison with things nowadays. You're either for England or against her." He smiled wryly. "I'm for England. We both are. You think her salvation lies one way, I think another. This is a free country in which every man has a right to his own opinion." "Exactly so," said I. "Therefore you admit that I've a right to the opinion that you ought to be locked up either in a jail or in a lunatic asylum as a danger to the state, and that, having that rightful opinion, I'm justified in not entrusting the safety of my house to one who, in my aforesaid opinion, is either a criminal or a lunatic." Dialectically I had him there. It afforded me keen enjoyment. Beside being a John Bull Englishman, I am a cripple, and therefore ever so little malicious. "It's all very well for you to talk, Major Meredith," said he, "but your opinions cost you nothing. Mine are costing me my livelihood. It isn't fair." "You might as well say," I replied, "that I, who have never dared to steal anything in my life, live in ease and comfort, whereas poor Bill Sykes, who has devoted all his days to burglary, has 7 years' penal servitude." "No, Gedge," I said, gathering up the reins. "It can't be done. You can't have it both ways." He put a detaining hand on Hosea's bridle, and an evil flash came into his hard grey eyes. "I'll have it some other way then," he said, "a way you've no idea of, a way that'll knock all you great people of Wellingsford off your high horses. If you drive me to it, you'll see. I'll bide my time, and I don't care whether it breaks me." He stamped his foot and tugged at the bridle. 2 or 3 passers-by halted wonderingly, and Prettilove, the hairdresser, moved across the pavement from his shop door, where he had been taking the air. "My good fellow," said I, "you have lost your temper and are talking drivel. Kindly unhand my donkey." Prettilove, who has a sycophantic sense of humour, burst into a loud guffaw. Gedge swung angrily away, and Hosea and I continued our interrupted progress down the High Street. Although I had called his dark menaces drivel, I could not help wondering what it meant. Was he going to guide a German army to Wellingsford? Was he, a modern Guy Fawkes, planning to blow up the town hall while the mayor and corporation sat in council? He was not the man to utter purely idle threats. What the dickens was he going to do? Something mean and dirty and underhand. I knew his ways. He was always getting the better of somebody. The wise never let him put in a pane of glass without a specification and estimate, and if he had not been by far the most competent builder in the town, perhaps the only one who thoroughly knew his business in all its branches, no one would have employed him. When I next saw Betty, it was in one of the corridors of the hospital, after a committee meeting. She stopped by my chair to pass the time of day. Through the open doorway of a ward I perceived a well-known figure in nurse's uniform. "Why," said I, "that's Phyllis Gedge." Betty nodded. "She has just come in as a probationer. I thought her father wouldn't let her. I've heard, heaven knows whether it's true, but it sounds likely, that he said if men were such fools as to get shot, he didn't see why his daughter should help to mend them." "He has consented now," said Betty, "and Phyllis is delighted." "No doubt it's a bid for popular favour," said I. And I told her of his dwindling business and of my own encounter with him. When I came to his threat, Betty's brows darkened. "I don't like that at all," she said. "Why, what do you think he means?" "Mischief." She lowered her voice, for it being visiting day at the hospital, people were passing up and down the corridor. "Supposing he has some of the people here in his power?" "Blackmail?" I glanced up at her sharply. "What do you know about it?" "Nothing," she replied abruptly. Then she looked down and fingered her wedding ring. I only said, "Suppose." A sister appeared at the door of the ward, and seeing us together paused hoveringly. "I rather think you're wanted," said I. I left the hospital somewhat disturbed in mind. Summons to duty had cut our conversation short, but I knew that no matter how long I had cross-questioned Betty, I should have got nothing further out of her. She was a remarkably outspoken young woman. What she said she meant, and what she didn't want to say all the cripples in the British Army could not have dragged out of her. I tried her again a few days later. A slight cold, aided and abetted by a dear exaggerating idiot of a tyrannical doctor, confined me to the house, and she came flying in, expecting to find me in extremis. When she saw me clothed and in my right mind and smoking a big cigar, she called me a fraud. "Look here," said I after a while, "about Gedge." Again her brow darkened and her lips set stiffly. "Do you think he has his knife into young Randall Holmes?" I had worried about the boy. Naturally, if Gedge found the relations between his daughter and Randall unsatisfactory, no one could blame him for any outbreak of parental indignation. But he ought to break out openly while there was yet time, before any harm was done, not nurse some diabolical scheme of subterraneous vengeance. Betty's brow cleared, and she laughed. I saw at once that I was on a wrong track. Why should he have his knife into Randall? I suppose you've got Phyllis in your mind. I have. How did you guess? She laughed again. What other reason could he have? But how did you come to hear of Randall and Phyllis? Never mind, said I. I did, and if Gedge is angry, I can to some extent sympathise with him. But he's not the least bit in the world, she declared, lighting a cigarette. Gedge and Randall are as thick as thieves, and Phyllis won't have anything to do with either of them. Now, my dear, said I, now that you're married, become a real womanly woman and fill my empty soul with gossip. There's no gossip at all about it, she replied serenely. It's all sordid and romantic fact. The two men hold long discussions together at Gedge's house, Gedge talking anti-patriotism, and Randall talking rot, which he calls philosophy. You can hear them, can't you? Their meeting ground is the absurdity of Randall joining the army. And Phyllis? She is a loyal little soul and as miserable as can be. She's deplorably in love with Randall. She has told me so. And because she's in love with a man whom she knows to be a slacker, she's eaten up with shame. Now she won't speak to him. To avoid meeting him, she lives entirely at the hospital, a paying probationer. That must be since the last committee meeting, I said. Yes. And Daniel Gedge pays a guinea a week. He doesn't, said Betty. I do. I accepted the information with a motion of the head. She went on after a minute or so. I have always been fond of the child. There was only 3 or 4 years' difference between them, and so I want to protect her. The time may come when she'll need protection. She has told me things, not now, but long ago, which frightened her. She came to me for advice. Since then I've kept an eye on her, as far as I could. Her coming into the hospital helps me considerably. When you say things which frighten her, do you mean in connection with her father? Again the dark look in Betty's eyes. Yes, she said. He's an evil, dangerous man. That was all I could get out of her. If she had meant me to know the character of Gedge's turpitude, she would have told me of her own accord. But in our talk at the hospital she had hinted at blackmail, and blackmailers are evil, dangerous men. I went to see Sir Anthony about it. Beyond calling him a damned scoundrel, a term which he applied to all pro-Germans, pacifists, and half the Cabinet, he did not concern himself about Gedge. Young Randall Holmes's intimacy with the scoundrel seemed to him a matter of far greater importance. He strode up and down his library, choleric and gesticulating. A gentleman's scholar to hobnob with a traitorous beast like that! I know he writes for a filthy weekly paper. Somebody sent me a copy a few days ago. It's rot, but not actually poisonous like that he much hear from Gedge. That's the reason, I suppose, he's not in the King's uniform. I've had my eye on him for some time. That's why I've not asked him to the house. I told Sir Anthony of my interview with the young man. He waxed wroth. In a country with a backbone, every Randall Holmes in the land would have been chucked willy-nilly into the army. But the country has spinal disorders. It has locomotor ataxy, the result of sloth and self-indulgence. We had the government we deserved. I need not quote further. You can imagine a fine old fox-hunting Tory gentleman, with England filling all the spaces of his soul, blowing off the steam of his indignation. When he has ended, what, said I, is to be done? I'll lay my horsewhip across the young beggar's shoulders the next time I meet him. Capital, said I. If I were you, I should never ride abroad except in my mare's gown and chain, so that you can give an official character to the thrashing. He glanced swiftly at me in his bird-like fashion. His brow creased into 1,000 tiny horizontal lines. It always took him a fraction of a second to get clear of the literal significance of words, and then he laughed. Personal violence was out of the question. Why, the young beggar might summon him for assault. No, he had a better idea. He would put in a word at the proper quarter, so that every recruiting sergeant in the district should have orders to stop him at every opportunity. "I shouldn't do that," said I. "Then I don't know what the deuce I can do," said Sir Anthony. As I didn't know either, our colloquy was fruitless. Eventually Sir Anthony said, "Perhaps it's likely, after all, that Gedge may offend young Oxford's fastidiousness. It can't be long before he discovers Gedge to be nothing but a vulgar, blatant windbag, and then he may undergo some reaction." I agreed. It seemed to be the most sensible thing he had said. Give Gedge enough rope and he would hang himself. So we parted. I have said before that when I wanted to show how independent I am of everybody, I drive abroad in my donkey carriage. But there are times when I have to be dependent on Marigold for carrying me into the houses I enter. On these helpless occasions I am driven about by Marigold in a little two-seater car. That is how I visited Wellings Park, and that is how I set off a day or two later to call on Mrs. Boyce. As she took little interest in anything foreign to her own inside, she was not to most people an exhilarating companion. She even discussed the war in terms of her digestion. But we were old friends. Being a bit of a practical philosopher, I could always derive some entertainment from her serial romance of a gastric juice. And besides, she was the only person in Wellingsford whom I did not shrink from boring with the song of my own ailments. Rather than worry the Fenimores or Betty or Mrs. Holmes with my aches and pains, I would have hung on, like the idiot boy of Sparta with the fox, till my vitals were gnawed out. Parenthetically, it has always worried me to conjecture why a boy should steal a fox, why it should have been so valuable to the owner, and to what use he put it. In the case of all my other friends, I regarded myself as too much of an obvious nuisance, as it was, for me to work on their sympathy for infirmities that I could hide. But with Mrs. Boyce it was different. The more I chanted antistrophe to her strophe of lamentation, the more was I welcome in her drawing-room. I had not seen her for some weeks. Perhaps I had been feeling remarkably well with nothing in the world to complain about, and therefore unequipped with a topic of conversation. However, hearty or not, it was time for me to pay her a visit, so I ordered the car. Mrs. Boyce lived in a comfortable old house half a mile or so beyond the other end of the town, standing in half a dozen well-wooded acres. It was a fair April afternoon, all pale sunshine and tenderness, a dream of fairy green and delicate pink and shy blue sky melting into pearl. The air smelt sweet. It was good to be in it, among the trees and the flowers and the birds. Others must have also felt the calls of spring, for as we were driving up to the house I caught a glimpse of the lawn and of two figures strolling in affectionate attitude. One was that of Mrs. Boyce, the other, khaki clad and towering above her, had his arm round her waist. The car pulled up at the front door. Before we had time to ring, a trim parlour-maid appeared. "Mrs. Boyce is not at home, sir." Marigold, who, when my convenience was in question, swept away social conventions like cobwebs, fixed her with his one eye, and before I could interfere said, "I'm afraid you're mistaken. I have just seen Major Boyce and Madam on the lawn." The maid reddened and looked at me appealingly. "My orders were to say not at home, sir." "I quite understand, Mary," said I. "Major Boyce is home on short leave and they don't want to be disturbed. Isn't that it?" "Yes, sir." "Marigold, right about turn." Marigold, who had stopped the car, got out unwillingly and went to the starting handle. That I should be refused admittance to a house where I had deigned to honour with my presence he regarded as an intolerable insult. He also loved to have tea as a pampered guest in other folks' houses. When he got home, Mrs. Marigold, as like as not, would give him plain slabs of bread buttered by her economical self. I knew my Marigold. He gave a vicious, ineffectual turn or two, and then stuck his head into the bonnet. The situation was saved by the appearance from the garden of Mrs. Boyce herself. A handsome, erect, elegantly dressed old lady in the late 60s, pink and white like a Dresden figure, and in her usual condition of resplendent health. She held out her hand. "I couldn't let you go without telling you that Leonard is back. I don't want the whole town to know. If I did, I should see nothing of him. His leave is so short. That's why I told Mary to say not at home. But an old friend like you, would you like to see him?" Marigold closed the bonnet and stood up with a grimace which passed for a happy smile. "I should, of course," said I politely. "But I quite understand. You have everything to say to each other. No, I won't stay." Marigold's smile faded into woodenness. "I only turned in idly to see how you were getting on. But just tell me, how is Leonard? Fit, I hope?" "He's wonderful," she said. I motioned Marigold to start the car. "Give him my kind regards," I said. "No, indeed. He doesn't want to see an old crock like me." The engine rattled. "I hope he's pleased at finding his mother looking so bonny." "It's only excitement at having Leonard," she explained earnestly. "In reality I'm far from well, but I wouldn't tell him for worlds." "What's that you wouldn't tell me, mother?" cried a soft, cheery voice. And Leonard, the fine flower of English soldiery, turned the corner of the house. There he stood, tall, deep-chested, clear-eyed, bronzed, his heavy chin in the air, his bull neck not detracting from his physical handsomeness, but giving it a seal of enormous strength. "My dear fellow," he cried, grasping my hand heartily, "how glad I am to see you. Come along in and let mother give you some tea. Nonsense!" He waved away my protest. "Marigold, stop that engine and bring in the Major. I've lots of things to tell you. That's right." He strode boyishly to the front door, which he threw open wide to admit Marigold and myself, and followed us with Mrs. Boyce into the drawing-room, talking all the while. I must confess I was just a little puzzled by his exuberant welcome, and to judge by the blank expression that flitted momentarily over her face, so was his mother. If he was so delighted by my visit, why had he not crossed the lawn at once as soon as he saw the car? Why had he sent his mother on ahead? I was haunted by an exchange of words overheard in imagination. Confound the fellow, what has he come here for? Mary will say not at home, but he has spotted us. Do go and get rid of him. Such an old friend, dear. We haven't time for old fossils. Tell him to go and bury himself. And in my sensitive fancy she had delivered the import of the message. I had gathered that my visit was ill-timed. I was preparing to cut it short, when Leonard himself came up and whisked me against my will to the tea-table. If my hypothesis were correct, he had evidently changed his mind as to the desirability of getting rid, in so summary a fashion, of what he may have considered to be an impertinent and malicious little factor in Wellingsford's gossip. At any rate, if he were playing a part, he played it very well. It was not in the power of man to be more cordial and gracious. He gave me a vivid account of the campaign. He had been through everything, the retreat from Mons, the Battle of the Aisne, the great rush north, and the Battle of Neuve Chapelle on the 17th of March. I listened, fascinated, to his tale, which he told with a true soldier's impersonal modesty. "I was glad," said I, after a while, "to see you twice mentioned in dispatches." Mrs. Boyce turned on me triumphantly. "He is going to get his D.S.O." "By Jove," said I. Leonard laughed, threw one gaitered leg over the other, and held up his hands at her. "Oh, you feminine person," he smiled at me. "I told my dear mother as a dead and solemn secret. But it will be gazetted in a few days, dear. One can never be absolutely sure of these things until they're in black and white. A pretty ass I'd look if there were a hitch, say through some fool of a copying clerk, and I didn't get it after all. It's only dear silly understanding things like mothers that would understand. Other people wouldn't. Don't you think I'm right, Meredith?" Of course he was. I have known in my time of many disappointments. It is not every recommendation for honours that becomes effective. I congratulated him, however, and swore to secrecy. "It's all luck," he said, "just because a man happens to be spotted. If my regiment got its deserts, every jack man would walk about in a suit of armour made of Victorian crosses. Give me some more tea, Mother." "The thing I shall never understand, dear," she said artlessly, looking up at him while she handed him his cup, "is when you see a lot of murderous Germans rushing at you with guns and shells and bayonets, how you are not afraid." He threw back his head and laughed in his debonair fashion, but I watched him narrowly, and I saw the corners of his mouth twitch for the infinitesimal fraction of a second. "Oh, sometimes we're in an awful funk, I assure you," he replied gaily. "Ask Meredith." "We may be," said I, "but we daren't show it. I'm speaking of officers. If an officer funks, he's generally responsible for the death of goodness knows how many men. And if the men funk, they're likely to be shot for cowardice in the face of the enemy." "And what happens to officers who are afraid?" "If it's known, they get broke," said I. Boyce swallowed his tea at a gulp, set down the cup, and strode to the window. There was a short pause. Presently he turned. "Physical fear is a very curious thing," he said in a voice unnecessarily loud. "I have seen it take hold of men of proved courage and paralyse them. It's just like an epileptic fit, beyond a man's control. I've known a fellow, the most reckless, harebrained daredevil you can imagine, to stand petrified with fear on the bank of a river and let a wounded comrade drown before his eyes. And he was a good swimmer too." "What happened to him?" I asked. He met my gaze for a moment, looked away, and then met it again. It seemed defiantly. "What happened to him? Well," there was the tiniest possible pause, a pause that only an uneasy, suspicious repository of the abominable story of Phil Bock's farm could have noticed. "Well, as he stood there, he got plugged, and that was the end of him. But what I—" "Was he an officer, dear?" "No, Mother, a sergeant," he answered abruptly, and in the same breath continued, "What I was going to say is this. No one, as far as I know, has ever bothered to work out the psychology of fear, especially the sudden thing that hits a man's heart and makes him stand stock still like a living corpse, unable to move a muscle, all his willpower out of gear, just as a motor is out of gear. I've seen a lot of it. Those men oughtn't to be called cowards. It's as much a fit, say, as epilepsy. Allowance ought to be made for them." It was a warm day. The windows were closed, my valetudinarian hostess having a horror of draughts, and a cheery fire was blazing up the chimney. Boyce took out a handkerchief and mopped his forehead. "Dear old Mother," said he, "you keep this room like an oven." "It is you who have got so excited talking, dear," said Mrs. Boyce. "I'm sure it can't be good for your heart. It is just the same with me. I remember I had to speak quite severely to Mary a week, no, today's Tuesday, 10 days ago, and I had dreadful palpitations afterwards and broke out into a profuse perspiration and had to send for Dr. Miles." "Now that's funny," said I. "When I am excited about anything, I grow quite cold." Boyce lit a cigarette and laughed. "I don't see where the excitement in the present case comes in. Mother started an interesting hare, and I followed it up, anyhow." He threw himself on the sofa, blew a kiss to his mother in the most charming way in the world, and smiled on me. "Anyhow, to see you two in this dearest bit of old England is like a dream. And I'm not going to think of the waking up. I want all the cushions and the lavender and the neat maids' caps and aprons. I said to Mary this morning when she drew my curtains, 'Stay just there and let me look at you, so I can realise I'm at home and not in my little grey trench in West Flanders.' She got red and no doubt thought me a lunatic and felt inclined to squawk, but she stayed and looked jolly pretty and refreshing, only for a minute or two, after which I dismissed her. Yes, my dears, I want everything that the old life means. The white table linen, the spring flowers, the scent of the air which has never known the taint of death, and all that this beautiful mother of England, with her knitting needles, stands for. I want to have a debauch of sweet and beautiful things. As far as I can give them to you, you shall have them, my dear. She dropped her knitting in her lap and looked over him tragically. I quite forgot to ask. Did Mary put bath salts as I ordered into your bath this morning? Leonard threw away his cigarette and slapped his leg. By George, he cried, that explains it. I was wondering where the dickens that smell of ammonia came from. If you use it every day, it makes your skin so nice and soft, remarked Mrs. Boyce. He laughed and made the obvious jest on the use of bath salts in the trenches. I wonder, Mother, whether you have any idea of what trenches and dugouts look like? He told her very picturesquely, and went on to a general sketch of life at the front. He entertained me with an interesting talk for the rest of my visit. I had already said that he was a man of great personal charm. He accompanied me to the car and saw me comfortably tucked in. You won't give me away, will you? He said, shaking hands. How? Said I. By telling anyone I'm here. I promised and drove off. Marigold, full of the tea that is given to a guest, strove cheerfully to engage me in conversation. I hate to snub Marigold, excellent and devoted fellow, so I let him talk. But my mind was occupied with worrying problems. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of The Red Planet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine Blashford. The Red Planet by William J. Locke. Chapter 6. Leonard Boyce had received me on sufferance. I had come upon him while he was imprudently exposing himself to view. There had been no way out of it. But he made it clear that he desired no other Wellingsfordian to invade his privacy. Secretly he had come to see his mother, and secretly he intended to go. I remembered that before he went to the front he had not come home, but his mother had met him in London. He had asked me for no local news. He had inquired after the welfare of none of his old friends. Never an allusion to poor Oswald Fenimore's gallant death. He used to run in and out of Wellings Park as if it were his own house. What had he against the place which for so many years had been his home? With regard to Betty Fairfax, he had loved and ridden away, it is true, leaving her disconsolate. But though everyone knew of the engagement, no one had suspected the defection. Betty was a young woman who could keep her own counsel and baffle any curiosity-monger or purveyor of gossip in the country. So when she married Captain Connor, a little gasp went round the neighbourhood, which for the first time remembered Leonard Boyce. There were some who blamed her for callous treatment of Boyce, away and forgotten at the front. The majority, however, took the matter calmly, as we have had to take far more amazing social convulsions. The fact remained that Betty was married, and there was no reason whatever, on the score of the old engagement, for Boyce to manifest such exaggerated shyness with regard to Wellingsford society. If it had been any other man than Boyce, I should not have worried about the matter at all. Save that I was deeply attached to Betty, what had her discarded lover's attitude to do with me? But Boyce was Boyce, the man of the damnable story of Vilboek's Farm, and he, of his own accord, had revived in my mind that story in all its intensity. A chance, foolish question, such as thousands of gentle, sheltered women have put to their suddenly uncomprehended, suddenly deified sons and husbands, had obviously disturbed his nervous equilibrium. That little reflex twitch at the corner of his lips, I have seen it often in the old times. I should like to have had him stripped to the waist so that I could have seen his heart, the infallible test. At moments of mighty moral strain men can keep steady eyes and nostrils and mouth and speech, but they cannot control that telltale diaphragm of flesh over the heart. I have known it to cause the death of many a Kaffir spy, but at any rate there was the twitch of the lips. I deliberately threw weight into the scale of Mrs. Boyce's foolish question. If he had not lost his balance, why should he have launched into an almost passionate defence of the physical coward? My memory went back to the narrative of the poor devil in the Cape Town hospital. Boyce's description of the general phenomenon was a deadly corroboration of Somer's account of the individual case. They had used the same word, paralysed. Boyce had made a fierce and definite apologia for the very act of which Somers had accused him. He put it down to the sudden epilepsy of fear for which a man was irresponsible. Somers's story had never seemed so convincing, the first part of it at least, the part relating to the paralysis of terror. But the second part, the account of the diabolical ingenuity by means of which Boyce rehabilitated himself, instead of blowing his brains out like a gentleman, still hammered at the gates of my credulity. Well, granted the whole thing was true, why revive it after 15 years' dead silence, and all of a sudden, just on account of an idle question? Even in South Africa his mention had proved his courage. Now, with the D.S.O. a mere matter of gazetting, it was established beyond dispute. On the other hand, if the Vilboek story, more especially the second part, was true, what reparation could he make in the eyes of honourable men? In his own eyes, if he himself had succeeded to the status of an honourable man? Would not any decent soldier smite him across the face instead of grasping him by the hand? I was profoundly worried. Moreover, Betty, level-headed Betty, had called him a devil. Why? If the second part of Somers's story were true, he had acted like a devil. There is no other word for it. Now, what concrete diabolical facts did Betty know? Or had her instinctive feminine insight pierced through the man's outer charm, and merely perceived horns, tail, and cloven hoof cast like a shadow over his soul? How was I to know? She came to dine with me the next evening, a dear way she had of coming uninvited, and God knows how a lonely cripple valued it. She was in uniform, being too busy to change, and looked remarkably pretty. She brought with her a cheery letter from her husband, received that morning, and read me such bits as the profane might hear, her eyes brightening as she glanced over the sections that she skipped. Beyond doubt, her marriage had brought her pleasure and pride. The pride she would have felt to some extent, I think, if she had married a grampus, for when a woman has a husband at the front, she feels that she is taking her part in the campaign, and exposing herself vicariously to hardship and shrapnel. And in the eyes of the world she gains thereby a little in stature, a thing dear to every right-minded woman. But Betty's husband was not a grampus, but a very fine fellow, a mate to be wholly proud of, and he loved her devotedly, and expressed his love beautifully lover-wise, as her tell-tale face informed me. Gratefully and sturdily she had set herself out to be happy. She was succeeding. Lord bless you, millions of women who have married, not the wretch they loved, but the other man, have lived happily ever after. No, I had no fear for Betty now. I could not see that she had any fear for herself. After dinner she sat on the floor by my side and smoked cigarettes in great content. She had done a hard day's work at the hospital. Her husband had done a hard day's work, probably was still doing it, in Flanders. Both deserved well of their country and their consciences. She was giving a poor lonely paralytic, who had given his legs years ago to the aforesaid country, a delightful evening. No, I'm quite sure such a patronising thought never entered my Betty's head. After all, my upper half is sound, and I can talk sense or nonsense with anybody. What have one's legs to do with a pleasant after-dinner conversation? Years ago I swore a great oath that I would see them damned before they got in the way of my intelligence. We were getting on famously. We had put both war and Wellingsford behind us, and talked of books. I found to my dismay that this fair and fearless high product of modernity had far less acquaintance with Matthew Arnold than with the evangelist of the same praenomen. She had never heard of the Forsaken Merman, one of the most haunting romantic poems in the English language. I pointed to a bookcase and bade her fetch the volume. She brought it, and settled down again by my chair, and, as a punishment of ignorance, and for the good of her soul, I began to read aloud. She is an impressionable young person, and yet one of remarkable candour. If she had not been held by the sea music of the poem, she would not have kept her deep, steady brown eyes fixed on me. I have no hesitation in repeating that we were getting on famously, and enjoying ourselves immensely. I got nearly to the end. Here came a mortal, but faithless was she, and alone dwell forever the kings of the sea. But children at midnight. The door opened wide. Topping his long stiff body, Marigold's ugly one-eyed head appeared, and as if he was tremendously proud of himself, he announced, "Major Boyce." Boyce strode quickly past him, and suddenly aware of Betty by my side, stopped short, like a private suddenly summoned to attention. Marigold, unconscious of the blackest curses that had ever fallen upon him during his long and blundering life, made a perfect and self-satisfied exit. Betty sprang to her feet, held her tall figure very erect, and faced the untimely visitor, her cheeks flushing deep red. For an appreciable time, say 30 seconds, Boyce stood stock still, looking at her from under heavy contracted brows. Then he recovered himself, smiled, and advanced to her with outstretched hand. But on his movement she had been quick to turn and bend down in order to pick up the book that had fallen from my fingers on the further side of my chair. So swiftly he wheeled to me with his handshake. It was very deft manoeuvring on both sides. "The faithful Marigold didn't tell me that you weren't alone, Meredith," he said in his cordial, charming way. "Otherwise I shouldn't have intruded. But my dear old mother had an attack of something and went to bed immediately after dinner, and I thought I'd come round and have a smoke and a drink in your company." Betty, who had occupied herself by replacing Matthew Arnold's poems in the bookcases, caught up the box of cigars that lay on the brass tray table by my side and offered it to him. "Here is the smoke," she said. And when, after a swift, covert glance at her, he had selected a cigar, she went to the bell push by the mantelpiece. "The drinks will be here in a minute." In order to do something to save this absurd situation, I drew from my waistcoat pocket a little cigar cutter attached to my watch chain and clipped the end of his cigar. I also lit a match from my box and handed it up to him. When he had finished with the match, he threw it into the fireplace and turned to Betty. "My congratulations are a bit late, but I hope I may offer them." She said thank you, waved a hand. "Won't you sit down?" "Wasn't it rather sudden?" he asked. "Everything in wartime is sudden, except the action of the British government. Your own appearance tonight is sudden." He laughed at her jest, and explained, much as he had done to me, his reasons for wishing to keep his visit to Wellingsford a secret. Meanwhile, Marigold had brought in decanters and siphons. Betty attended to Boyce's needs with a provoking air of nonchalance. If a notorious German imbrued in the blood of babes had chanced to be in her hospital, she would have given him his medicine with just the same air. Although no one could have specified a lack of courtesy towards a guest, for in my house she played hostess, there was an indefinable touch of cold contumely in her attitude. Whether he felt the hostility as acutely as I did, I cannot say, but he carried it off with a swaggering grace. He bowed to her over his glass. "Here's to the fortunate and gallant fellow over there." I saw her knuckles whiten, as with an inclination of the head she acknowledged the toast. "By the way," said he, "what's his regiment? My good mother told me his name. Captain Connor, isn't it? But for the rest, she is vague. She's the vaguest old dear in the world. I found out to-day that she thought there was a long row of cannons, hundreds of them, all in a line in front of the English army, and a long row in front of the German army, and when there was a battle that they all blazed away. So when I asked her whether your husband was in the Life Guards or the Army Service Corps, she said cheerfully that it was either one or the other, but she wasn't quite sure. So do give me some reliable information." "My husband is in the 10th Wessex Fusiliers, a territorial battalion," she replied coldly. "I hope some day to have the pleasure of making his acquaintance." "Stranger things have happened," said Betty. She glanced at the clock and rose abruptly. "It's time I was getting back to the hospital." Boyce rose too. "How are you going?" he asked. "I'm walking." He advanced a step towards her. "Won't you let me run you round in the car?" "I prefer to walk." Her tone was final. She took affectionate leave of me and went to the door, which Boyce held open. "Good night," she said, without proffering her hand. He followed her out into the hall. "Betty," he said in a low voice, "won't you ever forgive me?" "I have no feelings towards you either of forgiveness or resentment," she replied. They did not mean to be overheard, but my hearing is unusually acute, and I could not help catching their conversation. "I know I seem to have behaved badly to you." "You have behaved worse to others," said Betty. "I don't wonder at your shrinking from showing your face here." Then louder for my benefit, "Good night, Major Boyce. I really can walk up to the hospital by myself." Evidently she walked away, and Boyce after her, for I heard him say, "You shan't go till you've told me what you mean." What she replied, I don't know. To judge by the slam of the front door, it must have been something defiant. Presently he entered, debonair, with a smile on his lips. "I'm afraid I've left you in a draught," he said, shutting the door. "I couldn't resist having a word with her, and wishing her happiness, and the rest of it. We were engaged once upon a time." "I know," said I. "I hope you don't think I did wrong in releasing her from the engagement. I don't consider a man has a right to go on active service, especially on such service as the present war, and keep a girl bound at home. Still less has he a right to marry her. What happens in so many cases? A fortnight's married life. The man goes to the front, then ping or whiz bang, and that's the end of him, and so the girl is left." "On the other hand," said I, "you must remember that the girl may hold very strong opinions, and take pings and whiz bangs very deliberately into account." Boyce helped himself to another whisky and soda. "It's a matter for the individual conscience. I decided one way, Connor obviously decided another, and like a lucky fellow, found Betty of his way of thinking. Perhaps I have old-fashioned notions." He took a long pull at his drink. "Well, it can't be helped," he said with a smile. "The other fellow has won, and I must take it gracefully. By George, wasn't she looking stunning tonight, in that kit? I hope you didn't mind me bursting in on you." "Of course not," said I politely. He drained his glass. "The fact is," said he, "this war is a nerve-wracking business. I never dreamed I was so jumpy until I came home. I hate being by myself. I've kept my poor devoted mother up till 1 o'clock in the morning. Tonight she struck, small blame to her, but after 5 minutes on my lones I felt as if I should go off my head. So I rooted out the car and came along, but of course I didn't expect to see Betty. The sight of Betty in the flesh as a married woman nearly bowled me over. May I help myself again?" He poured out a very much stiffer drink than before, and poured half of it down his throat. "It's not a joyous thing to see the woman one has been crazy over the wife of another fellow." "I suppose it isn't," said I. Of course I might have made some subtle and cunning remark, suavely put a leading question which would have led him on, in his unbalanced mood, to confidential revelations. But the man was a distinguished soldier and my guest. To what he chose to tell me voluntarily I could listen. I could do no more. He did not reply to my last and important remark, but lay back in his armchair watching the blue spirals of smoke from the end of his cigar. There was a fairly long silence. I was worried by the talk I had overheard through the open door. "You have behaved worse to others. I don't wonder at your shrinking from showing your face here." Betty had, weeks ago, called him a devil. She had treated him tonight in a manner which, if not justified, was abominable. I was forced to the conclusion that Betty was fully aware of some discreditable chapter in the man's life which had nothing to do with the affair at Vilboek's farm, which indeed had to do with another woman and this humdrum little town of Wellingsford. Otherwise why did she taunt him with hiding from the light of Wellingsfordian day? Now please don't think me little-minded, or if you do think so, please remember the conditions under which I have lived for so many years, and grant me your kind indulgence for a confession I have to make. Besides being worried, I felt annoyed. Wellingsford was my little world. I knew everybody in it. I had grown to regard myself as the repository of all its gossip. The fraction of it that I retailed was a matter of calculated discretion. I made a little hobby, it was a foible, a vanity, what you will, of my omniscience. I knew months ahead the dates of the arrivals of young Wellingsfordians in this world of pain and plenitude. I knew of maidens who were wronged and youths who were jilted, of wives who led their husbands a deuce of a dance, and of wives who kept their husbands out of the bankruptcy court. When young Trexham, the son of the Lord Lieutenant of the county, married a minor light of musical comedy at a registrar's office, I was the first person in the place to be told, and I flatter myself that I was instrumental in inducing a pig-headed old idiot to receive an exceedingly charming daughter-in-law. I love to look upon Wellingsford as an open book. Can you blame me for my resentment at coming across, so to speak, a couple of pages glued together? The only logical inference from Betty's remark was that Boyce had behaved abominably, and even notoriously, to a woman in Wellingsford. To do him justice, I declare I had never heard his name associated with any woman or girl in the place save Betty herself. I felt that, in some crooked fashion or the other, I had been done out of my rights. And there, placidly smoking his cigar and watching the wreaths of blue smoke with the air of an idle seraph contemplating a wisp of cirrus in heaven's firmament, sat the man who could have given me the word of the enigma. He broke the silence by saying, "Have you ever seriously considered the real problems of the Balkans?" Now what on earth had the Balkans to do with the thoughts that must have been rolling at the back of the man's mind? I was both disappointed and relieved. I expected him to resume the personal talk, and I dreaded lest he should entrust me with embarrassing confidences. After 3 strong whiskies and sodas a man is apt to relax hold of his discretion. Anyhow, he jerked me back to my position of host. I made some sort of polite reply. He smiled. "You, my dear Meredith, like the rest of the country, are half asleep. In a few months' time you'll get the awakening of your life." He began to discourse on the diplomatic situation. Months afterwards I remembered what he had said that night and how accurate had been his forecast. He talked brilliantly for over an hour, during which, keenly interested in his arguments, I lost the puzzle of the man in admiration of the fine soldier and clear and daring thinker. It was only when he had gone that I began to worry again. And before I went to sleep I had fresh cause for anxious speculation. "Marigold," said I, when he came in as usual to carry me to bed, "didn't I tell you that Major Boyce particularly wanted no one to know that he was in the town?" "Yes, sir," said Marigold. "I told nobody." "And yet you showed him in without informing him that Mrs. Connor was here. Really, you ought to have had more tact." Marigold received his reprimand with the stolidity of the old soldier. I have known men who have been informed that they would be court-martialed and most certainly shot, make the same reply. "Very good, sir," said he. I softened. I was not Marigold's commanding officer, but his very grateful friend. "You see," said I, "they were engaged before Mrs. Connor married. I needn't tell you that. It was common knowledge. And so their sudden meeting was awkward." "Mrs. Marigold has already explained, sir," said he. I chuckled inwardly all the way to my bedroom. "All the same, sir," said he, aiding me in my toilet, which he did with stiff military precision, "I don't think the Major is as incognito (the spelling is phonetic) as he would like. Prettilove was shaving me this morning and told me the Major was here. As I considered it my duty, I told him he was a liar, and he was so upset that he nicked my Adam's apple, and I was that covered with blood that I accused him of trying to cut my throat, and I went out and finished shaving myself at home, which is unsatisfactory when you only have a thumb on your right hand to work the razor." I laughed, picturing the scene. Prettilove is an inoffensive little rabbit of a man. Marigold might sit for the model of a war-scarred mercenary of the Middle Ages, and when he called a man a liar he did it with accentuation and vehemence. No wonder Prettilove jumped. "And then again this evening, sir," continued Marigold, slipping me into my pyjama jacket, "as I was starting the Major's car, who should be waiting there for him but Mr. Gedge." "Gedge!" I cried. "Yes, sir, waiting by the side of the car. 'Can I have a word with you, Major Boyce?' says he. 'No, you can't,' says the Major. 'I think it's advisable,' says he. 'Those repairs are very pressing.' 'All right,' says the Major, 'jump in.' Then he says, 'That'll do, Marigold, good night,' and he drives off with Mr. Gedge. Well, if Mr. Gedge and Prettilove know he's here, then everyone knows it." "Was Gedge inside the drive?" I asked. The drive was a small semicircular sort of affair, between gate and gate. "He was standing by the car waiting," said Marigold. "Now, sir," he lifted me with his usual cast iron tenderness into bed and pulled the coverings over me. "It's a funny time to talk about house repairs at 11 o'clock at night," he remarked. "Nothing is funny in wartime," said I. "Either nothing or everything," said Marigold. He fussed methodically about the room, picked up an armful of clothes, and paused by the door, his hand on the switch. "Anything more, sir?" "Nothing, thank you, Marigold." "Good night, sir." The room was in darkness. Marigold shut the door. I was alone. What the deuce was the meaning of this waylaying of Boyce by Daniel Gedge? End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of The Red Planet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ernst Patinama. The Red Planet by William J. Locke. Chapter 7. "Major Boyce has gone, sir," said Marigold the next morning, as I was tapping my breakfast egg. "Gone?" I echoed. Boyce had made no reference the night before to so speedy a departure. "By the 8:30 train, sir." Every train known by a scheduled time at Wellingsford goes to London. There may be other trains proceeding from the station in the opposite direction, but nobody heeds them. Boyce had taken train to London. I asked my omniscient sergeant, "How did you find that out?" It appeared it was the driver of the railway delivery van. I smiled at Boyce's ostrich-like faith in the invisibility of his hinder bulk. What could occur in Wellingsford without it being known at once to vanmen and postmen and barbers and servants and masters and mistresses? How could a man hope to conceal his goings and comings and secret actions? He might just as well expect to take a secluded noontide bath in a fountain in Piccadilly Circus. "Perhaps that's why the matter of those repairs was so pressing, sir," said Marigold. "No doubt of it," said I. Marigold hung about, his fingertips pushing towards me mustard and apples and tulips and everything that one does not eat with egg. But it was no use. I had no desire to pursue the conversation. I continued my breakfast stolidly and read the newspaper propped up against the coffee pot. So many circumstances connected with Boyce's visit were of a nature that precluded confidential discussion with Marigold. That precluded, indeed, confidential discussion with anyone else. The suddenness of his departure I learned that afternoon from Mrs. Boyce, who sent me by hand a miserable letter characteristically rambling. From it I gathered certain facts. Leonard had come into her bedroom at 7 o'clock, awakening her from the first half-hour's sleep she had enjoyed all night, with the news that he had been unexpectedly summoned back. When she came to think of it, she couldn't imagine how he got the news, for the post did not arrive till 8 o'clock, and Mary said no telegram had been delivered, and there had been no call on the telephone. But she supposed the War Office had secret ways of communicating with officers which it would not be well to make known. The whole of this war, with its killing off of the sons of the best families in the land, and the sleeping in the mud with one's boots on, to say nothing of not being able to change for dinner, and the way in which they knew when to shoot and when not to shoot, was all so mysterious that she had long ago given up hope of understanding any of its details. All she could do was to pray God that her dear boy should be spared. At any rate, she knew the duty of an English mother when the country was in danger. So she had sent him away with a brave face and her blessing, as she had done before. But although English mothers could show themselves Spartans, she spelled it Spartians, dear lady, but no matter, yet they were women and had to sit at home and weep. In the meanwhile her palpitations had come on dreadfully bad, and so had her neuritis, and she had suffered dreadfully after eating some fish at dinner, which she was sure Penny Death, the fishmonger (she always felt that man was an anarchist in disguise) had bought out of the condemned stock at Billingsgate, and none of the doctor's medicines were of the slightest good to her. And she was heartbroken at having to part so suddenly from Leonard, and would I spare half an hour to comfort an old woman who had sent her only son to die for his country, and was ready, when it pleased God, if not sooner, to die in the same sacred cause? So of course I went. The old lady, propped on pillows in an overheated room, gave me tea and poured into my ear all the anguish of her simple heart. In an abstracted, anxious way she ate a couple of crumpets and a wedge of cake with almond icing, and was comforted. We continued our discussion of the war, or rather Leonard, for with her Leonard seemed to be the war. She made some remark deliciously inept. I wish I could remember it. I made a sly rejoinder. She sat bolt upright, and a flush came into her Dresden china cheek, and her old eyes flashed. "You may think I'm a silly old woman, Duncan. I dare say I am. I can't take in things as I used to do when I was young. But if Leonard should be killed in the war, I think of it night and day. What I should like to do would be to drive to the market square of Wellingsford and wave a Union Jack round and round and fall down dead." I made some sort of sympathetic gesture. "And I certainly should," she added. "My dear friend," said I, "if I could move from this confounded chair I would kiss your brave hands." And how many brave hands of English mothers, white and delicate, coarse and toil-worn, do not demand the wondering, heartful homage of us all? And hundreds of thousands of them don't know why we are fighting. Hundreds of thousands of them have never read a newspaper in their lives. I doubt whether they would understand one if they tried. I doubt whether all could read one in the literal sense of the word. We have had, we have still, the most expensive and rottenest system of primary education in the world, the worst that squabbling sectarians can devise. Arab children, squatting round the courtyard of a mosque and swaying backwards and forwards as they get by heart meaningless bits of the Koran, are not sent out into life more inadequately armed with elementary educational weapons than are English children. Our state of education has nominally been systematized for 45 years, and yet now in our hospitals we have splendid young fellows in their early 20s who can neither read nor write. I have talked with them. I have read to them. I have written letters for them. Clean-cut, decent, brave, honourable Englishmen, not gutter-bred hooligans dragged from the abyss by the recruiting sergeant, but men who have thrown up good employment because something noble inside them responded to the great call. And to the eternal disgrace of governments in this disastrously politician-ridden land, Such men have not been taught to read and write. It is of no use anyone saying to me that it is not so. I know of my own certain intimate knowledge that it is so. Even among those who technically have the 3 R's, I have met scores of men in our Wellingsford Hospital who, bedridden for months, would give all they possess to be able to enjoy a novel, say a volume of W. Jacobs, the writer who above all others has conferred the precious boon of laughter on our wounded, but to whom the intellectual strain of following the significance of consecutive words is far too great. Thousands and thousands of men have lain in our hospitals deprived, by the criminal insanity of party politicians, of the infinite consolation of books. Christ, whom all these politicians sanctimoniously pretend to make such a fuss of, once said that a house divided against itself cannot stand, and yet we regard this internecine conflict between our precious political parties as a sacred institution. By Allah, we are a funny people. Of course your officials at the Board of Education, that beautiful timber-headed, timber-hearted, timber-souled structure, could come down on me with an avalanche of statistics. Look at our results, they cry. I look. There are certain brains that even our educational system cannot benumb. A few clever ones, at the cost of enormously expensive machinery, are sent to the universities, where they learn how to teach others the important things whereby they achieved their own unimportant success. The shining lights are those whom we turn out as syndicalist leaders and other kinds of anti-patriotic demagogues. We systematically deny them the wine of thought, but give them the dregs. But in the past we did not care. They were vastly clever people, a credit to our national system. It gave them chances which they took. We were devilish proud of them. On the other hand, the vast mass are sent away with the intellectual equipment of a public school boy of 12, and, as I have declared, a large remnant have not been taught even how to read and write. The storm of political controversy on educational matters has centered round such questions as whether the story of Joseph and his brethren and the parable of the prodigal son should be taught to little Baptists by a Church of England teacher, and what proportion of rates paid by Church of England ratepayers should go to giving little Baptists a Baptistical training. If there was a Christ who could come down among us, with what scorching sarcasm would he not shrivel up the scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, who, in his name, have prevented the people from learning how to read and write. Look through Hansard. There never has been a debate in the House of Commons devoted to the question of education itself. If the war can teach us any lessons, as a nation, and sometimes I doubt whether it will, it ought at least to teach us the essential vicious rottenness of our present educational system. This tirade may seem a far cry from Mrs. Boyce and her sister mothers. It is not. I started by saying that there are hundreds of thousands of British mothers, with sons in the army, who have never read a line of print dealing with the war, who have the haziest notion of what it is all about. All they know is that we are fighting Germans, who, for some incomprehensible reason, have declared themselves to be our enemies. That the Germans, by hearsay accounts, are dreadful people who stick babies on bayonets and drop bombs on women and children. They really know little more, but that is enough. They know that it is the part of a man to fight for his country. They would not have their sons be called cowards. They themselves have the blind, instinctive, and therefore sacred love of country which is named patriotism, and they send forth their sons to fight. I stand up to kiss the white and delicate hand of the gentlewoman who sends her boy to the war, for its owner knows as well as I do, or ought to, all that is involved in this colossal struggle. But to the toil-worn, coarse-handed mother I go on bended knees. Nothing intellectual comes within the range of her ideas. Her boy is fighting for England. She would be ashamed if he were not. Were she a man, she would fight too. He has gone with the good art, the stereotyped phrase with which every English private soldier, tongue-tied, hides the expression of his unconquerable soul. How many times have I not heard it from wounded men healed of their wounds? I have never heard anything else. The man who says he wants to go back is a liar, but if they send me I'll go with the good art, the phrase which ought to be immortalized on every grave in Flanders and France and Gallipoli and Mesopotamia. 17735, Private Thomas Atkins, 1st God's Own Regiment, he died with the good art. So you see, I looked at this rather silly malade imaginaire of an old lady with whom I was taking tea, and suddenly conceived for her a vast respect, even veneration. I say rather silly. I had many a time qualified the adjective much more forcibly. I took her to have the intellectual endowment of a hen. But then she flashed out suddenly before me an elderly Jeanne d'Arc. That to me Leonard Boyce was suspect did not enter at all into the question. To her, and that was all that mattered, he was Sir Galahad, Lancelot, King Arthur, Bayard, St. George, Hector, Lysander, Miltiades, all rolled into one. The passion of her life was spent on him. To do him justice, he had never failed to display to her the most tender affection. In her eyes he was perfection. His death would mean the wiping out of everything between earth and heaven. And yet, paramount in her envisagement of such a tragedy was the idea of a public proclamation of the cause of England in which he died. In this war, the women of England, the women of Great Britain and Ireland, the women of the far-flung regions of the British Empire have their part. Now and then mild business matters call me up to London. On these occasions Marigold gets himself up in a kind of yachting kit which he imagines will differentiate him from the ordinary chauffeur, and at the same time proclaim the dignity of the Meredith Marigold establishment. He loves to swagger up the steps of my service club and announce my arrival to the hall porter, who already, warned by telephone of my advent, has my little wicker-work tricycle chair in readiness. I think he feels, dear fellow, that he and I are keeping our end up, that, although there are only bits of us left, we are there by inalienable right as part and parcel of the British Army. None of your territorials or Kitcheners, but the old original British Army, whose prestige and honour were those of his own straight soul. The hall porter is an ex-sergeant major, and he and Marigold are old acquaintances, and the meeting of the two warriors is acknowledged by a wink and a military jerk of the head. I think it is Marigold that impresses Bunworthy with a respect for me, for that august functionary never fails to descend the steps and cross the pavement to my modest little two-seater, an act of graciousness which, so I am given to understand by my friends, he will only perform in the case of royalty itself. A mere field marshal has to mount the steps unattended, like any subaltern. These red-letter days when I drive through the familiar and now exciting hubbub of London, I love, strange taste, Every motor omnibus, every pretty woman, every sandwich man, every fine young fellow in khaki, every carload of men in blue hospital uniform. I love the smell of London, the cinematographic picture of London, the thrill of London. To understand what I mean, you have only got to get rid of your legs and keep your heart and nerves and memories and live in a little country town. Yes, my visits to London are red letter days. To get there with any enjoyment to myself involves such a fussification and such an unauthorized claim on the services of other people that my visits are few and far between. A couple of hours in the club smoking room, to the normal man a mere putting in of time, a vain surcease from boredom, a vacuous habit, is to me a strange wonder and delight. After Wellingsford, the place is resonant with actualities. I hear all sorts of things, mostly lies, I know, but what matter? When a man tells me that his cousin knows a man attached as liaison officer to the staff of General Joffre, who has given out confidentially that such and such a thing is going to happen, I am all ears. I feel that I am sucked into the great whirlpool of vast events. I don't care a bit about being disillusioned afterwards. The experience has done me good, made a man of me, and sent me back to Wellingsford as an oracle. And if you bring me a man who declares that he does not like being an oracle, I will say to his face that he is an unblushing liar. All this is by way of preface to the statement that on the 3rd of May, vide diary, I went to the club. It was just after lunch, and the great smoking room was full of men in khaki and men in blue and gold, with a sprinkling of men, mostly elderly, in mufti. And from their gilt frames the full-length portraits of departed men of war in gorgeous uniforms looked down superciliously on their more sadly attired descendants. I got into a corner by the door, so as to be out of the way, for I knew by experience that should there be in the room a choleric general, he would inevitably trip over the casually extended front wheel of my chair, greatly to the scandal of modest ears and to my own physical discomfiture. Various seniors came up and passed the time of the day with me. One or two were bald-headed retired colonels of 60, dressed in khaki, with belts like equators on a terrestrial globe, and with the captain's 3 stars on their sleeves. Gallant old boys, full of gout and softness, they had sunk their rank and taken whatever dull jobs, such as guarding internment camps or railway bridges, the War Office condescendingly thought fit to give them. They listened sympathetically to my grievances, for they had grievances of their own. When soldiers have no grievances, the army will perish of smug content. Why can't they give me a billet in the army pay and let me release a man, sounder of wind and limb? I asked. What's the good of legs to a man who sits on his hunkers all day in an office and fills up army forms? I hate seeing you lucky fellows in uniform. We're not a pretty sight, said the most rotund, who was a wag in his way. Then we discussed what we knew and what we didn't know of the Battle of Ypres and the withdrawal of our Second Army, and shook our heads dolorously over the casualty lists, every one of which in those days contained the names of old comrades and of old comrades' boys. And when they had finished their coffee and mild cigars, they went off well contented to their dull jobs, and the room began to thin. Other acquaintances on their way out paused for a handshake and a word, and I gathered scraps of information that had come straight from Kitchener and felt wonderfully wise and cheerful. I had been sitting alone for a few minutes when a man rose from a far corner, a tall soldierly figure, his arm in a sling, and came straight towards me with that supple easy stride that only years of confident command can give. He had keen blue eyes and a pleasant bronzed face, which I knew that I had seen somewhere before. I noticed on his sleeve the crown and star of a lieutenant colonel. He said pleasantly, "You're Major Meredyth, aren't you?" "Yes," said I. "You don't remember me? No reason why you should, but my name's Dacre, Reggie Dacre, brother of Johnny Dacre in your battery. We met in Cape Town." I held out my hand. "Of course," said I. "You took me to a hospital. Do sit down for a bit. You a member here?" "No, I belong to the Naval and Military. Lunching with old General Donovan, a sort of godfather of mine. He told me who you were. I haven't seen you since that day in South Africa." I asked for news of Johnny, who had been lost to my ken for years. Johnny had been in India and was now doing splendidly with his battery somewhere near La Bassée. I pointed to the sling. "Badly hurt?" "No, a bit of flesh torn by shrapnel." "Bone, thank God, not touched. It was only horny-headed idiots like the British R.A.M.C. that would send a man home for such a trifle. It was devilish hard lines to be hoofed away from the regiment practically just after he had got his command. However, he would be back in a week or two." He laughed. "Lucky to be alive at all. Or not done in for ever like myself," said I. "I didn't like to ask," he said. Men would rather die than commit the indelicacy of appearing to notice my infirmity. "You haven't been out there?" "No such luck," said I. "I got this little lot about a fortnight after I saw you. Johnny was still on sick leave and so was out of that scrap." He commiserated with me on my ill fortune and handed me his cigarette case. We smoked. "You've been on my mind for months," he said abruptly. "I?" He nodded. "I thought I recognized you. I asked the General who you were. He said, 'Meredyth of the Gunners.' So I knew I was right and made a beeline for you. Do you remember the story of that man in the hospital?" "Perfectly," said I. "About Boyce of the King's Watch?" "Yes," said I. "I saw Boyce home on leave about a fortnight ago. I suppose you saw his D.S.O. gazetted?" "I did, and he deserves a jolly sight more," he exclaimed heartily. "I've come to the conclusion that that fellow in the hospital, I forget the brute's name." "Somers," said I. "Yes, Somers. I've come to the conclusion that he was the damnedest, filthiest, lyingest hound that ever was pupped." "I'm glad to hear it," said I. "It was a horrible story. I remember making your brother and yourself vow eternal secrecy. You can take it from me that we haven't breathed a word to anybody. As a matter of fact, the whole damn thing had gone out of my head for years. Then I begin to hear of a fellow called Boyce of the Rifles doing the most crazy magnificent things. I make inquiries and find it's the same Leonard Boyce of the Vilboek farm story. We're in the same brigade. You don't often hear of individual men out there, your mind's too jolly well concentrated on your own tiny show. But Boyce has sort of burst out beyond his own regiment and, with just one or two others, is beginning to be legendary. He has done the maddest things and won the V.C. 20 times over. So that blighter Somers, accusing him of cowardice, was a ghastly liar. And then I remembered taking you up to hear that damnable slander, and I felt that I had a share in it, as far as you were concerned, and I longed to get at you somehow and tell you about it. I wanted to get it off my chest. And now," said he with a breath of relief, "thank God I've been able to do so." "I wish you would tell me of an incident or two," said I. "He's got a life preserver that looks like an ordinary cane. Had it specially made. It's quite famous. Men tell me that the knob is a rich, deep, polished vermilion. He'll take on any number of Boches with it single-handed. If there's any sign of wire cutting he'll not let the men fire, but will take it on himself and creep like a Gurkha and do the devil's in. One night he got a whole listening post like that. He does a lot of things a second in command hasn't any business to do, but his men would follow him anywhere. He bears a charmed life. I could tell you lots of things, but I see my old general's getting restive." He rose, stretched out his hand. "At any rate, take my word for it, if there's a man in the British Army who doesn't know what fear is, that man is Leonard Boyce." He nodded in his frank way and rejoined his old general. As I had had enough exciting information for one visit to town, I motored back to Wellingsford. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of The Red Planet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Diana Meilinger. The Red Planet by William J. Locke. Chapter 8. My house, as I have already mentioned, is situated at the extreme end of the town on the main road, already called the Rawdon Road, which is an extension of the High Street. It stands a little way back to allow room for a semicircular drive, at each end of which is a broad gate. The semicircle encloses a smooth-shaven lawn, of which I am vastly proud. In the squandrels by the side of the house there are laburnums and lilacs and laurels. From gate to gate stretch iron railings, planted in a low stone parapet, and unencumbered with vegetation, so that the view from road to lawn and from lawn to road is unrestricted. Thus I can take my position on my lawn near the railings, and greet all passers-by. It was a lovely May morning. My laburnums and lilacs were in flower. On the other side of the way, the hedge of white thorns screening the grounds of a large preparatory school was in flower also, and deliciously scented the air. I sat in my accustomed spot, a table with writing materials, tobacco, and books by my side, and a mass of newspapers at my feet. There was going to be a coalition government. Great statesmen were going to forget that there was such a thing as party politics, except in the distribution of minor offices, when the claims of good and faithful jackals on either side would have to be considered. And my heart grew sick within me, and I longed for a man to arise, who, with a snap of his strong fingers, would snuff out the little parish-bum folk who have misruled England this many a year with their limited vision and sordid aspirations, and would take the great, unshakable, triumphant command of a mighty empire, passionately yearning to do his bidding. I could read no more newspapers. They disgusted me. One faction seemed doggedly opposed to any proposition for the amelioration of the present disastrous state of affairs. The salvation of wrecked political theories loomed far more important in their darkened minds than the salvation, by hook or crook, for the British Empire. The other faction, more patriotic in theory, crowed aloud stinking fish, and by scurrilous overstatement defeated their own ends. In the general ignoble screech the pronouncements of the one or two dignified and thoughtful London newspapers passed unheeded. I drew what comfort I could from the sight of the continually passing troops, a platoon of the musketry training, a battalion, brown and dusty, on a route march with full equipment, whistling Tipperary. Sections of an army service train cursing good-humouredly at their mules, a battery of artillery thundering along at a clean, rhythmical trot which, considering what they were like in their slovenly jogging and bumping 3 months ago, afforded me prodigious pleasure. On the passing of these last mentioned, I felt inclined to clap my hands and generally proclaim my appreciation. Indeed, I did arrest a fresh-faced subaltern bringing up the rear of the battery, who, having acquaintance with me, saluted, and I shouted, "They are magnificent!" He reared up his horse and flushed with pleasure. "We've done our best, sir," said he. "We had news last week that we should be sent out quite soon, and that has buckled them up enormously."
He saluted again and rode off, and my heart went with him. What a joy it would be to clatter down a road once again with the guns. And other people passed. Townsfolk who gave me a kindly "Morning, Major," and went on. And others who paused a while and gave me the gossip of the day. And presently young Randall Holmes went by on a motor bicycle. He caught sight of me, disappeared, and then suddenly reappeared, wheeling his machine. He rested it by the curb of the sidewalk and approached the railings. He was within a yard of me. "Would you let me speak to you for half a minute, Major?" "Certainly," said I. "Come in." He swung through the gate and crossed the lawn. "You said very hard things to me some time ago." "I did," said I, "and I don't think they were undeserved." "Up to a certain point I agree with you," he replied. He looked extraordinarily robust and athletic in his canvas kit. Why should he be tearing about aimlessly on a motor bicycle this May morning when he ought to be in France? "I wish you agreed with me all along the line," said I. He found a little iron garden seat and sat down by my side. "I don't want to enter into controversial questions," he said. Confound him! He might have been 50 instead of 24. Controversial questions! His assured young Oxford voice irritated me. "What do you want to enter into?" I asked. "A question of honor," he answered calmly. "I have been wanting to speak to you, but I didn't like to. Passing by you just now I made a sudden resolution. You have thought badly of me on account of my attitude towards Philip Gedge. I want to tell you that you are quite right. My attitude was illogical and absurd." "You have discovered," said I, "that she is not the inspiration you thought she was, and like an honest man have decided to let her alone." "On the contrary," said he, "I'd give the eyes out of my head to marry her." "Why?" He met my gaze very frankly. "For the simple reason, Major Meredyth, that I love her." All this natural, matter-of-fact simplicity coming from so artificial a product of Belial as Randall Holmes was a bit upsetting. After a pause, I said: "If that is so, why don't you marry her?" "She'll have nothing to do with me." "Have you asked her?" "I have, in writing. There's no mistake about it. I'm in earnest." "I'm exceedingly glad to hear it," said I. And I was. An honest lover I can understand, and a Don Juan I can understand, but a tepid philanderer has always made my toes tingle. And I was glad too to hear that little Phyllis Gedge had so much dignity and common sense. Not many small builders' daughters would have sent packing a brilliant young man like Randall Holmes, especially if they happened to be in love with him. As I did not particularly wish to be the confidant of this lovelorn shepherd, I said nothing more. Randall lit a cigarette. "I hope I'm not boring you," he said. "Not a bit." "Well, what complicates the matter is that her father the most infernal swine unhung." I started, remembering what Betty had told me. "I thought," said I, "that you were fast friends." "Who told you so?" he asked. "All the birds in Wellingsford." "I did go to see him now and then," he admitted. "I thought he was much maligned. A man with sincerer opinions, even though they are wrong, is deserving of some respect, especially when the expression of them involves considerable courage and sacrifice. I wanted to get to the bottom of his point of view." "If you used such a metaphor in the Albemarle," I interrupted, "I'm afraid you would be sacrificed by your friends." He had the grace to laugh. "You know what I mean." "And did you get to the bottom of it?" "I think so." "And what did you find?" "Crass ignorance and malevolent hatred of anyone better born, better educated, better off, better dressed, better spoken than himself." "Still," said I, "a human being can have those disabilities, and yet not deserve to be qualified as the most infernal swine unhung." "That's a different matter," said he, unbuttoning his canvas jacket, for the morning was warm. "I can talk patiently to a fool. To be able to do so is an elementary equipment for the life among men and women. Why the deuce, thought I, wasn't he expending his precious acquirement on a platoon of agricultural recruits? The officer who suffers such gladly has his name inscribed in the golden legend, unfortunately unpublished, of the British Army. But when it comes, he went on, to low-down lying knavery, then I'm done. I don't know how to tackle it. All I can do is to get out of the nice way. I found Gedge to be a beast, and I'm very honourably in love with Gedge's daughter, and I've asked her to marry me. I attach some value, Major, to your opinion of me, and I want you to know these two facts. I again expressed my gratification at learning his honourable intentions towards Phyllis, and I commended his discovery of Gedge's fundamental turpitude. I cannot say that I was cordial. At this period, the unmilitary youth of England were not affectionately coddled by their friends. Still, I was curious to see whether Gedge's depravity extended beyond a purely political scope. I questioned my young visitor. "Oh, it's nothing to do with abstract opinions," said he, thinning away the butt end of his cigarette, "and nothing to do with treason, or anything of that kind. He has got hold of a horrible story, told me all about it when he was foully drunk. That in itself would have made me break with him, for I loathe drunken men. And gloats over the fact that he is holding it over somebody's head. Oh, a ghastly story. I bent my brows on him. Anything to do with South Africa?" "South Africa? No. Why?" The puzzled look on his face showed that I was entirely on the wrong track. I was disappointed at the faultiness of my acumen. You see, I argued thus. Gedge goes off on a mysterious jaunt with Boyce. Boyce retreats precipitately to London. Gedge, in his cups, tells a horrible scandal with a suggestion of blackmail to Randall Holmes. What else could he have divulged save the Wilbock Farm affair? My nimble wit had led me to a jack-o'-lantern dance to nowhere. "Why South Africa?" he repeated. I replied with Machiavellian astuteness, so as to put him on a false scent. A stupid slander about illicit diamond buying in connection with a man, now dead, who used to live here some years ago. "Oh no," said Randall with a superior smile, "nothing of that sort." "Well, what is it?" I asked. He helped himself to another cigarette. "That," said he, "I can't tell you. In the first place, I gave my word of honor as to secrecy before he told me, and, in the next, even if I hadn't given my word, I would not be a party to such a slander by repeating it to any living man." He bent forward and looked me straight in the eyes. "Even to you, Major, who have been a second father to me. A man," said I, "has a priceless possession that he should always keep in his own counsel." "I've only told you as much as I have done," said Randall, "because I want to make clear to you my position with regard both to Phyllis and her father." "May I ask," said I, "what is Phyllis's attitude towards her father?" I knew well enough from Betty, but I wanted to see how much Randall knew about it. "She is so much out of sympathy with his opinions that she has gone to live at the hospital. Perhaps she thinks you share those opinions, and for that reason won't marry you. That may have something to do with it, although I have done my best to convince her that I hold diametrically opposite views, but you can't expect a woman to reason." "The unexpected sometimes happens," I remarked. "And then comes catastrophe. In this case not to the woman." I cannot say that my tone was sympathetic. I had cause of interest in his artless table, but it was cold and dispassionate. "Tell me," I continued, "when did you discover the diabolical nature of the man Gedge?" "Last night." "And when did you ask Phyllis to marry you?" "A week ago." "What's going to happen now?" I asked. "I'm hanged if I know," said he gloomily. I was in no mood to offer the young man any advice. The poor little wretch at the hospital, so Betty had told me, was crying her eyes out for him, and it was not for his soul's good that he should know it. In heroic days, said I, a hopeless lover always finds a sovereign remedy against an obdurate mistress. He rose and buttoned up his canvas jacket. I know what you mean, he said, and I didn't come to discuss it, if you'll excuse my apparent rudeness in saying so. Then things are as they were between us. Not quite, I hope, he replied in a dignified way. When last you spoke to me about Phyllis Gedge, I really didn't know my own mind. I am not a cad, and the thought of anything wrong never entered my head. On the other hand, marriage seemed out of the question. I remember, said I, you talked some blithering rot about her being a symbol. I am quite willing to confess I was a fool, he admitted gracefully, and I merited your strictures. His revision to artificiality annoyed me. I am far from being of an angelic disposition. My dear boy, I cried, do for God's sake talk human English and not the new Oxford Dictionary. He flushed angrily, snapped an impatient finger and thumb, and marched away to the gravel path. I sang out sharply, Randall! He turned. I cried, come here at once. He came with sullen reluctance. Afterwards I was rather tickled at realizing that the lame old war dog had so much authority left. If he had gone defiantly off, I should have felt rather a fool. My dear boy, I said, I didn't mean to insult you. But can't a clever fellow like you understand that all the pretty frills and preciousness of a year ago are as dead as the last year's Brussels sprouts? We're up against elemental things, and can only get at them with elemental ideas expressed in elemental language. I'd have you to know, said Randall, that I spoke classical English. Quite so, said I. But the men of today speak Saxon English, Cockney English, slang English, any damned sort of English that is virile and spontaneous. As I say, you are a clever fellow. Can't you see my point? Speech is an index of mental attitude. I bet you what you like Phyllis Gedge would see it at once. Just imagine a subaltern at the front after a bad quarter of an hour with his colonel. I've merited your strictures, sir. If there was a bomb handy, the colonel would catch it up and slay him on the spot. But I don't happen to be at the front, Major, said Randall. Then you damned well ought to be, said I in sudden wrath. I couldn't help it. He asked for it. He got it. He went away, mounted his motor bicycle, and rode off. I was sorry. The boy evidently was in a chastened mood. If I had handled him gently and diplomatically, I might have done something with him. I suppose I'm an irritable, nasty-tempered beast. It is easy to lay the blame on my helpless legs. It isn't my legs. I've conquered my damned legs. It isn't my legs. It's me. I was ashamed of myself, and when later Marigold inquired whether the doors were still shut against Mr. Holmes, I asked him what the blazes he meant by not minding his own business, and Marigold said, "Very good, sir." End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of The Red Planet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine Blashford. The Red Planet by William J. Locke. Chapter 9. For a week or two, the sluggish stream of Wellingsfordian life flowed on undisturbed. The chief incident was a recruiting meeting held on the Common. Sir Anthony Fenimore, in his civic capacity, a staff officer with red tabs, the wounded soldier, an elderly, eloquent gentleman from recruiting headquarters in London, and one or two nondescripts, including myself, were on the platform. A company of a county territorial battalion and the OTC of the Godbury Grammar School gave a semblance of military display. The town band, in a sort of Hungarian uniform, discoursed martial music. Old men and maidens, mothers and children, and contented young fellows in khaki belonging to all kinds of arms formed a most respectable crowd. The flower of Wellingsfordian youth was noticeably absent. They were having too excellent a time to be drawn into the temptation of a recruiting meeting, in spite of the band and the fine afternoon and the promiscuity of attractive damsels. They were making unheard of money at the circumjacent factories, their mothers were waxing fat on billeting money. They never had so much money to spend on moving picture palaces and cheap jewelry for their inamoratas in their lives. As our beautiful educational system had most scrupulously excluded from their school curriculum any reference to patriotism, any rudimentary conception of England as their sacred heritage, and as they had been afforded no opportunity since they left school of thinking of anything save their material welfare and grosser material appetites, the vague talk of peril to the British Empire left them unmoved. They were quite content to let others go and fight. They had their own comfortable theories about it. Some fellows liked that sort of thing. They themselves didn't. In ordinary times it amused that kind of fellow to belong to a Harriers' Club, and clad in shorts and zephyrs, go on Sundays for 20-mile runs. It didn't amuse them. A cigarette, a girl, and a stile formed their ideal of Sunday enjoyment. They had no quarrel with the Harrier fellow or the soldier fellow for following his bent. They were most broad-minded. But they flattered themselves that they were fellows of a superior and more intelligent breed. They were making money and living warm, the only ideal of existence of which they had ever heard, and what did anything else matter? If a man has never been taught that he has a country, how the deuce do you expect him to love her, still less to defend her with his blood? Our more than damnable governments for the last 30 years have done everything in their power to crush in English hearts the national spirit of England. God knows I have no quarrel with Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. I speak in no disparagement of them. Quite the reverse. In this war they have given freely of their blood. I only speak as an Englishman of England, the great mother of the empire. Scot, Irishman, Welshman, Canadian, Australian are filled with the pride of their nationality. It is part of their being. Wisely they have been trained to it from infancy. England, who is far bigger, far more powerful than the whole lot of them put together, it's a statistical fact, has deliberately sunk herself in her own esteem, in her own pride. Only one great man has stood for England, as England the great mother, for the last 30 years, and that man is Rudyard Kipling. And the little folk in authority in England have spent their souls in rendering nugatory his inspired message. This criminal self-effacement of England is at the root of the peril of the British Empire during this war. I told you at the beginning that I did not know how to write a story. You must forgive me for being led away into divagations which seem to be irrelevant to the dramatic sequence. But when I remember that the result of all the pomp and circumstance of that meeting was 7 recruits, of whom 3 were rejected as being physically unfit, my pen runs away with my discretion and my conjecturing as to artistic fitness. Yes, the Major spoke. Sir Anthony is a peppery little person, and the audience enjoyed the cayenne piquancy of his remarks. The red-tabbed Lieutenant Colonel spoke. He was a bit dull. The elderly orator from London roused enthusiastic cheers. The wounded sergeant, on crutches, displaying a foot like a bandaged mop, brought tears into the eyes of many women and evoked hoarse cheers from the old men. I spoke from my infernal chair, and I think I was quite a success with the good fellows in khaki. But the only men we wanted to appeal to had studiously refrained from being present. The whole affair was a fiasco. When we got home, Marigold, who had stood behind my chair during the proceedings, said to me, "I think I know personally about 30 slackers in this town, sir, and I'm more than a match for any 3 of them put together. Suppose I was to go the rounds, so to speak, and say to each of them, 'You young blighter, if you don't come with me and enlist, I'll knock hell out of you.' And if he didn't come, I did knock hell out of him. What exactly would happen, sir?" "You would be summoned," said I, "for 30 separate cases of assault and battery. Reckoning the penalty at 6 months each, you would have to go to prison for 15 years." Marigold's one eye grew pensive and sad. "And they call this," said he, "a free country." I began this chapter by remarking that for a week or 2 after my second interview with Randall Holmes, nothing particular happened. Then one afternoon came Sir Anthony Fenimore to see me, and with a view to obtaining either my advice or my sympathy, reopened the story of his daughter Althea found drowned in the canal 11 months before. What he considered a most disconcerting light had just been cast on the tragedy by Maria Beccles. This lady was Lady Fenimore's sister. A deadly feud, entirely of Miss Beccles' initiating and nourishing, had existed between them for years. They had been neither on speaking nor on writing terms. Miss Beccles, 10 years Lady Fenimore's senior, was, from all I had heard, a most disagreeable and ill-conditioned person, as different from my charming friend Edith Fenimore as the ugly old sisters were from Cinderella. Although she belonged to a good old South of England family, she had joined, for reasons known only to herself, the old Freekirk of Scotland. found a congenial Calvinistic centre in Galloway, and after insulting her English relations and friends in the most unconscionable way, cut herself adrift from them for ever. Mad as a hatter, Sir Anthony used to say, and never having met the lady, I agreed with him. She loathed her sister, she detested Anthony, and she appeared to be coldly indifferent to the fact of the existence of her nephew Oswald. But for Althea, and for Althea alone, she entertained a curious, indulgent affection, and every now and then Althea went to spend a week or so in Galloway, where she contrived to obtain considerable amusement. Aunt Maria did both herself and her visitors very well, said Althea, who had an appreciative eye for the material blessings of life. Althea walked over the moors and fished, and took Aunt Maria's cars out for exercise, and, except whistle on the Sabbath, seemed to do exactly what she liked. Now, in January 1914, Althea announced to her parents that Aunt Maria had summoned her for a week to Galloway. Sir Anthony stuffed her handbag with £5 notes, and at an early hour of the morning sent her up in the car to London in charge of the chauffeur. The chauffeur returned saying that he had bought Miss Althea's ticket at Euston, and seen her start off comfortably on her journey. A letter or two had been received by the Fenimores from Galloway, and letters they had written to Galloway had been acknowledged by Althea. She returned to Wellingsford in due course, with bonny cheeks and wind-swept eyes, and told us all funny little stories about Aunt Maria. No one thought anything more about it until one fine afternoon in May, 1915, when Maria Beccles walked unexpectedly into the drawing-room of Wellings Park, while Sir Anthony and Lady Fenimore were at tea. "My dear Edith," she said to her astounded hostess, who had not seen her for 15 years, "in this orgy of hatred and strife that is going on in the world, it seems ridiculous to go on hating and fighting one's own family. We must combine against the Germans and hate them. Let us be friends." "Mad as Crazy Jane," said Sir Anthony, telling me the story. But I, who had never heard Aunt Maria's side of the dispute, thought it very high-spirited of the old lady to come and hold out the olive branch in so uncompromising a fashion. Lady Fenimore then said that she had never wished to quarrel with Maria, and Sir Anthony declared that her patriotic sentiments did her credit, and that he was proud to receive her under his roof. And in a few minutes Maria was drinking tea and discussing the war in the most contented way in the world. "I didn't write to you on the occasion of the death of your 2 children because you knew I didn't like you," said this outspoken lady. "I hate hypocrisy. Also, I thought that tribulation might chasten you in the eyes of the Lord. I've discussed it with our minister, a poor body, but a courageous man. He told me I was unchristian. Now, what with all this universal massacre going on, and my unregenerate longing, old woman as I am, to wade knee-deep in German blood, I don't know what the devil I am." The more Anthony told me of Aunt Maria, the more I liked her. "Can't I come round and make her acquaintance?" I cried. "She's the sort of knotty, solid human being that I should love. No wonder Althea was fond of her." "This happened a week ago. She only stayed a night," replied Sir Anthony. "I wish to God we had never seen her or heard of her." And then the good, heart-wrung little man, who had been beating about the bush for half an hour, came straight to the point. "You remember Althea's visit to Scotland in January last year?" "Perfectly," said I. He rose from his chair and looked at me in wrinkled anguish. "She never went there," he said. That was what he had come to tell me. A natural reference to the last visit of Althea to her aunt had established the stupefying fact. "Althea's last visit was in October 1913, said Miss Beccles. "But we have letters from your house to prove she was with you in January," said Sir Anthony. Most methodical and correspondence docketing of men, he went to his library and returned with a couple of letters. The old lady looked them through grimly. "Pretty vague, no details. Read 'em again, Anthony." When he had done so, she said, "Well?" Lady Fenimore objected. "But Althea did stay with you. She must have stayed with you." "All right, Edith," said Maria, sitting bolt upright. "Call me a liar and have done with it. I've come here at considerable dislocation of myself and my principles to bury the hatchet for the sake of unity against the enemy, and this is how I'm treated. I can only go back to Scotland at once." Sir Anthony succeeded in pacifying her. The letters were evidence that Edith and himself believed that Althea was in Galloway at the time. Maria's denial had come upon them like a thunderclap, bewildering, stunning. If Althea was not in Galloway, where was she? Maria Beccles did not reply for some time to the question. Then she took the pins out of her hat and threw it on a chair, thus symbolizing the renunciation of her intention of returning forthwith to Scotland. "Yes, Maria," said Lady Fenimore, with fear in her dark eyes. "We don't doubt your word, but, as Anthony has said, if she wasn't with you, where was she?" "How do I know?" Maria Beccles pointed a lean finger. She was a dark and shriveled, gypsy-like creature. "You might as well ask the canal in which she drowned herself." "But, my God, Anthony," I cried, when he had got thus far, "what did you think? What did you say?" I realised that the old lady had her social disqualifications. Plain dealing is undoubtedly a virtue, but there are several virtues which the better class of angel keeps chained up in a dog kennel. Of course, she was acute. A mind trained in the acrobatics of Calvinistic theology is, within a narrow compass, surprisingly agile. It jumped at one bound from the missing week in Althea's life into the black water of the canal. It was incapable, however, of appreciating the awful horror in the minds of the beholders. "I don't know what I said," replied Sir Anthony, walking restlessly about my library. "We were struck all of a heap. As you know, we never had reason to think that the poor dear child's death was anything but an accident. We were not narrow-minded old idiots. She was a dear good girl. In a modern way she claimed her little independence. We let her have it. We trusted her. We took it for granted, you know it, Duncan, as well as I do, that a hot night in June, not able to sleep, she had stuck on a hat and wandered about the grounds as she had often done before, and a spirit of childish adventure had tempted her, that night, to walk round the back of town well, until in the dark she stepped off the towpath by the lock gates into nothing, and found the canal. It was an accident," he continued, with a hand on my shoulder, looking down on me in my chair. "The inquest proved that. I accepted it, as you know, as a visitation of God. Edith and I sorrowed for her like cowards. It took the war to bring us to our senses. But now, this damned old woman comes and upsets the whole thing." "But," said I, "after all, it was only a bower to venture on the part of the old lady." "I wish it were," said he, and he handed me a letter which Maria had written to him the day after her return to Scotland. The letter contained a pretty piece of information. She had summarily discharged Elspeth Macrae, her confidential maid of 25 years' standing. Elspeth Macrae, on her own confession, had, out of love for Althea, performed the time-honoured jugglery with correspondence. She had posted in Galloway letters which she had received, under cover, from Althea, and had forwarded letters that had arrived, addressed to Althea, to an accommodation address in Carlisle. So have sentimental serving-maids done since the world began. "What do you make of it?" asked Sir Anthony. What else could I make of it but the one sorry theory? What woman employs all this subterfuge in order to obtain a week's liberty for any other purpose than the one elementary purpose of young humanity? We read the inevitable conclusion in each other's eyes. "Who is the man, Duncan?" "I suppose you have searched her desk and things." "Last year. Everything most carefully. It was awful, but we had to. Not a scrap of paper that wasn't innocence itself." "It can't be anyone here," said I. "You know what the place is. The slightest spark sends gossip aflame like the fumes of petrol." He sat down by my side and rubbed his close-cropped grey head. "It couldn't have been young Holmes." The little man had a brave directness that sometimes disconcerted me. I knew the ghastly stab that every word cost him. "She used to make mock of Randall," said I. "Don't you remember she used to call him the gilded poet? Once she said he was the most ladylike young man of her acquaintance. I don't admire our young friend, but I think you're on the wrong track, Anthony." "I don't see it," said he. "That sort of flippancy goes for nothing. Women use it as a sort of quick-set hedge of protection." He bent forward and tapped me on my senseless knee. "Young Holmes always used to be in and out of the house. They had known each other from childhood. He had a distinguished Oxford career. When he won the Newdigate, she came running to me with the news, as pleased as Punch. I gave him a dinner in honour of it, if you remember." "I remember," said I. I did not remind him that he had made a speech which sent cold shivers down the spine of our young Apollo, that, in a fine rhetorical flourish, dear old fox-hunting ignoramus, he declared that the winner of the Newdigate carried the bays of the laureate in his knapsack; that Randall, white-lipped with horror, murmured to Betty Fairfax, his neighbour at the table, "My God, the poet laureate's unhallowed grave! I must burn the knapsack and take to a hod." It was too tragical a conversation for light allusion. "The poor dear child, Edith and I have sized it up, was all over him that evening." "What more youthfully natural," said I, "than that she should carry off the hero of the occasion, her childhood's playfellow?" "All sorts of apparently insignificant details, Duncan, taken together, especially if they fit in, very often make up a whole case for prosecution." "You're a chairman of quarter sessions," I admitted, "and so you ought to know." "I know this," said he, "that Holmes only spent part of that Christmas vacation with his mother, and went off somewhere or the other early in January." I cudgelled back my memory into confirmation of his statement. To remember trivial incidents before the war takes a lot of cudgelling. Yes, I distinctly recollected the young man's telling me that Oxford being an intellectual hothouse, and Wellingsford an intellectual Arabia Petrea, he was compelled, for the sake of his mental health, to find a period of repose in the intellectual nature of London. I mentioned this to Sir Anthony. "Yet," I said, "I don't think he had anything to do with it." "Why?" It would have been far too much moral exertion. You call it moral? Sir Anthony burst out angrily. I pacified him with an analysis, from my point of view, of Randall's character. Centripetal forces were too strong for the young man. I dissertated on his amours with Phyllis Gedge. No, my dear old friend, said I, in conclusion, I don't think it was Randall Holmes. Sir Anthony rose and shook his fist in my face. As I knew he meant me no bodily harm, I did not blench. Who was it then? Althea, said I, often used to stay in town with your sister. Lady Greatorex has a wide circle of acquaintances. Do you know anything of the men Althea used to meet at her house? Of course I don't, replied Sir Anthony. Then he sat down again with a gesture of despair. After all, what does it matter? Perhaps it's as well I don't know who the man was, for, if I did, I'd kill him. He set his teeth and glowered at nothing, and smote his left palm with his right fist, and there was a long silence. Presently he repeated, I'd kill him. We fell to discussing the whole matter over again. Why, I asked, should we assume that the poor child was led astray by a villain? Might there not have been a romantic marriage, which, for some reason we could not guess, she desired to keep secret for a tune? Had she not been bright and happy from January to June? And that night of tragedy, what more likely than that she had gone forth to keep tryst with her husband and accidentally met her death? He arrives, said I, waits for her. She never comes. He goes away. The next day he learns from local gossip or from newspapers what has happened. He thinks it best to keep silent and let her fair name be untouched. What have you to say against that theory? Possible, he replied. Anything conceivable within the limits of physical possibility is possible. But it isn't probable. I have an intuitive feeling that there was villainy about, and if I ever get hold of that man, God help him. So there was nothing more to be said. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of The Red Planet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sean Michael Hogan. The Red Planet by William J. Locke. Chapter 10. I haven't that universal sympathy which is the most irritating attribute of saints and other pacifists. When, for instance, any one of the fraternity arguing from the Sermon on the Mount tells me that I ought to love Germans, either I admit the obligation and declare that, as I am a miserable sinner, I have no compunction in breaking it, or if he is a very sanctimonious saint, I remind him that, such creatures as modern Germans not having been invented on or about the year A.D. 30, the rule about loving your enemies could not possibly apply. At least I imagine I do one of these two things. Sometimes, indeed, I dream gloatfully over acts of physical violence, when I read the pronouncements of such a person, for I have to my great good fortune never met him in the flesh. If there are any saintly pacifists in Wellingsford, they keep sedulously out of my way, and they certainly do not haunt my service club, and these are the only two places in which I have my being. Even Gedge doesn't talk of loving Germans, he just lumps all the belligerents together in one conglomerate hatred for upsetting his comfortable social scheme. As I say, I lack the universal sympathy of the saint. I can't like people I don't like. Some people I love very deeply. Others, being of a kindly disposition, I tolerate. Others again I simply detest. Now Wellingsford, like every little country town in England, is drab with elderly gentlewomen. As I am a funny old tabby myself, I have to mix with them. If I refuse invitations to take tea with them, they invite themselves to tea with me. The poor Major, they say, is so lonely. And they bait their little hooks and angle for gossip of which I am supposed, heaven knows why, to be a sort of stocked pond. They don't carry home much of a catch, I assure you. Well, of some of them I am quite fond. Mrs. Boyce, for all her shortcomings, is an old crony for whom I entertain a sincere affection. Towards Betty's aunt, Miss Fairfax, a harmless lady with a passion for ecclesiastical embroidery, I maintain an attitude of benevolent neutrality. But Mrs. Holmes, Randall's mother, and her sisters, the daughters of an eminent publicist who seems to have reared his eminence on bones of talk flung at him by Carlyle, George Eliot, Lewis, Monckton Milnes, and is now doubtless recording their toe prints on the banks of Acheron, I never could and never can abide. My angel of a wife saw good in them, and she loved the tiny Randall, of whom I too was fond. So for her sake I always treated them with courtesy and kindness. Also for Randall's father's sake. He was a bluff, honest, stock-broking Briton who fancied pigeons and bred greyhounds for coursing, and cared less for literature and art than does the equally honest Mrs. Marigold in my kitchen. But his wife and her sisters led what they called the intellectual life. They regarded it as a heritage from their pompous ass of a father. Of course they were not 1860, or even 1880. They prided themselves on developing the hereditary tradition of culture to its extreme modern expression. They were of the semi-intellectual type of idiot, and if it destroys it the Great War will have some justification, which professes to find in the dull analysis of the drab adultery and suicide of a German or Scandinavian rabbit-picker a supreme expression of human existence. All their talk was of Hauptmann and Sudermann. They dropped them patriotically, I must say, as outrageous fellows on the outbreak of war. Strindberg, Dostoevsky, though I found they had never read either Crime and Punishment or the Brothers Karamazov. Tolstoy, whom they didn't understand, and in art, God save the mark, the Cubist school. That is how my poor young friend Randall was trained to get the worst of the frothy scum of intelligent Oxford. But even he sometimes winced at the pretentiousness of his mother and his aunts. He was a clever fellow, and his knowledge was based on sound foundations. I need not say that the ladies were rather feared than loved in Wellingsford. All this to explain why it was that when Marigold woke me from an afternoon nap with the information that Mrs. Holmes desired to see me, I scowled on him. "Why didn't you say I was dead?" "I told Mrs. Holmes you were asleep, sir, and she said, 'Will you be so kind as to wake him?' So what could I do, sir?" I have never met with an idiot so helpless in the presence of a woman. He would have defended my slumbers before a charge of cavalry, but one elderly lady shooed him aside like a chicken. Mrs. Holmes was shewn in, a tall, dark, thin, nervous woman wearing pince nez and an austere, sad-coloured garment. She apologized for disturbing me. "But," she said, sitting down on the couch, "I am in such great trouble, and I could think of no one but you to advise me." "What's the matter?" I asked. "It's Randall. He left the house the day before yesterday, without telling any of us good-bye, and he hasn't written, and I don't know what on earth has become of him." "Did he take any luggage?" "Just a small suitcase. He even packed it himself, a thing he has never done at home in his life before." This was news. The proceedings were unlike Randall, who in his goings and comings loved the domestic brass band. To leave his home without valedictory music and vanish into the unknown betokened some unusual perturbation of mind. I asked whether she knew of any reason for such perturbation. "He was greatly upset," she replied, "by the stoppage of the Albemarle Review, for which he did such fine work." I strove politely to hide my inability to condole, and wagged my head sadly. I'm afraid there was no room for it in a bebombed and beshrapnelled world. "I suppose the still small voice of reason would not be heard amid the din," she sighed, "and no other papers, except the impossible ones, would print Randall's poems and articles." More news. This time excellent news. A publicist denied publicity is as useful as a German field marshal on a desert island. I asked what the Albemarle died of. "Practically all the staff deserted what Randall called the cause and dribbled away into the army," she replied mournfully. As to what this precious cause meant I did not inquire, having no wish to enter into an argument with the good lady which might have become exacerbated. Besides, she would only have parroted Randall. I had never yet detected her in the expression of an original idea. "Perhaps he is dribbled away too?" I suggested grimly. She was silent. I bent forward. "Wouldn't you like him to dribble into the great flood?" She lifted her lean shoulders despairingly. "He's the only son of a widow. Even in France and Germany they're not expected to fight. But if he were different I would let him go gladly. I'm not selfish and unpatriotic, Major," she said with an unaccustomed little catch in her throat. And for the very first time I found in her something sympathetic. "But," she continued, "it seems so foolish to sacrifice all his intellectual brilliance to such crudities as fighting, when it might be employed so much more advantageously elsewhere." "But good God, my dear lady," I cried, "where are your wits? Where's your education? Where's your intelligent understanding of the daily papers? Where's your common sense?" I'm afraid I was brutally rude. "Can't you give a minute's thought to the situation? If there's one institution on earth that's shrieking aloud for intellectual brilliance, it's the British Army. Do you think it's a refuge for fools? Do you think any born imbecile is good enough to outwit the German headquarters staff? Do you think the lives of hundreds of his men, and perhaps the fate of thousands, can be entrusted to any brainless ass? An officer can't have too much brains. We're clamouring for brains. It's the healthy, brilliant-brained men like Randall that the Army's yelling for. Simply yelling for," I repeated, bringing my hand down on the arm of my chair. 2 little red spots showed on each side of her thin face. "I've never looked at it in that light before," she admitted. "Of course I agree with you," I said diplomatically, "that Randall would be more or less wasted as a private soldier. The heroic stuff of which Thomas Atkins is made is, thank God, illimitable. But intellect is rare, especially in the ranks of God's own chosen, the British officer. And Randall is of the kind we want as officers. As for a commission, he could get one any day. I could get one for him myself. I still have a few friends. He's a good-looking chap and would carry off a uniform. Wouldn't you be proud to see him?" A tear rolled down her cheek. I patted myself on the back for an artful fellow, but I had underrated her wit. To my chagrin, she did not fall into my trap. "It's the uncertainty that's killing me," she said. And then she burst out disconcertingly, "Do you think he has gone off with that dreadful little Gedge girl?" Phyllis? I was a myriad miles from Phyllis. I was talking about real things. The mother, however, from her point of view, was talking of real things also. But how did she come to know about her son's amours? I thought it useless to inquire. Randall must have advertised his passion pretty widely. I replied, "It's extremely improbable. In the first place, Phyllis Gedge isn't dreadful, but a remarkably sweet and modest young woman. And in the second place, she won't have anything to do with him." "That's nonsense," she said, bridling. "Why?" "Because—" A gesture and a smile completed the sentence. That a common young person should decline to have dealings with her paragon was incredible. "I can find out in a minute," I smiled, "whether she is still in Wellingsford." I wheeled myself to the telephone on my writing table and rang up Betty at the hospital. "Do you know where Phyllis Gedge is?" Betty's voice came. "Yes, she's here. I've just left her to come to speak to you. Why do you want to know?" "Never mind, so long as she is safe and sound. There's no likelihood of her running away or eloping?" Betty's laughter rang over the wires. "What lunacy are you talking? You might as well ask me whether I'm going to elope with you." "I don't think you're respectful, Betty," I replied. "Good-bye." I rang off and reported Betty's side of the conversation to my visitor. "On that score," said I, "you can make your mind quite easy." "But where can the boy have gone?" she cried. "Into the world somewhere to learn wisdom," I said, and in order to show that I did not speak ironically, I wheeled myself to her side and touched her hand. I think his swift brain has realized at last that all his smart knowledge hasn't brought him a little bit of wisdom worth a cent. I shouldn't worry. He's working out his salvation somehow, although he may not know it. "Do you really think so?" "I do," said I. "And if he finds that the path of wisdom leads to the German trenches, will you be glad or sorry?" She grappled with the question in silence for a moment or two. Then she broke down and, to my dismay, began to cry. "Do you suppose there's a woman in England that in her heart of hearts doesn't want her menfolk to fight?" I only allow the earlier part of this chapter to stand in order to show how a man quite well-meaning, although a trifle irascible, may be wanting in Christian charity and ordinary understanding, and of how many tangled knots of human motive, impulse, and emotion this war is a solvent. You see, she defended her son to the last, adopting his own specious line of argument, but at the last came the breaking point. The rest of our interview was of no great matter. I did my best to reassure her and comfort her, and when I next saw Marigold, I said affably, "You did quite well to wake me." "I thought I was acting rightly, sir. Mr. Randall having bolted, so to speak, it seemed only natural that Mrs. Holmes should come to see you." "You knew that Mr. Randall had bolted and you never told me?" I glared indignantly. Marigold stiffened himself. The degree of stiffness beyond his ordinary inflexibility of attitude could only have been ascertained by a vernier, but that degree imparted an appreciable dignity to his demeanour. "I beg pardon, sir, but lately I've noticed that my little bits of local news haven't seemed to be welcome." "Marigold," said I, "don't be an ass." "Very good, sir." "My mind," said I, "is in an awful muddle about all sorts of things that are going on in this town, so I should esteem it a favour if you would tell me at once any odds and ends of gossip you may pick up. They may possibly be important." "And if I have any inferences to draw from what I hear," he said gravely, fixing me with his clear eye, "may I take the liberty of acquainting you with them?" "Certainly." "Very good, sir," said Marigold. Now what was Marigold going to draw inferences about? That was another puzzle. I felt myself being drawn into a fog-filled labyrinth of intrigue in which already groping were most of the people I knew. What with the mysterious relations between Betty and Boyce and Gedge, what with young Dacre's full exoneration of Boyce, What with young Randall's split with Gedge, and his impeccable attitude towards Phyllis, things were complicated enough. Sir Anthony's revelations regarding poor Althea, and his dark surmises concerning Randall, complicated them still more. And now comes Mrs. Holmes to tell me of Randall's mysterious disappearance. A plague on the whole lot! I exclaimed wrathfully. I dined that evening with the Fenimores. My dear Betty was there too, the only other guest, looking very proud and radiant. A letter that morning from Willie Connor informed her that the regiment, by holding a trench against an overwhelming German attack, had achieved glorious renown. The Brigadier General had specially congratulated the Colonel, and the Colonel had specially complimented Willie on the magnificent work of his company. Of course there was a heavy price in casualties. Poor young Etherington, whom we all knew, for instance, blown to atoms. But Willie, thank God, was safe. I wonder what would happen to me if Willie were to get the V.C. I think I should go mad with pride, she exclaimed with flushed cheeks, forgetful of poor young Etherington, a laughter-loving boy of 20 who had been blown to atoms. It is strange how apparently callous this universal carnage has made the noblest and the tenderest of men and women. We cling passionately to the lives of those near and dear to us, but as to those near and dear to others who are killed, well, we pay them the passing tribute not even of a tear, but only of a sign. They died gloriously for their country. What can we say more? If we survivors, not only invalids and women and other stay-at-homes, but also comrades on the field, were riven to our souls by the piteous tragedy of splendid youth destroyed in its flower, we could not stand the strain. We should weep hysterically. We should be broken folk. But a merciful Providence steps in and steels our hearts. The loyal hearts are there beating truly, and in order that they should beat truly and stoutly, they are given this God-sent armour. So, when we raised our glasses and drank gladly to the success of Willie Connor the living, and put from our thoughts Frank Etherington the dead, you must not account it to us as a lack of human pity. You must be lenient in your judgment of those who are thrown into the furnace of a great war. Lady Fenimore smiled on Betty. We should all be proud, my dear, if Captain Connor won the Victoria Cross. But you mustn't set your heart on it. That would be foolish. Hundreds of thousands of men deserve the V.C. 10 times a day, and they can't all be rewarded. Betty laughed gaily at good Lady Fenimore's somewhat didactic reproof. You know I'm not an absolute idiot. Fancy the poor dear coming home all over bandages and sticking plaster. Where's your V.C.? I haven't got it. Then go back at once and get it, or I shan't love you. Poor darling. Suddenly the laughter in her eyes quickened into something very bright and beautiful. There is not a woman in England prouder of her husband than I am. No V.C. could possibly reward him for what he has done. But I want it for myself. I'd like my babies to cut their teeth on it. When I went out to the Boer War, the most wonderful woman on earth said to me on parting, "Wherever you are, dear, remember that I am always with you in spirit and soul and heart and almost in body." And God knows she was. And when I returned a helpless cripple, she gathered me in her brave arms on the open quay at Southampton, and after a moment or two of foolishness, she said, "Do you know, when I die, what you'll find engraven on my heart?" "No," said I. "Your DSO ribbon." So when Betty talked about her babies and the little bronze cross, my eyes grew moist, and I felt ridiculously sentimental. Not a word, of course, was spoken before Betty of the new light, or the new darkness, whichsoever you will, that had been cast on the tragedy of Althea. I could not do otherwise than agree with the direct-spoken old lady who had at once correlated the adventure in Carlisle with the plunge into the Wellingsford Canal, and so did Sir Anthony. They were very brave, however, the little man and Edith, in their dinner talk with Betty, but I saw that the past fortnight had aged them both by a year or more. They had been stabbed in their honour, their trust, and their faith. It was a secret terror that stalked at their side by day and lay stark at their side by night. It was only when the ladies had left us that Sir Anthony referred to the subject. "I suppose you know that young Randall Holmes has bolted?" "So his mother informed me today." He pricked his ears. "Does she know where he has gone to?" "No," said I. "What did I tell you?" said Sir Anthony. I held up my glass of port to the light and looked through it. "A lot of damn foolishness, my dear old friend," said I. He grew angry. A man doesn't like to be coldly called a damn fool at his own table. He rose on his spurs in his little red bantam way. Was I too much of an idiot to see the connection? As soon as the Carlisle business became known, this young scoundrel flies the country. Couldn't I see an inch before my blind nose? Forbearing to question this remarkable figure of speech, I asked him how so confidential a matter could have become known. "Everything gets known in this infernal little town," he retorted. "That's where you're mistaken," said I. "Half everything gets known, the unimportant half. The rest is supplied by malicious or prejudiced invention." We discussed the question after the futile way of men until we went into the drawing room, where Betty played and sang to us until it was time to go home. Marigold was about to lift me into the two-seater when Betty, who had been lurking in her car a little way off, ran forward. "Would it bore you if I came in for a quarter of an hour?" "Bore me, my dear?" said I. "Of course not." So a short while afterwards we were comfortably established in my library. "You rang me up today about Phyllis Gedge." "I did," said I. She lit a cigarette and seated herself on the fender stool. She has an unconscious knack of getting into easy, loose-limbed attitudes. I said admiringly, "Do you know you're a remarkably well-favoured young person?" And as soon as I said it, I realized what a tremendous factor Betty was in my circumscribed life. What could I do without her sweet intimacy? If Willie Connor's territorial regiment, like so many others, had been ordered out to India, and she had gone with him, how blank would be the days and weeks and months. I thanked God for granting me her graciousness. She smiled and blew me a kiss. "That's very gratifying to know," she said, "but it has nothing to do with Phyllis." "Well, what about Phyllis?" "I'll tell you," she replied. And she told me. Her story was not of world-shaking moment, but it interested me. I have since learned its substantial correctness, and am able to add some supplementary details. You see, things were like this. In order to start, I must go back some years. I have always had a warm corner in my heart for little Phyllis Gedge, ever since she was a blue-eyed child. My wife had a great deal to do with it. She was a woman of dauntless courage and clear vision into the heart of things. I find many a reflection of her in Betty. Perhaps that is why I love Betty so dearly. Some strange, sweet fool feminine of gentle birth and deplorable upbringing fell in love with a vehemently socialistic young artisan by the name of Gedge and married him. Her casual but proud-minded family wiped her off the proud family slate. She brought Phyllis into the world, and 5 years afterwards found herself begedged out of existence. They were struggling people in those days, and before her death my wife used to employ her when she could, for household sewing and what not. And tiny Phyllis in a childless home became a petted darling. When my great loneliness came upon me, it was a solace to have the little dainty prattling thing to spend an occasional hour in my company. Gedge, an excellent workman, set up as a contractor. He took my modest home under his charge. A leaky tap, a broken pane, a new set of bookshelves, a faulty drain-pipe, all were matters for Gedge. I abhorred his politics, but I admired his work, and I continued, with Mrs. Marigold's motherly aid, to make much of Phyllis. Gedge, for queer motives of his own, sent her to as good a school as he could afford, as a matter of fact an excellent school, one where she met girls of a superior social class and learned educated speech and graceful manners. Her holidays, poor child, were somewhat dreary, for her father, an anti-social creature, had scarce a friend in the town. Save for here and there an invitation to tea from Betty or myself, she did not cross the threshold of a house in Wellingsford. But to my house, all through her school days and afterwards, Phyllis came, and on such occasions Mrs. Marigold prepared teas of the organic lusciousness dear to the heart of a healthy girl. Now here comes the point of all this palaver. Young Master Randall used also to come to my house. Now and then, by chance, they met there. They were good boy and girl friends. I want to make it absolutely clear that her acquaintance with Randall was not any vulgar picking-up-in-the-street affair. When she left school, her father made her his bookkeeper, secretary, confidential clerk. Anybody turning into the office to summon Gedge to repair a roof or a burst boiler had a preliminary interview with Phyllis. Young Randall, taking over the business of the upkeep of his mother's house, gradually acquired the habit of such preliminary interviews. The whole imbroglio was very simple, very natural. They had first met at my own rich cake and jam-puff bespread tea-table. When Randall went into the office to speak, presumably, about a defective draught in the kitchen range, and really about things quite different, the ethics of the matter depended entirely on Randall's point of view. Their meetings had been contrived by no unmaidenly subterfuge on the part of Phyllis. She knew him to be above her in social station. She kept him off as long as she could. But que voulez-vous? Randall was a very good-looking, brilliant, and fascinating fellow. Phyllis was a dear little human girl. and it is the human way of such girls to fall in love with such fascinating, brilliant fellows. I not only hold a brief for Phyllis, but I am the judge too, and having heard all the evidence, I deliver a verdict overwhelmingly in her favour. Given the circumstances as I have stated them, she was bound to fall in love with Randall, and in doing so committed not the little tiniest speck of a peccadillo. My first intimation of tender relations between them came from my sight of them in February in Wellings Park. Since then, of course, I have much which I will tell you as best I may. So now for Betty's story, confirmed and supplemented by what I have learned later. But before plunging into the matter, I must say that when Betty had ended I took up my little parable and told her of all that Randall had told me concerning his repudiation of Gedge, and Betty listened with a curiously stony face and said nothing. When Betty puts on that face of granite, I am quite unhappy. That is why I have always hated the statues of Egypt. There is something beneath their cold faces that you can't get at. End of chapter 10. Recording by Sean Michael Hogan, St. John's, Newfoundland, Canada.
Chapter 11 of The Red Planet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Ann. The Red Planet by William J. Locke. Chapter 11. Gedge bitterly upbraided his daughter, both for her desertion of his business and her criminal folly in abandoning it so as to help mend the shattered bodies of fools and knaves who, by joining the forces of militarism, had betrayed the sacred cause of the industrial solidarity of labour. His first ground for complaint was scarcely tenable. With his dwindling business the post of clerk had dwindled to a sinecure. To sit all day at the receipt of imaginary custom is not a part fitted for a sane and healthy young human being. Still, from Gedge's point of view, her defection was a grievance, but that she could throw in her lot openly with the powers of darkness was nothing less than an outrage. I suppose, in a kind of crabbed way, the crabbed fellow was fond of Phyllis. She was pretty, she had dainty tricks of dress. She flitted, an agreeable vision, about his house. He liked to hear her play the piano, not because he had any ear for music, but because it tickled his vanity to reflect that he, the agricultural labourer's son and apprenticed to a village carpenter, was the possessor of a Broadway grand and of a daughter who, entirely through his efforts, had learned to play on it. Like most of his political type, he wallowed in his own peculiar snobbery, but of anything like companionship between father and daughter there existed very little. While railing, wherever he found ears into which to rail, against the vicious luxury and sordid shallowness of the upper middle class, his instinctive desire to shine above his poorer associates had sent Phyllis to an upper middle class school. Now Gedge had a certain amount of bookish and political intelligence. Phyllis, inheriting the intellectual equipment of her sentimental fool of a mother, had none. Oh, she had a vast fund of ordinary common sense, of that I can assure you. A bit of hard brain fibre from her father had counteracted any over-sentimental folly in the maternal heritage, and she had come back from school a very ladylike little person. If pressed, she could reel off all kinds of artificial scraps of knowledge, like a dear little parrot. But she had never heard of Karl Marx, and didn't want to hear. She had a vague notion that international socialism was a movement in favour of throwing bombs at monarchs and of seizing the wealth of the rich in order to divide it among the poor, and she regarded it as abominable. When her father gave her Fabian Society tracts to read, he might just as well, for all her understanding of the argument, set her down to a treatise on the infinitesimal calculus. Her brain stood blank before such abstract disquisitions. She loved easily comprehended poetry and novels that made her laugh or cry and set her mind dancing round the glowing possibilities of life. All disastrous stuff abhorred by the International Socialist, to whom the essential problems of existence are of no interest whatever. So, after a few futile attempts to darken her mind, Gedge put her down as a mere fool woman and ceased to bother his head about her intellectual development. That came to him quite naturally. There is no Turk more contemptuous of his womankind's political ideas than the Gedges of our enlightened England. But on other counts she was a distinct asset. He regarded her with immense pride, as a more ornamental adjunct to his house than any other county builder, and contractor could display, and recognizing that she was possessed of some low feminine cunning in the way of adding up figures and writing letters, made use of her in his office as general clerical factotum. When the war broke out, he discovered, to his horror, that Phyllis actually had political ideas, unshakable, obstinate ideas opposed to his own, and that he had been nourishing in his bosom a viperous patriot. Phyllis, for her part, realized with equal horror the practical significance of her father's windy theories. When Randall, who had stolen her heart, took to visiting the house in order, as far as she could make out, to talk treason with her father, the strain of the situation grew more than she could bear. She fled to Betty for advice. Betty promptly stepped in and whisked her off to the hospital. It was on the morning on which Randall interviewed me in the garden, the morning after he had broken with Gedge, that Phyllis, having a little off time, went home. She found her father in the office making out a few bills. He thrust forward his long chin and aggressive beard and scowled at her. "Oh, it's you, is it? Come at last where your duty calls you, eh?" "I always come when I can, father," she replied. She bent down and kissed his cheek. He caught her roughly round the waist and, leaning back in his chair, looked up at her sourly. "How long are you going on defying me like this?" She tried to disengage herself, but his arm was too strong. "Oh, father," she said, rather wearily, "don't let us go over this old argument again." "But suppose I find some new argument? Suppose I send you packing altogether, refuse to contribute further to your support? What then?" She started at the threat, but replied valiantly, "I should have to earn my own living." "How are you going to do it?" "There are heaps of ways." He laughed. "There ain't, as you'd soon find out. They don't even pay for you being scullery maid to a lot of common soldiers." She protested against that view of her avocation. In the perfectly appointed Wellingsford Hospital she had no scullery work. She was a probationer, in training as a nurse. He still gripped her. "The particular kind of tomfoolery you are up to doesn't matter. We needn't quarrel. I've another proposition to put before you, much more to your fancy, I think. You like this Mr. Randall Holmes, don't you?" She shivered a little and flushed deep red. Her father had never touched on the matter before. She said, straining away, "I don't want to talk about Mr. Holmes." "But I do. Come, my dear. In this life there must always be a certain amount of give and take. I'm not the man to drive a one-sided bargain. I'll make you a fair offer, as between father and daughter. I'll wipe out all that's past. In leaving me like this, when misfortune has come upon me, you've been guilty of unfilial conduct. No one can deny it. But I'll overlook everything, forgive you fully, and take you to my heart again and leave you free to do whatever you like without interfering with your opinions, if you'll promise me one thing." "I know what you're going to say." She twisted round on him swiftly. "I'll promise at once. I'll never marry Mr. Holmes. I've already told him I won't marry him." Surprise relaxed his grip. She took swift advantage and sheered away to the other side of the table. He rose and brought down his hand with a thump. "You refused him? Why, you silly little baggage! My condition is that you should marry him. You're sweet on him, aren't you?" "I detest him!" cried Phyllis. "Why should I marry him?" Her eyes, young and pure, divined some sordid horror behind eyes crafty and ignoble. Once before she had had such a fleeting, uncomprehended vision into the murky depths of the man's soul. This was some time ago. In the routine of her secretarial duties she had, one morning, opened and read a letter not marked private or personal, whose tenor she could scarcely understand. When she handed it to her father, he smiled, vouchsafed a specious explanation, and looked at her in just the same crafty and ignoble fashion, and she shrank away frightened. The matter kept her awake for a couple of nights. Then, for sheer easing of her heart, she went to her adored Betty Fairfax, her lady patroness and mother confessor, who, being wise and strong, and possessing the power of making her kind eyes unfathomable, laughed, bade her believe her father's explanation, and sent her away comforted. The incident passed out of her mind, but now memory smote her as she shrank from her father's gaze and the insincere smile on his thin lips. "For one thing," he replied after a pause, pulling his scraggly beard, "your poor dear mother was a lady, and if she had lived she would have wanted you to marry a gentleman. It's for her sake I've given you an education that fits you to consort with gentlefolk, just for her sake. Don't make any mistake about it, for I've always hated the breed. If I've violated my principles in order to meet her wishes, I think you ought to meet them too. You wouldn't like to marry a small tradesman or a working man, would you?" "I'm not going to marry anybody," cried Phyllis. She was only a pink and white, very ordinary little girl. I have no idealizations or illusions concerning Phyllis, but she had a little fine steel of character running through her. It flashed on Gedge. "I don't want to marry anybody," she declared, "but I'd sooner marry a bricklayer who was fighting for his country than a fine gentleman like Mr. Holmes who wasn't. I'd sooner die," she cried passionately. "Then go and die, and be damned to you," snarled Gedge, planting himself noisily in his chair. "I've no use for khaki-struck, drivelling idiots. I've no use for patriots. Bah! Damn patriots! The upper classes are out for all they can get, and they befoul the poor imbecile working man with all their highfalutin phrases to get it for them at the cost of his blood. I've no use for them, I tell you, and I've no use either for undutiful daughters. I've no use for young women who blow hot and cold. Haven't I seen you with the fellow? Do you think I'm a blind dawdler? Do you think I haven't kept an eye on you? Haven't I seen you blowing as hot as you please? And now, because he refuses to be a blinkin' idiot and have his guts blown out in this war of fools and knaves and capitalists, you blast him like a 3-farthing iceberg." Everything in her that was tender, maidenly, English, shrank lacerated. But the steel held her. She put both her hands on the table and bent over towards him. "But, father, except that he's a gentleman, you haven't told me why you want me to marry Mr. Holmes." He fidgeted with his fingers. "Haven't you a spark of affection for me left?" She said dutifully, "Yes, father." "I want you to marry him. I've set my heart on it. It has been the one bright hope in my life for months. Can't you marry him because you love me?" "One generally marries because one loves the man one's going to marry," said Phyllis. "But you do love him," cried Gedge. "Either you're just a wanton little hussy, or you must care for the fellow." "I don't. I hate him. And I don't want to have anything more to do with him." The tears came. "He's a pro-German, and I won't have anything to do with pro-Germans." She fled precipitately from the office into the street and made a blind course to the hospital, feeling in dumb misery that she had committed the unforgivable sin of casting off her father and, at the same time, that she had made stalwart proclamation of her faith. If ever a good, loyal little heart was torn to piteous shreds, that little heart was Phyllis's. In the bare X-ray room of the hospital, which happened to be vacant, Betty sat on the one straight-backed wooden chair, while a weeping damsel on the uncarpeted floor sobbed in her lap and confessed her sins and sought absolution. Of course Gedge was a fool. If I, or any wise, diplomatic, tactful person like myself, had found it necessary to tackle a young woman on the subject of matrimonial alliance, we should have gone about the business in quite a different way. But what could you expect from an anarchical Turk like Gedge? Phyllis, not knowing whether she were outcast and disinherited or not, found, of course, a champion in Betty, who, in her spacious manner, guaranteed her freedom from pecuniary worries for the rest of her life. But Phyllis was none the less profoundly unhappy, and it took a whole convoy of wounded to restore her to cheerfulness. You can't attend to a poor brave devil grinning with pain, while a surgeon pokes a 6-inch probe down a sinus in search of bits of bones or shrapnel, and be acutely conscious of your own 2-penny halfpenny little miseries. Many a heartache, in this wise, has been cured in the houses of pain. Now, nothing much would have happened, I suppose, if Phyllis, driven from the hospital by superior decree that she should take fresh air and exercise, had not been walking some days afterwards across the common by the canal. Bordering the latter, Wellingsford had an avenue of secular chestnuts, of which it is inordinately proud. Dispersed here and there are wooden benches sanctified by generations of lovers. Carven thereon are the presentments, and often interlaced, of hearts that have long since ceased to beat, lonely hearts transfixed by arrows, which in all probability survived the wound and inspired the owner to the parentage of a dozen children, initials once, individually, the record of many a romance, but now, collectively, merely an alphabet run mad. Phyllis entered the avenue, practically deserted at midday, and rested, a pathetically lonely little grey uniformed figure on one of the benches. On the common, some distance behind her, stretched the line of an army service train, with mules and wagons, and here and there a tent. In front of her, beyond the row of trees, was the towing path. An old horse in charge of a boy jogged by, pulling something of which only a moving stovepipe like a periscope was visible above the bank. Overhead the chestnuts rioted in broad leaf and pink and white blossom, showing starry bits of blue sky and admitting arrow shafts of spring sunshine. A dirty white mongrel dog, belonging to the barge, came up to her, sniffed, and made friends. Then, at last, obeying a series of whistles from the boy, looked at her apologetically and trotted off. Her gaze followed him wistfully, for he was a very human, dear dog, and with a sympathetic understanding of all her difficulties in his deep topaz eyes. After that she had, as companions, a couple of butterflies and a bumblebee, and a perky, portly robin who hopped within an inch of her feet and looked up at her sideways out of his hard little eye, so different from the dog's, with the expression of one who would say, "The most beauteous and delectable worm I have ever encountered. If I were a bit bigger, say the size of the roc of the Arabian Nights, what a dainty morsel you would make! In the meantime, can't you shed something of yourself for my entertainment like others, though grosser, of your species?" She laughed at the cold impudence of the creature, just as she had smiled at the butterflies and the bumblebee. She surrendered herself to the light happiness of the moment. It was good to escape for an hour from the rigid lines of beds, and the pale suffering faces, and the eternal faint odour of disinfectants, into all this greenery and the fellowship of birds and beasts unconscious of war. She remembered that once, in the pocket of her cloak, there had been a biscuit or two. Very slowly and carefully, her mind fixed on the robin, she fished for crumbs, and very carefully and gently she fed the impudent, stomach-centred fellow. She had attracted him to the end of the seat, when, whiz and clatter, came a motor-cycle down the avenue, and off in a terrible scare flew the robin. The idyll of tree and beast and birds suffered instant disruption, and Randall Holmes, in his canvas suit, stood before her. He said, "Good morning, Phyllis." She said with cold politeness, "Good morning." But she asked the spring morning in dumb piteousness, "Oh, why has he come? Why has he come to spoil it all?" He sat down by her side. "This is the luckiest chance I've ever had, finding you here," he said. "You've had all my letters, haven't you?" "Yes," she answered. "And I've torn them all up." "Why?" "Because I didn't want them," she flashed on him. "I've destroyed them without reading them." He flushed angrily. Apart from the personal affront, the fact that the literary products of a poet, precious and, in this case, sincere, should have been destroyed, unread, was an anti-social outrage. "If it didn't please a woman to believe in God," he said, "and God came in person and stood in front of her, she would run out of the room and call upon somebody to come and shoot him for a burglar, just to prove she was right." Phyllis was shocked. Her feminine mind pounced on the gross literalness of his rhetorical figure. "I've never heard anything more blasphemous and horrible!" she exclaimed, moving to her end of the bench. "Putting yourself in the position of the Almighty! Oh!" and she flung out her hand. "Don't speak to me!" In spite of the atheistical Gedge, Phyllis believed in God and Jesus Christ and the 10 Commandments. She also believed in a host of other simple things, such as goodness and truth, virtue and patriotism. The arguments and theories and glosses that her father and Randall wove about them appeared to her candid mind as meaningless arabesques. She could not see how all the complications concerning the elementary canons of faith and conduct could arise. She appreciated Randall's intellectual gifts. His power of weaving magical words into rhyme fascinated her. She was childlike in her wonder at his command of the printed page. When he revealed to her the beauty of things, as the rogue had a pretty knack of doing, her nature thrilled responsive. He gave her 1,000 glimpses into a new world, and she loved him for it. But when he talked lightly of sacred matters, such as God and duty, he ran daggers into her heart. She almost hated him. He had to expend much eloquence and persuasion to induce her to listen to him. He had no wish to break any of the commandments, especially the third. He professed penitence, but didn't she see that her treatment of him was driving him to a desperate unbelief in God and man? When a woman accepted a man's love, she accepted many responsibilities. Phyllis stonily denied acceptance. "I've refused it. You asked me to marry you, and I told you I wouldn't, and I won't." "You're mixing up two things," he said with a smile. "Love and marriage. Many people love and don't marry, just as many people marry and don't love. Now once you did tell me that you loved me, and so you accepted my love. There's no getting out of it. I've given you everything I've got, and you can't throw it away. The question is, what are you going to do with it? What are you going to do with me?" His sophistries frightened her, but she cut through them. "Isn't it rather a question of what you're going to do with yourself?" "If you give me up, I don't care a hang what becomes of me." He became very near, and his voice was dangerously soft. "Phyllis dear, I do love you with all my heart. Why won't you marry me?" But a hateful scene rushed to her memory. She drew herself up. "Why are my father and you persecuting me to marry you?" "Your father?" he interrupted in astonishment. "When?" She named the day, Wednesday of last week. In desperation she told him what had happened. The poor child was fighting for her soul against great odds. "It's a conspiracy to get me round to your way of thinking. You want me to be pro-German like yourselves, and I won't be a pro-German, and I think it's wicked to even talk to pro-Germans." She rose, all sobs, fluster, and heroism, and walked away. He strode a step or two, and stood in front of her with his hands on her shoulders. "I've never spoken to your father in that way about you. Never. Not a word has passed my lips about my caring for you. On my word of honour. On Tuesday night I left your father's house never to go there again. I told him so." She writhed out of his grasp, and spread the palms of her hands against him. "Please don't," she said, and seeing that she stood her ground, he made no further attempt to touch her. The austerity of her grey nurse's uniform gave a touch of pathos to her childish, blue-eyed comeliness and her pretty attitude of defiance. "I suppose," she said, "he was too pro-German even for you." He looked at her for a long time, disconcertingly. So disconcertingly, and with so much pain and mysterious hesitation in his eyes, as to set even Phyllis's simple mind a-wondering, and to make her emphasize it, in her report of the matter to Betty, as extraordinary and frightening. It seemed, so she explained, in her innocent way, that he had discovered something horrible about her father, which he shrank from telling her. But if they had quarrelled so bitterly, why had her father the next day urged her to marry him? The answer came in a ghastly flash. She recoiled as though in the presence of defilement. If she married Randall, his lips would be closed against her father. That is what her father had meant. The vague, disquieting suspicion of years, that he might not have the same standards of uprightness as other men, attained an awful certainty. She remembered the incident of the private letter and the look in her father's eyes. Finally she revolted. Her soul grew sick. She took no heed of Randall's protest. She only saw that she was to be the cloak to cover up something unclean between them. At a moment like this no woman pretends to have a sense of justice. Randall had equal share with her father in an unknown baseness. She hated him, as he stood there so strong and handsome, and she hated herself for having loved him. At last he said with a smile, "Yes, that's just it." "What?" She had forgotten the purport of her last remark. "He was a bit too, well, not too pro-German, but a bit too anti-English for me. You've got hold of the wrong end of the stick all the time, Phyllis dear. I'm no more pro-German than you are. Perhaps I see things more clearly than you do. I've been trained to an intellectual view of human phenomena." Her little pink and white face hardened until it looked almost ugly. The unpercipient young man continued, "And so I take my stand on a position that you must accept on trust. I am English to the backbone. You can't possibly dream that I am not. Come, dear, let me try to explain." His arm curved as if to encircle her waist. She sprang away. "Don't touch me! I couldn't bear it. There's something about you I can't understand." In her attitude, too, he found a touch of the incomprehensible. He said, however, with a sneer, "If I were swaggering about in a cheap uniform, you'd find me simplicity itself." She caught at his opening, desperately. "Yes, at any rate I'd find a man who isn't afraid to fight for his country." "Afraid!" "Yes," she cried, and her blue eyes blazed. "Afraid! That's why I can't marry you. I'd rather die than marry you. I've never told you. I thought you'd guess. I'm an English girl, and I can't marry a coward. A coward! A coward! A coward!" Her voice ended on a foolish high note, and Randall, very white, had seized her by the wrist. "You little fool!" he cried. "You'll live to repent what you've said." He released her, mounted his motor bike and rode away. Phyllis watched him disappear up the avenue. Then she walked rather blindly back to the bench and sat down among the ruins of a black and abominable world. After a while the friendly robin, seeing her so still, perched first on the back of the bench, and then hopped on the seat by her side, and cocking his head, looked at her inquiringly out of his little hard eye, as though he would say, "My dear child, what are you making all this fuss about? Isn't it early June? Isn't the sun shining? Aren't the chestnuts in flower? Don't you see that bank of dark blue cloud over there, which means a nice softening rain in the night and a jolly good breakfast of worms in the morning? What's wrong with this exquisitely perfect universe?" And Phyllis, on her own confession, with an angry gesture, sent him scattering up among the cool broad leaves and cried, "Get away, you hateful little beast!" And, having no use for robins and trees and spring and sunshine and such like intolerable ironies, a white little wisp of a nurse left them all to their complacent riot and went back to the hospital. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Red Planet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne. The Red Planet by William J. Locke. Chapter 12. A few days after this, Mrs. Holmes sent me under cover a telegram which she had received from her son. It was dispatched from Aberdeen, and ran, "Perfectly well. Don't worry about me. Love, Randall." And that was all I heard of him for some considerable time. What he was doing in Aberdeen, a city remote from his sphere of intellectual, political, and social activities, Heaven and himself alone knew. I must confess that I cared very little. He was alive, he was well, and his mother had no cause for anxiety. Phyllis had definitely sent him packing. There was no reason for me to allow speculation concerning him to keep me awake of nights. I had plenty to think about besides Randall. They made me honorary treasurer of the local volunteer training corps which had just been formed. The members not in uniform wore a red brassard with G.R. in black. The facetious all over the country called them gorgeous wrecks. I must confess that on their first few parades they did not look very military. Their composite paunchiness, beardedness, scragginess, spectacledness impressed me unfavourably when, from my Hosea carriage, I first beheld them. Marigold, who was one of the first to join and to leap into the grey uniform, tried to swagger about as an instructor. But as the little infantry drill he had ever learned had all been changed since the Boer War, I gathered an unholy joy from seeing him hang like a little child on the lips of the official sergeant instructor of the corps. In the evenings he and I mugged up the textbooks together, and with the aid of the books I put him through all the new physical exercises. I was a privileged person. I could take my own malicious pleasure out of Marigold's enforced humility, but I would be hanged if anybody else should. Sergeant Marigold should instruct those volunteers as he once instructed the recruits of his own battery. So I worked with him like a nigger until there was nothing in the various drills of a modern platoon that he didn't know, and nothing that he could not do with the mathematical precision of his splendid old training. One night during the thick of it Betty came in. I waved her into a corner of the library out of the way, and she smoked cigarettes and looked on the performance. Now I come to think of it, we must have afforded an interesting spectacle. There was the gaunt, one-eyed, preposterously wigged image clad in undervest and shrunken yellow flannel trousers which must have dated from his gym instructor days in the 90s, violently darting down on his heels, springing up, kicking out his legs, shooting out his arms, like an inspired marionette, all at the words of command shouted in fervent earnest by a shrivelled-up little cripple in a wheel-chair. When it was over, the weather was warm, he passed a curved forefinger over his dripping forehead, cut himself short in an instinctive action, and politely dried his hand on the seat of his trousers. Then his one eye gleamed homage at Betty, and he drew himself up to attention. "Do you mind, sir, if I send in Ellen with the drinks?" I nodded. "You'll do very well with a drink yourself, Marigold." "It's thirsty working weather, sir." He made a queer movement of his hand. It would have been idiotic of him to salute, but he had just been dismissed from military drill, so his hand went up to the level of his breast and, right about turn, he marched out of the room. Betty rose from her corner and threw herself in her usual impetuous way on the ground by my chair. "Do you know," she cried, "you two dear old things were too funny for words." But as I saw that her eyes were foolishly moist, I was not as offended as I might have been by her perceptions of the ludicrous. When I said that I had plenty to think about besides Randall, I meant to string off a list. My prolixity over the Volunteer Training Corps came upon me unawares. I wanted to show you that my time was fairly well occupied. I was chairman of our town Belgian Relief Committee. I was a member of our County Territorial Association, and took over a great deal of special work connected with one of our battalions that was covering itself with glory and little mounds topped with white crosses at the front. If you think I lived a Tom-Tabby, tea-party sort of life, you are quite mistaken. If the War Office could have its way, it would have lashed me in red tape, gagged me with regulations, and sealing-waxed me up in my bedroom. And there are thousands of us who have shaken our fists under the nose of the War Office and shouted, "All your blighting, man-with-the-mud-drake officialdom shan't prevent us from serving our country." And it hasn't. The very government itself, in spite of its monumental efforts, has not been able to shackle us into inertia or drug us into apathy. Such non-combatant francs-tireurs in England have done a power of good work. And then, of course, there was the hospital which, in one way or another, took up a good deal of my time. I was reposing in the front garden one late afternoon in mid-June, after a well-filled day, when a car pulled up at the gate in which were Betty, at the wheel, and a wounded soldier, in khaki, his cap perched on top of a bandaged head. I don't know whether it is usual for young women in nurses' uniform to career about the country driving wounded men in motor cars, but Betty did it. She cared very little for the usual. She came in, leaving the man in the car, and crossed the lawn, flushed and bright-eyed, a refreshing picture for a tired man. "We're in a fix up at the hospital," she announced, as soon as she was in reasonable speaking distance, "and I want you to get us out of it." Sitting on the grass, she told me the difficulty. A wounded soldier, discharged from some distant hospital, and home now on sick furlough before rejoining his depot, had been brought into the hospital with a broken head. The modern improvements on vinegar and brown paper having been applied, the man was now ready to leave. I interrupted with the obvious question, why couldn't he go to his own home? It appeared that the prospect terrified him. On his arrival, at midday, after 8 months' absence in France, he found that his wife had sold or pawned practically everything in the place, and that the lady herself was in the violent phase of intoxication. His natural remonstrances not being received with due meekness, a quarrel arose from which the lady emerged victorious. She laid her poor husband out with a poker. They could not keep him in hospital. He shied at an immediate renewal of conjugal life. He had no relations or intimate friends in Wellingsford. Where was the poor devil to go? I thought I might bring him along here and let the Marigolds look after him for a week or two. "Indeed," said I admire your airy ways." "I know you do," she replied, "and that's why I brought him." "Is that the fellow?" She laughed. "You're right the first time. How did you guess?" She scrambled to her feet. "I'll fetch him in." She fetched him in, a haggard, broad-shouldered man with a back like a sloping plank of wood. He wore corporal's stripes. He saluted and stood at rigid attention. "This is Tufton," said Betty. I dispatched her in search of Marigold. To Tufton I said, regarding him with what, without vanity, I may term an expert eye: "You're an old soldier." "Yes, sir." "Guards?" His eyes brightened. "Yes, sir. 7 years in the Grenadiers, then 2 years out. Rejoined on outbreak of war, sir." I rubbed my hands together in satisfaction. "I'm an old soldier, too," said I. "So sister told me, sir." A delicate shade in the man's tone and manner caught at my heart. Perhaps it was the remotest fraction of a glance at my old rug-covered legs, the pleased recognition of my recognition, perhaps some queer freemasonry of the old army. "You seem to be in trouble, boy," said I. "Tell me about it, and I'll do what I can to help you." So he told his story. After his discharge from the army he had looked about for a job and found one in the mills of Wellingsford, where he had met the woman, a mill hand, older than himself, whom he had married. She had been a bit extravagant and fond of her glass, but when he left her to rejoin the regiment he had had no anxieties. She did not write often, not being very well educated and finding difficult the composition of letters. A machine gun bullet had gone through his chest, just missing his lung. He had been 2 months in hospital. He had written her announcing his arrival. She had not met him at the station. He had tramped home with his kit bag on his back, and the cracked head was his reception. He supposed that she had had a lot of easy money and had given way to temptation, and what's a man to do, sir?" "I'm sure I don't know, Corporal," said I. "It's damned hard lines on you. But, at any rate, you can look upon this as your home for as long as you like to stay." "Thank you kindly, sir," said he. I turned and beckoned to Betty and Marigold, who had been hovering out of earshot by the house door. They approached. "I want to have a word with Marigold," I said. Tufton saluted and went off with Betty. Sergeant Marigold stood stiff as a ramrod on the spot which Tufton had occupied. "I suppose Mrs. Connor," said I, "has told you all about this poor chap?" "Yes, sir," said Marigold. "We must put him up comfortably. That's quite simple. The only thing that worries me is this. Supposing his wife comes around here raising Cain." Marigold held me with his one glittering eye, an eye glittering with the pride of the gunner and the pride, more chastened, of the husband. "You can leave all that, sir, to Mrs. Marigold. If she isn't more than a match for any Grenadier Guardsman's wife, then I haven't been married to her for the last 20 years. Nothing more was to be said. Marigold marched the man off, leaving me alone with Betty. "I'm going to get in before Mrs. Marigold," she remarked with a smile. "I'm off now to interview Madame Tufton and bring back her husband's kit." In some ways it is a pity Betty isn't a man. She would make a splendid soldier. I don't think such a thing as fear, physical, moral, or spiritual, lurks in any recess of Betty's nature. Not every young woman would brave, without trepidation, a virago who had cracked a hard-bitten warrior's head with a poker. "Marigold and I will come with you," I said. She protested. It was nonsense. Suppose Mrs. Tufton went for Marigold and spoiled his beauty? No, it was too dangerous. No place for men. We argued. At last I blew the police whistle which I wear on the end of my watch chain. Marigold came hurrying out of the house. "Mrs. Connor is going to take us for a run," said I. "Very good, sir." "Your blood will be on your own heads," said Betty. We talked for a while of what had happened. Vague stories of the demoralization of wives left alone with a far greater weekly income than they had ever handled before had reached our ears. We had read them in the newspapers, but till now we had never come across an example. The woman in question belonged to a bad type. Various dregs from large cities drift into the mills around little country towns and are the despair of mayors, curates, and other local authorities. We genteel folk regarded them as a plague spot in the midst of us. I remember the scandal when the troops first came in August 1914 to Wellingsford, a scandal put a summary end to, after a fortnight's grinning amazement at our country morals, by the troops themselves. Tufton had married into an undesirable community. "We're wasting time," said Betty. So Marigold put me in the back of the car and mounted into the front seat by Betty, and we started. Flowery End was the poetic name of the mean little row of red brick houses inhabited exclusively by Mrs. Tufton and her colleagues at the mills. To get to it you turn off the High Street by the post office, turn to the right down Avonmore Avenue, and then to the left. There you find Flowery End, and, 50 yards further on, the main road to Godbury crosses it at right angles. Betty, who lived on the Godbury Road, was quite familiar with Flowery End. Mid-June did its best to justify the name. Here and there, in the tiny patches of front garden, a tenant tried to help Mid-June by cultivating wallflowers and geraniums, and snapdragon and a rose or two. But the majority cared as much for the beauty of Mid-June as for the cleanliness of their children, an unsightly brood, with any unslovenly rags about their bodies, and the circular crust of last week's treacle on their cheeks. In his abominable speeches before the war, Gedge used to point out these children to unsympathetic Wellingsfordians as the infant martyrs of an accursed capitalism. Betty pulled up the car at number 7. Marigold sprang out, helped her down, and would have walked up the narrow flagged path to knock at the door, but she declined his aid, and he stood sentry by the gap where the wicket gate of the garden should have been. I saw the door open on Betty's summons, and a brawny, tousled, red-faced woman appear, a most horrible and forbidding female, although bearing traces of a once blowsy beauty. As in most cottages hereabouts, you enter straight from garden plot into the principal living room. On each side of the two figures I obtained a glance of stark emptiness. Betty said, "Are you Mrs. Tufton? I've come to talk to you about your husband. Let me come in." The air was so debonair, so unquestioning, that the woman withdrew a pace or two, and Betty, following up her advantage, entered and shut the door behind her. I could not have done what Betty did if I had as many legs as a centipede. Marigold turned to me anxiously. "Do you think she's safe, sir?" I nodded. "Anyway, stand by." The neighbours came out of adjoining houses, slatternly women with babies, more unwashed children, an elderly, vacant male or two. The young men and maidens had not yet been released from the mills. As far as I could gather, there was amused discussion among the gossips concerning the salient features of Sergeant Marigold's physical appearance. I heard one lady bid another to look at his wicked old eye, and received the humorous rejoinder, "Which one?" I should have liked to burn them as witches, but Marigold stood his ground, imperturbable. Presently the door opened, and Betty came sailing down the path with a red spot on each cheek, followed by Mrs. Tufton, vociferous. "Sergeant Marigold," cried Betty, "will you kindly go into that house and fetch out Corporal Tufton's kit bag?" "Very good, madam," said Marigold. "Sergeant or no sergeant," cried Mrs. Tufton, squaring her elbows and barring his way, "nobody's coming into my house to touch any of my husband's property." Really what she said I cannot record. The British Tommy I know upside down, inside out. I could talk to you about him for the week together. The ordinary soldier's wife, good, straight, heroic soul, I know as well and profoundly admire as I do the ordinary wife of a brother officer, and I could tell you what she thinks and feels in her own language. But the class whence Mrs. Tufton proceeded is out of my social ken. She was stale drunk. She had, doubtless, a vile headache. Probably she felt twinges of remorse and apprehension of possible police interference. As a counter-irritant to this, she had worked herself into an astounding temper. She would give up none of her husband's belongings. She would have the law on them if they tried. Bad enough it was for her husband to come home after a year's desertion, leaving her penniless, and the moment he set eyes on her begin to knock her about. But for sergeants suffering under a blight, and characterless females masquerading as hospital nurses to come and ride roughshod over an honest working woman was past endurance. Thus I paraphrase my memory of the lady's torrential speech. "Lay your hand on me," she cried, "and I'll summons you for assault." As Marigold could not pass her without laying hands on her, and as the laying of hands on her, no matter how lightly, would indubitably have constituted an assault in the eyes of the law, Marigold stiffly confronted her and tried to argue. The neighbours listened in sardonic amusement. Betty stood by, with the spots burning on her cheek, clenching her slender, capable fingers, furious at defeat. I was condemned to sit in the car a few yards off, an anxious spectator. In a moment's lull of the argument, Betty interposed. Every woman here knows what you have done. You ought to be ashamed of yourself." "And you ought to be ashamed of yourself," Mrs. Tufton retorted, "taking an honest woman's husband away from her." It was time to interfere. I called out, "Betty, let us get back. I'll fix the man up with everything he wants." At the moment of her turning to me, a telegraph boy hopped from his bicycle on the off side of the car and touched his cap. "I've a telegram for Mrs. Connor, sir. I recognized the car, and I think that's the lady. So instead of going on to the house—" I cut him short. Yes, that was Mrs. Connor of Telford Lodge. He dodged round the car and, entering the garden path, handed the orange-coloured envelope to Betty. She took it from him absent-mindedly, her heart and soul engaged in the battle with Mrs. Tufton. The boy stood patient for a second or two. "Any answer, ma'am?" She turned so that I could see her face in profile, and impatiently opened the envelope and glanced at the message. Then she stiffened, seeming in a curious way to become many inches taller and grow deadly white. The paper dropped from her hand. Marigold picked it up. The diversion of the telegraph boy had checked Mrs. Tufton's eloquence and compelled the idle interest of the neighbours. I cried out from the car, "What's the matter?" But I don't think Betty heard me. She recovered herself, took the telegram from Marigold and showed it to the woman. "Read it," said Betty, in a strange, hard voice. "This is to tell me that my husband was killed yesterday in France. Go on your knees and thank God that you have a brave husband, still alive, and pray that you may be worthy of him." She went into the house and in a moment reappeared like a ghost of steel, carrying the disputed canvas kit bag over her shoulder. The woman stared open-mouthed and said nothing. Marigold came forward to relieve Betty of her burden, but she waved him imperiously away, passed him and, opening the car door, threw the bag at my feet. Not one of the rough crowd moved a foot or uttered a sound, save a baby in arms 2 doors off, who cut the silence with a sickly wail and was immediately hushed by its mother. Betty turned to the attendant Marigold. "You can drive me home." She sat by my side. Marigold took the wheel in front and drove us. She sought for my hand, held it in an iron grip, and said not a word. It was but 5 minutes' run at the pace which Marigold, time-worn master of crises of life and death, put the car. Betty held herself rigid, staring straight in front of her and striving in vain to stifle horrible little sounds that would break through her tightly closed lips. When we pulled up at her door she said queerly, "Forgive me. I'm a damned little coward." And she bolted from the car into the house. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of The Red Planet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sean Michael Hogan. The Red Planet by William J. Locke. Chapter 13. Thus over the sequestered vale of Wellingsford, far away from the sound of shells, even off the track of marauding Zeppelins, rode the fiery planet, Mars. There is not a homestead in Great Britain that in one form or another has not caught a reflection of its blood-red ray. No matter how we may seek distraction in work or amusement, the angry glow is ever before our eyes, colouring our vision, colouring our thoughts, colouring our emotions for good or for ill. We cannot escape it. Our personal destinies are inextricably interwoven with the fate directing the death grapple of the 1,000 miles or so of battle line, and arbitrating on the doom of colossal battleships. Our local newspaper prints week by week its ever-lengthening roll of honour. The shells that burst and slew these brave fellows spread their devastation into our little sheltered town, in a thundering crash tearing off from the very trunk of life, here a friend, there a son, there a father, there a husband. And I repeat, at the risk of wearisome insistence, that our sheltered homeland shares the calm, awful fatalism of the battlefield. We have to share it because every rood of our country is, spiritually, as much a battlefield as the narrow, blood-sodden wastes of Flanders and France. Willie Connor, fine, brave gentleman, was dead. My beloved Betty was a widow. No Victoria Cross for Betty. Even if there had been one, no children to be bred from birth on its glorious legend. The German shell left Betty stripped and maimed. With her passionate generosity she had given her all, even as his all had been nobly given by her husband. And then all of both had been swept ruthlessly away down the gory draught of sacrifice. Poor Betty! "I'm a damned little coward," she said as she bolted into the house. The brave, foolish words rang in my ears all that night. In the early morning I wondered what I should do. A commonplace message written or telephoned would be inept. I shrank from touching her, although I knew she would feel my touch to be gentle. You have seen, I hope, that Betty was dearer to me than anyone else in the world, and I knew that, apart from the stirring emotions in her own young life, Betty held me in the closest affection. When she needed me, she would fly the signal. Of that I felt assured. Still... While I was in this state of perplexity, Marigold came in to rouse me and get me ready for the day. "I've taken the liberty, sir," said he, "to telephone to Telford Lodge to inquire after Mrs. Connor. The maid said she had Mrs. Connor's instructions to reply that she was quite well." The good, admirable fellow! I thanked him. While I was shaving, he said in his usual wooden way, "Begging your pardon, sir, I thought you might like to send Mrs. Connor a few flowers, so I took upon myself to cut some roses, first thing this morning, with the dew on them." Of course I cut myself, and the blood flowed profusely. "Why the dickens do you spring things like that on people while they're shaving?" I cried. "Very sorry, sir," said he, solicitous with sponge and towel. "All the same, Marigold," said I, "you've solved a puzzle that has kept me awake since early dawn. We'll go out as soon as I'm dressed and we'll send her every rose in the garden." I have an acre or so of garden behind the house, of which I have not yet spoken, save incidentally, for it was there that just a year ago poor Althea Fenimore ate her giant strawberries on the last afternoon of her young life, and a cross-grained old misanthropist called Timms attends to it and lavishes on the flowers the love which, owing, I suspect, to blighted early affection, he denies to mankind. I am very fond of my garden, and am especially interested in my roses. Do you know an exquisitely pink rose, the only true pink, named Mrs. George Norwood? I bring myself up with a jerk. I'm not writing a book on roses. When the war is over, perhaps I shall devote my old age to telling you what I feel and know and think about them. I had a battle with Timms. Timms was about 60. He had shaggy, bushy eyebrows over hard little eyes, a shaggy grey beard, and a long, clean-shaven, obstinate upper lip. Stick him in an ill-fitting frock-coat and an antiquated silk hat, and he would be the stage model of a Scottish elder. As a matter of fact, he was Hampshire-born and a devout Roman Catholic. But he was as crabbed an old wretch as you can please. He flatly refused to execute my order. I dismissed him on the spot. He countered with the statement that he was an old man who had served me faithfully for many years. I bade him go on serving me faithfully and not be a damned fool. The roses were to be cut. If he didn't cut them, Marigold would. "He's been a-cutting them already," he growled, "before I came." Timms loathed Marigold. Why, I could never discover. And Marigold had the lowest opinion of Timms. It was an offence for Marigold to desecrate the garden by his mere footsteps. To touch a plant or a flower constituted a damnable outrage. On the other side, Timms could not approach my person for the purpose of rendering me any necessary physical assistance, without incurring Marigold's violent resentment. "He'll go on cutting them," said I, "unless you start in at once." He began. I sent off Marigold in search of a wheelbarrow. Then, having Timms to myself, I summoned him to my side. "Do you hold with a man sacrificing his life for his country?" He looked at me for a moment or two in his dour, crabbed way. "I've got a couple of sons in France, trying their best to do it," he replied. That was the first I had ever heard of it. I had always regarded him as a gnarled old bachelor without human ties. Where he had kept the sons and the necessary mother, I had not the remotest notion. "You're proud of them?" "I am." "And if one was killed, would you grudge his grave a few roses? For the sake of him, wouldn't you sacrifice a world of roses?" His manner changed. "I don't understand, sir. Is anybody killed?" "Didn't I say that all these roses were for Mrs. Connor?" He dropped his secateur. "Good God, sir, is it Captain Connor?" The block-headed idiot of a Marigold had not told him. Marigold is a very fine fellow, but occasionally he manifests human frailties that are truly abominable. "We are going to sacrifice all our roses, Timms," said I, "for the sake of a very gallant Englishman. It's about all we can do. Of course I ought to have entered upon all this explanation when I first came on the scene, but I took it for granted that Timbs knew of the tragedy. "Need we cut those blooms of the Rayon d'Or?" asked Timbs, alluding to certain roses under conical paper shades which he had been breathlessly tending for our local flower show. "We'll cut them first," said I. Looking back through the correcting prism of time, I fancy the slaughter of the innocents may have been foolishly sentimental, but I had a great desire to lay all that I could by way of tribute of consolation at Betty's feet, and this little sacrifice of all my roses seemed as symbolical an expression of my feelings as anything that my unimaginative brain could devise. During the forenoon I superintended the packing of the baskets of roses and palling the florist's cart, which I was successful in engaging for the occasion, neither wheelbarrow nor donkey carriage nor two-seater, the only vehicles at my disposal being adequate, and when I saw it start for its destination I wheeled myself, by way of discipline, through my bereaved garden. It looked mighty desolate. But though all the blooms had gone, there were a myriad buds which next week would burst into happy flower, and the sacrifice seemed trivial, almost ironical, for in Betty's heart there were no buds left. After lunch I went to the hospital for the weekly committee meeting. To my amazement, the first person I met in the corridor was Betty. Betty, white as wax, with black rings round unnaturally shining eyes. She waited for me to wheel myself up to her. I said severely, "What on earth are you doing here? Go home to bed at once." She put her hand on the back of my chair and bent down. "I'm better here, and so are the dear roses. Come and see them." I followed her into one of the military wards on the ground floor, and the place was a feast of roses. I had no idea so many could have come from my little garden. And the ward upstairs, she told me, was similarly beflowered. By the side of each man's bed stood bowl or vase, and the tables and the window sills were bright with blooms. It was the ward for serious cases, men with faces livid from gas poisoning, men with the accursed trench nephritis, men with faces swathed in bandages hiding God knows what distortions, men with cradles over them betokening mangled limbs, men recovering from operations, chiefly the picking of bits of shrapnel and splinters of bone from shattered arms and legs, men with pale faces, patient eyes, and with cheery smiles round their lips when we passed by. A gramophone at the end of the room was grinding out a sentimental tune to which all were listening with rapt enjoyment. I asked one man among others how he was faring. He was getting on fine. With the death rattle in his throat, the wounded British soldier invariably tells you that he is getting on fine. "And ain't these roses lovely? Makes the place look like a garden. And that music seems appropriate, don't it, sir?" I asked what the gramophone was playing. He looked respectfully shocked. "Why, it's the Rosary, sir." After we had left him, Betty said, "That's the third time they've asked for it today. They've got mixed up with the name, you see. They're beautiful children, aren't they?" I should have called them sentimental idiots, but Betty saw much clearer than I did. She accompanied me back to the corridor and to the committee room door. I was a quarter of an hour late. "I've kept the precious Rayon d'Or for myself," she said. "How could you have the heart to cut them?" "I would have cut out my heart itself, for the matter of that," said I, "if it would have done any good." She smiled in a forlorn kind of way. "Don't do that, for I shall want it inside you more than ever now. Tell me, how is Tufton?" "Tufton?" "Yes, Tufton." I must confess that my mind being so full of Betty, I had clean forgotten Tufton. But Betty remembered. I smiled. "He's getting on fine," said I. I reached out my hand and held her cold, slim fingers. "Promise me one thing, my dear." "All right," she said. "Don't overdo things. There's a limit to the power of bearing strain. As soon as you feel you're likely to go FUT, throw it all up, and come and see me and let us lay our heads together." "I despise people who go FUT," said Betty. "I don't," said I. We nodded a mutual farewell. She opened the committee room door for me and walked down the corridor with a swinging step, as though she would show me how fully she had made herself mistress of circumstance. Some evenings later she came in, as usual, unheralded, and established herself by my chair. The scents of midsummer came in through the open windows, and there was a great full moon staring in at us from a cloudless sky. Letters from the War Office, from brother officers, from the Colonel, from the Brigadier General himself had broken her down. She gave me the letters to read. Everyone loved him, admired him, trusted him. "As brave as a lion," wrote one. perhaps the most brilliant company officer in my brigade," wrote the General. And his death, the tragic common story. A trench, a high explosive shell, the fate of young Etherington, and no possible little wooden cross to mark his grave. And Betty, on the floor by my side, gave way. The proud will bent, she surrendered herself to a paroxysm of sorrow. She was not in a fit state to return to the hospital, where I learned she shared a bedroom with Phyllis Gedge. I shrank from sending her home to the tactless comforting of her aunts. They were excellent, God-fearing ladies, but they had never understood Betty. All her life they had worried her with genteel admonitions. They had regarded her marriage with disfavour as an act of foolhardiness. I even think they looked on her attitude as unmaidenly, and now in her frozen widowhood they fretted her past endurance. On the night when the news came, they sent for the vicar of their parish, not my good friend who christened Hosea, a very worthy, very serious, very evangelistically religious fellow, to administer spiritual consolation. If Betty had sat devoutly under him on Sundays, there might have been some reason in the summons. But Betty, holding her own religious views, had only once been inside the church, on the occasion of her wedding, and had but the most formal acquaintance with the good man. No, I could not send Betty home unexpectedly, to have her wounds mauled about by unskilled fingers. Nothing remained but to telephone to the hospital and put her in Mrs. Marigold's charge for the night. So broken was my dear Betty that she allowed herself to be carried off without a word. Once before, years ago, she had behaved with the same piteous docility, and that was when, a short-frocked hoyden, she had fallen from an apple tree and badly hurt herself, and Marigold had carried her into the house, and Mrs. Marigold had put her to bed. In the morning I found her calm and sedate at the breakfast table. "You've been and gone and done for both of us, Madgie dear," she remarked, pouring out tea. "What do you mean?" "Our reputations. What a scandal in Wellingsford!" She looked me clearly in the eyes and smiled, and her hand did not shake as she held my cup. And by these signs I knew that she had taken herself again in grip and forbade reference to the agony through which she had passed. Quickly she turned the conversation to the Tuftons. What had happened? I told her meagrely. She insisted on fuller details. So, flogged by her, I related what I had gleaned from Marigold's wooden reports. He always conveyed personal information as though he were giving evidence against a defaulter. I had to start all over again. Apparently this had happened. Mrs. Tufton had arrayed herself, not in sackcloth and ashes, for that was apparently her normal attire, but in an equivalent, as far as a symbol of humility was concerned, namely, in decent raiment, and had sought her husband's forgiveness. There had been a touching scene in the scullery which Mrs. Marigold had given up to them for the sake of privacy, in which the lady had made tearful promises of reform, and the corporal had magnanimously passed the sponge over the terrible reckoning on her slate. Would he then go home to his penitent wife? But the gallant fellow, with the sturdy common sense for which the British soldier is renowned, contrasted the clover in which he was living here with the aridness of Flowery End, and declined to budge. High sentiment was one thing, snug lying was another. Next time he came back, if she had re-established the house in its former comfort, he didn't say as how he wouldn't. "But," she cried, and this bit I didn't tell Betty, "the next time you may come home dead." "Then," replied Tufton, "let me see what a nice respectable coffin with brass handles and lots of slap-up brass nails and a brass plate you can get ready for me." Since the first interview, I informed Betty, there had been others daily, most decorous. They were excellent friends. Neither seemed to perceive anything absurd in the situation. Even Marigold looked on it as a matter of course. "I have an idea," said Betty. "You know we want some help in the servant staff of the hospital." I did. The matron had informed the committee, who had empowered her to act. "Why not let me tackle Mrs. Tufton while she is in this beautifully chastened and devotional mood? In this way we can get her out of the mills, out of Flowery End, fill her up with noble and patriotic emotions instead of whiskey, and when Tufton returns, present her to him as a model wife, sanctified by suffering and ennobled by the consciousness of duty done. It would be splendid." For the first time since the black day there came a gleam of fun into Betty's eyes, and a touch of colour into her cheeks. "It would indeed," said I. "The only question is whether Tufton would really like this Red Cross saint you'll have provided for him." "In case he does not," said Betty, "you can provide him with a refuge as you are doing now." She rose from the table, announcing her intention of going straight to the hospital. I realized with a pang that breakfast was over, that I had enjoyed a delectable meal, that by some sort of dainty miracle she had bemused me into eating and drinking twice my ordinary ration, that she had inveigled me into talking, a thing I have never done during breakfast for years. It is as much as Marigold's ugly head is worth to address a remark to me during the unsympathetic duty. Why, if my poached egg regards me with too aggressive a pinkiness, I want to slap it. And into talking about those confounded Tuftons with a gusto only provoked by a glass or two of impeccable port after a good dinner. One would have thought, considering the anguished scene of the night before, that it would have been one of the most miserably impossible tete-a-tete breakfasts in the whole range of such notoriously ghastly meals. But here was Betty, serene and smiling, as though she had been accustomed to breakfast with me every morning of her life, off to the hospital, with a hard little idea in her humorous head concerning Mrs. Tufton's conversion. The only sign she gave of last night's storm was when, by way of good-bye, she bent down and kissed my cheek. "You know," she said, "I love you too much to thank you." And she went off with her brave little head in the air. In the afternoon I went to Wellings Park. Sir Anthony was away, but Lady Fenimore was in. She showed me a letter she had received from Betty in reply to her letter of condolence. My dears, it is good to realize one has such rocks to lean on. You long to help and comfort me. Well, I'll tell you how to do it. You just forget. Leave it to me to do all the remembering. Yours, Betty. End of chapter 13. Recording by Sean Michael Hogan, St. John's, Newfoundland, Canada. Chapter 14 of The Red Planet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sean Michael Hogan. The Red Planet by William J. Locke. Chapter 14. On the 1st of July there was forwarded to me from the club a letter in an unknown handwriting. I had to turn to the signature to discover the identity of my correspondent. It was Reggie Dacre, Colonel Dacre, whom I had met in London a couple of months before. As it tells its own little story, I transcribe it. Dear Major Meredith, I should like to confirm by the following anecdote, which is going the round of the brigade, what I recently told you about our friend Boyce. I shouldn't worry you, but I feel that if one has cast an unjustifiable slur on a brother officer's honour, and I can't tell you how the thing has lain on my conscience, one shouldn't leave a stone unturned to rehabilitate him, even in the eyes of one person. There has been a good deal of scrapping around Ypres lately, that given away by the communiques, but for reasons which both the censor and yourself will appreciate, I can't be more explicit as to locality. Enough to say that somewhere in this region, or sector as we call it nowadays, there was a certain bit of ground that had been taken and retaken over and over again. B.'s regiment was in this fighting, and at one particular time we were holding a German front trench section. A short distance further on the enemy held a little farm building, forming a sort of redoubt. They sniped all day long. They also had a machine gun. I can't give you accurate details, for I can only tell you what I've heard, but the essentials are true. Well, we got that farmhouse. We got it single-handed. Boyce put up the most amazing bluff that has ever happened in this war. He crawls out by himself, without anybody knowing, it was a pitch-black night, gets through the barbed wire, heaven knows how, up to the house, lays a sentry out with his life-preserver, gives a few commands to an imaginary company, and summons the occupants, 2 officers and 15 men, to surrender. Thinking they are surrounded, they obey like lambs, come out unarmed, with their hands up, officers and all, and are comfortably marched off in the dark, as prisoners into our trenches. They say that when the German officers discovered how they had been done, they foamed so hard that we had to use empty sandbags as straight waistcoats. Now it's picturesque, of course, and being picturesque it has flown from mouth to mouth. But it's true. Verb sep. Hoping some time or other to see you again, yours sincerely, R. Dacre, Lieutenant Colonel. I quote this letter here for the sake of chronological sequence. It gave me a curious bit of news. No man could have performed such a feat without a cold brain, soundly beating heart, and nerves of steel. It was not an act of red-hot heroism. It was done in cold blood, a deliberate gamble with death on 1,000 to 1 chance. It was staggeringly brave. I told the story to Mrs. Boyce. Her comment was characteristic. But surely they would have to surrender if called upon by a British officer. To the Day of Judgment I don't think she will understand what Leonard did. Leonard himself, coming home slightly wounded 2 or 3 weeks afterwards, pooh-poohed the story as one of no account, and only further confused the dear lady's ill-conceived notions. In the meanwhile, life at Wellingsford flowed uneventfully. Now and again a regiment or a brigade, having finished its training, disappeared in a night, and the next day fresh troops arrived to fill its place. And this great silent movement of men went on all over the country. Sometimes our hearts sank. A reserve howitzer territorial brigade turned up in Wellings Park with dummy wooden guns. The officers told us they had been expecting proper guns daily for the past 2 months. Marigold shook a sad head. But all things, even 6-inch howitzers, come to him who waits. Little more was heard of Randall Holmes. He corresponded with his mother through a firm of London solicitors, and his address and his doings remained a mystery. He was alive, he professed robust health, and in reply to Mrs. Holmes's frantically expressed hope that he was adopting no course that might discredit his father's name, he twitted her with intellectual volte-face the views of Philistia, but at the same time assured her that he was doing nothing which the most self-righteous bourgeois would consider discreditable. "But it is discreditable for him to go away like this, and not let his own mother know where he is," cried the poor woman. And of course I agreed with her. I find it best always to agree with mothers, also with wives. After her own lapse from what Mrs. Boyce would have called Spartianism, Betty kept up her brave face. When Willie Connor's kit came home, she told me tearlessly about the heart-rending consignment. Now and then she spoke of him, with a proud look in her eyes. She was one of the women of England who had the privilege of being the wife of a hero. In this world one must pay for everything worth having. Her widowhood was the price. All the tears of a lifetime could not bring him back. All the storms of fate could not destroy the glory of those few wonderful months. He was laughing, so she heard, when he met his death. So would she, in honour of him, go on laughing till she met hers. "And that silly fool Phyllis is still crying her eyes out over Randall," she said. "Don't I think she was wrong in sending him away? If she had married him, she might have influenced him, made him get a commission in the army. I've threatened to beat her if she talks such nonsense. Why can't people take a line and stick to it?" "This isn't a world of Betty's, my dear," said I. "Rubbish! That outrageous Mrs. Tufton's doing it." Apparently she was. She followed Betty about as the lamb followed Mary. Tufton, after a week or 2 at Wellington Barracks, had been given sergeant's stripes and sent off with the draft to the front. Betty's dramatic announcement of her widowhood seemed to have put the fear of death into the woman's soul. As soon as her husband landed in France, she went scrupulously through the closely printed casualty lists of non-commissioned officers and men in the Daily Mail, in awful dread lest she should see her husband's name. Betty vainly assured her that, in the first place, she would hear from the War Office weeks before anything could appear in the papers, and that, in the second, his name would occur under the heading Grenadier Guards and not under Royal Field Artillery, Royal Engineers, Duke of Cornwall's Light Infantry, R.A.M.C., or Australian and Canadian contingents. Mrs. Tufton went through the lot from start to finish. Once, indeed, she came across the name, in big print, and made a bee-line through the wards for Betty, an offence for which the matron nearly threw her, there and then, into the street. It was that of the gallant colonel of a New Zealand regiment at Gallipoli. Betty had to point to the brief biographical note to prove to the distracted woman that the late Colonel Tufton of New Zealand could not be identical with Sergeant Tufton of the Grenadiers. She regarded Mrs. Tufton as a brand she had plucked from the burning, and took a great deal of trouble with her. On the other hand, I imagined Mrs. Tufton looked upon herself as a very important person, a sergeant's wife, and the confidential intimate of a leading sister at the Wellingsford Hospital. In fact, Marigold mentioned her notorious vanity. "What does it matter," cried Betty, when I put this view before her, "how swelled her head may be, so long as it isn't swollen with drink?" And I could find no adequate reply. Towards the end of the month comes Boyce to Wellingsford, this time not secretly, for the day after his arrival he drove his mother through the town and incidentally called on me. A neglected bullet graze on the neck had turned septic. An ugly temperature had sent him to hospital. The authorities, as soon as the fever had abated and left him on the high road to recovery, had sent him home. A khaki bandage around his bull throat alone betokened anything amiss. He would be back, he said, as soon as the medical board at the War Office would let him. On this occasion, for the first time since South African days, I met him without any mistrust. What had passed between Betty and himself I did not know. Relations between man and woman are so subtle and complicated that unless you have the full pleadings on both sides in front of you, you cannot arbitrate. And as often as not, if you deliver the most soul-satisfying of judgments, you are hopelessly wrong, because there are all-important, elusive factors of personality, temperament, sex, and what not, which all the legal acumen in the world could not set down in black and white. So half unconsciously I ruled out Betty from my contemplation of the man. I had been obsessed by the Vilboek Farm story, and by that alone. Reggie Dacre, to say nothing of personages in high command, had proved it to be a horrible lie. He had Marshal Ney's deserved reputation, le brave des braves, and there is no more coldly critical conferrer of such repute than the British Army in the field. To win it, a man not only has to do something heroic once or twice, that is what he is there for, but he has to be doing it all the time. Boyce had piled up for himself an amazing record, one that overwhelmed the possibility of truth in old slanders. When I gripped him by the hand, I felt immeasurable relief at being able to do so without the old haunting suspicion and reservation. He spoke, like thousands of others of his type, the type of the fine professional English soldier, with diffident modesty of such personal experiences as he deigned to recount. The anecdotes mostly had a humorous side, and were evoked by allusion. Like all of us stay-at-homes, I cursed the censorship for leaving us so much in the dark. He laughed and cursed the censorship for the opposite reason. The damned fools! I beg your pardon, mother, but when a fool is too big a fool even for this world, he must be damned. The damned fools allow all sorts of things to be given away. They were nearly the death of me, and were the death of half a dozen of my men. And he told the story. In a deserted brewery behind the lines, the vats were filled up as baths for men from the trenches, and the furnaces heated ovens in which horrible clothing was baked. This brewery had been immune from attack until an officially sanctioned newspaper article specified its exact position. A few days after the article appeared, in fact, as soon as a copy of the paper reached Germany, a thunderstorm of shells broke on the brewery. Out of it poured a helter-skelter stream of stark-naked men who ran wherever they could for cover. From one point of view it was vastly comic. In the meanwhile the building contained all their clothes, and all the spare clothing for a brigade was being scientifically destroyed. That was more comic still. The bather cut off from his garments is a world-wide joke. The German battery, having got the exact range, were having a systematic, Teutonic afternoon's enjoyment. But from another point of view the situation was desperate. There were these poor fellows, hordes of them, in nature's inadequate protection against the weather, shivering in the cold, with the nearest spare rag of clothing some miles away. Boyce got them together, paraded them instantly under the shell fire, and led them at a rush into the blazing building to salve stores. 6 never came out alive. Many were burned and wounded, but it had to be done or the whole crowd would have perished from exposure. Tommy is fairly tough, but he cannot live mother naked through a March night of driving sleet. "No," said Boyce, "if you suffered daily from the low cunning of Brother Bosch, you wouldn't cry for things to be published in the newspapers." At the end of their visit I accompanied my guests to the hall. Marigold escorted Mrs. Boyce to the car. Leonard picked up his cap and cane and turned to shake hands. I noticed that the knob of the cane was neatly cased in wash leather. Idly I inquired the reason. He smiled grimly as he slipped off the cover and exposed the polished, deep vermilion butt of the life-preserver which Reggie Dacre had described. "It's a sort of fetish I feel I must carry around with me," he explained. "When I've got it in my hand, I don't seem to care a damn what I do. When I haven't, I miss it. Remember the story of Sir Walter Scott's boy with the butter? Something like that, you know. But in its bare state it's not a pretty sight for the mother." "It ought to have a name," said I. "The poilu calls his bayonet Rosalie." He looked at it darkly for a moment before refitting the wash leather. "I might call it the Reminder," said he. "Good-bye." And he turned quickly and strode out of the door. The reminder of what? He puzzled me. Why, in spite of all my open-heartedness, did he still contrive to leave me with a sense of the enigmatic? Although he showed himself openly about the town, he held himself aloof from social intercourse with the inhabitants. He called, I know, on Mrs. Holmes, and on one or two others who have no place in this chronicle. But he refused all proposals of entertainment, notably an invitation to dinner from the Fenimores. Sir Anthony met him in the street, upbraided him in his genial manner for neglect of his old friends, and pressingly asked him to dine at Wellings Park. Just a few old friends. The duties of a distinguished soldier, said he, did not begin and end on the field. You must uplift the hearts of those who had to stay at home. Sir Anthony had a nervous trick of rattling off many sentences before his interlocutor could get in a word. When he had finished, Boyce politely declined the invitation. "And with a damned chilly, stand-offish politeness," cried Sir Anthony furiously when telling me about it. "Just as if I had been Perkins, the fishmonger, asking him to meet the Prettyloves at high tea. It's swelled head, my dear chap, that's what it is, just swelled head. None of us are good enough for him and his laurels. He's going to remain the modest, mossy violet of a hero blushing unseen. Oh, damn the fellow!" I did my best to soothe my touchy and choleric friend. No soldier, said I, likes to be made a show of. Why had he suggested a dinner party? A few friends. Anyone in Boyce's position knew what that meant. It meant about 30 gawking, gaping people for whom he didn't care a hang. Why hadn't Anthony asked the Boyces to dine quietly with Edith and himself? With me thrown in, for instance, if they wanted exotic assistance. Let me try, I said, to fix matters up. So the next day I called on Boyce and told him, with such tact as I have at command, of Sir Anthony's wounded feelings. "My dear Meredith," said he, "I can only say to you what I tried to explain to the irascible little man. If I accepted one invitation, I should have to accept all invitations, or give terrible offence all over the place. I'm here a sick man, and my mother's an invalid, and I merely want to be saved from my friends and have a quiet time with the old lady. Of course, if Sir Anthony is offended, I'm only too sorry, and I beg you to assure him that I never intended the slightest discourtesy. The mere idea of it distresses me." The explanation was reasonable, the apology frank. Sir Anthony received them both grumpily. He had his foibles. He set his invitations to dinner in a separate category from those of the ragtag and bobtail of Wellingsford society. So for the sake of principle he continued to damn the fellow. On the other hand, for the sake of principle, reparation for injustice, I continued to like the fellow and found pleasure in his company. For one thing, I hankered after the smoke and smell and din of the front, and Boyce succeeded more than anyone else in satisfying my appetite. While he talked, as he did freely with me alone, I got near to the grim essence of things. Also, with the aid of rough military maps, he made actions and strategical movements of which newspaper accounts had given me but a confused notion, as clear as if I had been a chief of staff. Often he went to considerable trouble in obtaining special information. He appeared to set himself out to win my esteem. Now a cripple is very sensitive to kindness. I could not reject his overtures. What interested motive could he have in seeking out a useless hulk like me? On the first opportunity I told Betty of the new friendship, having a twinge or two of conscience lest it might appear to her disloyal. "But why in the world shouldn't you see him, dear?" she said open-eyed. "He brings the breath of battle to you and gives you fresh life. You're looking ever so much better the last few days. The only thing is," she added, turning her head away, "that I don't want to run the risk of meeting him again." Naturally, I took precautions against such an occurrence. The circumstances of their last meeting at my house lingered unpleasantly in my mind. Perhaps for Betty's sake I ought to have turned a cold shoulder on Boyce. But when you have done a man a foul injustice for years, you must make him some kind of secret reparation. So, by making him welcome, I did what I could. Now, I don't know whether I ought to set down a trivial incident mentioned in my diary under the date of the 15th August, the day before Boyce left Wellingsford to join his regiment in France. In writing an account of other people's lives, it is difficult to know what to put in and what to leave out. If you bring in your own predilections or prejudices or speculations concerning them, you must convey a distorted impression. You lie about them unconsciously. A fact is a fact, and if it is important, ought to be recorded. But when you are not sure whether it is a fact or not, what are you to do? Perhaps I had better narrate what happened and tell you afterwards why I hesitate. Marigold had driven me over to Godbury, where I had business connected with a county territorial association, and we were returning home. It was a moist, horrible, depressing August day, a slimy, sticky day. Clouds hung low over the reeking earth. The honest rain had ceased, but wet drops dribbled from the leaves of the trees, and the branches and trunks exuded moisture. The thatched roofs of cottages were dank. In front gardens roses and hollyhocks drooped sodden. The very droves of steers coming from market sweated in the muggy air. The good slush of the once dusty road, broken to bits by military traffic, had stiffened into black grease. Round a bend of the road we skidded alarmingly. Marigold has a theory that in summertime a shirt next the skin is the only wear for humans, and square tread tires the only wear for motor cars. With some acerbity I pointed out the futility of his proposition. With the blandness of superior wisdom he assured me that we were perfectly safe. You can't knock into the head of an artilleryman who has been trained to hang on to a limmer by the friction of his trousers that there can be any danger in the luxurious seat of a motor car. There is a good straight half-mile of the Godbury Road which is known in the locality as the Gut. It is sunken and very narrow, being flanked on one side by the railway embankment and on the other by the grounds of Godbury Chase. A most desolate bit of road, half overhung by trees and oozing with all the moisture of the countryside. On this day it was the wettest, slimiest bit of road in England. We had almost reached the end of it when it entered the head of a stray puppy dog to pause in the act of crossing and sit down in the middle and hunt for fleas. To spare the abominable mongrel, Marigold made a sudden swerve. Of course the car skidded. It skidded all over the place as if it were drunk, and aided by Marigold, described a series of ghastly half-circles. At last he performed various convulsive feats of jugglery, with the result that the car, which was nosing steadily for the ditch, came to a standstill. Then Marigold informed me in unemotional tones that the steering gear had gone. "It's all the fault of that there dog," said he, twisting his head so as to glare at the little beast, who, after a yelp and a bound, had calmly recaptured his position and resumed his interrupted occupation. "It's all the fault of that there Marigold," I retorted, "who can't see the sense of using studded tyres on a greasy surface. What's to be done now?" Marigold thrust his hand beneath his wig and scratched his head. He didn't exactly know. He got out and stared intently at the car. If mind could have triumphed over matter, the steering gear would have become disfractured. But the good Marigold's mind was not powerful enough. He gave up the contest and looked at me and the situation. There we were, broadside on to the narrow road, and only manhandling could bring us round to a position of safety by the side. He was for trying it there and then, but I objected, having no desire to be slithered into the ditch. "I would just as soon," said I, "ride a giraffe shod with roller skates." He didn't even smile. He turned his one reproachful eye on me. What was to be done? I told him we must wait for assistance. When I had been transferred into the vehicle of a passing Samaritan, it was time enough for the manhandling. Fate brought the Samaritan very quickly. A car coming from Godbury tooted violently, then slowed down, stopped, and from it jumped Leonard Boyce. As he was to rescue me from a position of peculiar helplessness, I regarded his great khaki-clad figure as that of a ministering angel. I beamed on him. "Hullo! What's the matter?" he asked cheerily. I explained. Being merciful, I spared Marigold and threw the blame on the dog and on the County Council for allowing the roads to get into such a filthy condition. "That's all right," said Boyce. "We'll soon fix you up. First we'll get you into my car. Then Marigold and I will slew this one round, and then we'll send him a tow." Marigold nodded and approached to lift me out. Then what happened next happened in the flash of a few breathless seconds. There was the dull thud of hoofs. A scared bay thoroughbred coming from Godbury, galloping hell for leather, with a dishevelled boy in khaki on his back. The boy had lost his stirrups. He had lost his reins. He had lost his head. He hung half over the saddle and had a death grip on the horse's mane. And the uncontrolled brute was thundering down on us. There was my infernal car barring the narrow road. I remember bracing myself to meet the shock. An end, thought I, of Duncan Meredith. I saw Boyce leap aside like a flash and appear to stand stock still. The next second I saw Marigold semaphore a few yards in front of the car, and then swing sickeningly at the horse's bit, and then the whole lot of them, Marigold, horse and rider, come down in a convulsive heap on the greasy road. To my intense relief I saw Marigold pick himself up and go to the head of the plunging, prostrate horse. In a moment or two he had got the beast on his feet, where he stood quivering. It was a fine, smart piece of work on the part of the old artilleryman. I was so intent on his danger that I forgot all about Boyce. But as soon as the three crashed down, I saw him run to assist the young subaltern who had rolled himself clear. "By Jove, that was a narrow shave," he cried cordially, giving him a hand. "It was indeed, sir," said the young man, scraping the mud off his face. "That's the second time the brute has done it. He shies and bucks and kicks like a regular devil. This time he shied at a steam lorry and bucked my feet out of the stirrups. Everybody in the squadron has turned him down, and I'm the junior. I've had to take him." He eyed the animal resentfully. "I'd just like to get him on some grass and knock hell out of him." "I'm glad to see you're not hurt," said Boyce with a smile. "Oh, not a bit, sir," said the boy. He turned to Marigold. "I don't know how to thank you. It was a jolly plucky thing to do. You've saved my life and that of the gentleman in the car. If we had busted into it, there would have been pie." He came to the side of the car. "I think you're Major Meredith, sir. I must have given you an awful fright. I'm so sorry. My name is Brown. I'm in the South Scottish Horse." He had a courteous charm of manner in spite of his boyish desire to appear unshaken by the accident. A little bravado is an excellent thing. I laughed and held out my hand. I'm glad to meet you, although our meeting might have been contrived less precipitously. This is Sergeant Marigold, late R.F.A., who does me the honour of looking after me, and this is Major Boyce." Observe the little devil of malice that made me put Marigold first. "Of the Rifles?" A quick gleam of admiration showed in the boy's eyes as he saluted. No soldier could be stationed at Wellingsford without hearing of the hero of the neighbourhood. A great hay wagon came lumbering down the road and pulled up, there being no room for it to pass. This put an end to social amenities. Brown mounted his detested charger and trotted off. Marigold transferred me to Boyce's car. Several pairs of brawny arms righted the two-seater, and Boyce and I drove off, leaving Marigold waiting with his usual stony patience for the promised tow. On the way, Boyce talked gaily of Marigold's gallantry, of the boy's spirit, of the idiotic way in which impossible horses were being foisted on newly formed cavalry units. When we drew up at my front door, it occurred to me that there was no Marigold in attendance. "How the deuce," said I, "am I going to get out?" Boyce laughed. "I don't think I'll drop you." His great arms picked me up with ease. But while he was carrying me, I experienced a singular physical revolt. I loathed his grip. I loathed the enforced personal contact. Even after he had deposited me, very skilfully and gently, in my wheelchair in the hall, I hated the lingering sense of his touch. He owed his whisky and soda to the most elementary instinct of hospitality. Besides, he was off the next day, back to the trenches and the hell of battle, and I had to bid him good-bye and Godspeed. But when he went, I felt glad, very glad, as though relieved of some dreadful presence. My old distrust and dislike returned, increased 1,000-fold. It was only when he got my frail body in his arms, which I realized were twice as strong as my good Marigold's, that I felt the ghastly and irrational revulsion. The only thing to which I can liken it, although it seems ludicrous, is what I imagine to be the instinctive recoil of a woman who feels on her body the touch of antipathetic hands. I know that my malady has made me a bit supersensitive, but my vanity has prided itself on keeping up a rugged spirit in a fool of a body, so I hated myself for giving way to morbid sensations. All the same, I felt that if I were alone in a burning house, and there was no one but Leonard Boyce to save me, I should prefer incineration to rescue. And now I will tell you why I have hesitated to give a place in this chronicle to the incident of the broken-down car and the runaway horse. It all happened so quickly, my mind was so taken up with the sudden peril, that for the life of me I cannot swear to the part played by Leonard Boyce. I saw him leap aside, and had the fragment of an impression of him standing motionless between the radiator of his car and the tail of mine which was at right angles. The next time he thrust himself on my consciousness was when he was lugging young Brown out of reach of the convulsive hoofs. In the meanwhile Marigold, single-handed, had rushed into the jaws of death and stopped the horse. But as it was a matter of seconds, I had no reason for believing that, but for adventitious relative positions on the road, Boyce would not have done the same. And yet out of the corner of my eye I got an instantaneous photograph of him standing bolt upright between the two cars, while the abominable bay brute, with distended red nostrils and wild eyes, was thundering down on us. On the other hand, the swift pleasure in the boy's eyes when he realized that he was in the presence of the popular hero proved him free of doubts such as mine. And when Marigold, having put the car in hospital, came to make his report, and lingered in order to discuss the whole affair, he said, in wooden deprecation of my eulogy, "If Major Boyce hadn't jumped in, sir, young Mr. Brown's head would have been kicked into pumpkin squash." Well, I have known from long experience that there are no more untrustworthy witnesses than a man's own eyes, especially in the lightning dramas of life. I was kept awake all night, and towards the dawn I came into thorough agreement with Sir Anthony, and I heartily damned the fellow. What had I to do with him that he should rob me of my sleep? End of chapter 14. Recording by Sean Michael Hogan, St. John's, Newfoundland, Canada. Chapter 15 of The Red Planet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sean Michael Hogan. The Red Planet by William J. Locke. Chapter 15. The next morning he strode in while I was at breakfast, handsome, erect, deep-chested, the incarnation of physical strength, with a glad light in his eyes. "Congratulate me, old man," he cried, gripping my frail shoulder. "I've 3 days extra leave. And more than that, I go out in command of the regiment. No temporary business, but permanent rank. Gazetted in due course. Bannatyne, that's our colonel, damn good soldier, has got a staff appointment. I take his place. I promise you the 4th King's Rifles are going to make history. Either history or manure. History for choice. As I say, Bannatyne's a damned good soldier and personally as brave as a lion, but when it comes to the regiment he's too much on the cautious side. The regiment's only longing to make things hum, and I'm going to let him do it. I congratulated him in politely appropriate terms, and went on with my bacon and eggs. He sat on the window seat and tapped his gaiters with his cane life-preserver. He wore his cap. "I thought you'd like to know," said he. "You've been so good to the old mother while I've been away, and been so charitable listening to my yarns while I've been here, that I couldn't resist coming round and telling you." "I suppose your mother's delighted," said I. He threw back his head and laughed, as though he had never a black thought or memory in the world. "Dear old mater, she has the impression that I'm going out to take charge of the blessed campaign. So if she talks about my dear son's army, don't let her down, like a good chap, for she'll think either me a fraud or you a liar." He rose suddenly with a change of expression. "You're the only man in the world I could talk to like this about my mother. You know the sterling goodness and loyalty that lies beneath her funny little ways." He strode to the window which looks out onto the garden, his back turned to me. And there he stood silent for a considerable time. I helped myself to marmalade and poured out a second cup of tea. There was no call for me to speak. I had long realized that, whatever may have been the man's sins and weaknesses, he had a very deep and tender love for the Dresden china old lady that was his mother. There was London of the clubs and the theatres and the restaurants and the night-clubs, a war London full and alive, not dead as in Augusts of far-off tradition, all ready to give him talk and gaiety and the things that matter to the man who escapes for a brief season from the never-ending hell of the battlefield. Ready, too, to pour flattery into his ear, to touch his scars with the softest of its lingers. Yet he chose to stay a recluse in our dull little town, avoiding even the kindly folk round about, in order to devote himself to one dear but entirely uninteresting old woman. It is not that he despised London, preferring the life of the country gentleman. On the contrary, before the war Leonard Boyce was very much the man about town. He loved the glitter and the chatter of it. From chance words during this spell of leave, I had divined hankering after its various fleshpots. For the sake of one old woman he made reckless and gallant sacrifice. When he was bored to misery, he came round to me. I learned later that in visiting Wellingsford he faced more than boredom. All of this you must put to the credit side of his ledger. There he stood, his great broad shoulders and bull neck silhouetted against the window. That broad expanse, a bit fleshy below the base of the skull, indicates brutality. Never before, to my eyes, had the sign asserted itself with so much aggression. I had often wondered why, apart from the Vilboek farm legend, I had always disliked and distrusted him. Now I seemed to know. It was the neck not of a man, but of a brute. The curious repulsion of the previous evening, when he had carried me into the house, came over me again. From junction of arm and body protruded 6 inches of the steel-covered life-preserver, the wash-leather that hid its ghastly knob staring at me blankly. I hated the thing. The gallant English officer, and in my time I have known and loved many of the most gallant, does not go about in private life fondling a trophy reeking with the blood of his enemies. It is the trait of a savage. That truculent knob and that truculent bull neck correlated themselves most horribly in my mind. And again with a shiver, I had the haunting flash of a vision of him, out of the tail of my eye, standing rigid and gaping between the 2 cars, while my rugged old Marigold, in a businesslike, old soldier sort of way, without thought of danger or death, was swaying at the head of the runaway horse. Presently he turned, and his brows were set above unfathomable hard eyes. The short cropped moustache could not hide the curious twitch of the lips which I had seen once before. It was obvious that these few minutes of silence had been spent in deep thought and had resulted in a decision. A different being from the gay, successful soldier who had come in to announce his honours confronted me. He threw down cap and stick and passed his hand over his crisp brown hair. "I don't know whether you're a friend of mine or not," he said, hands on hips and gaitered legs slightly apart. "I've never been able to make out. All through our intercourse, in spite of your courtesy and hospitality, there has been some sort of reservation on your part." "If that is so," said I diplomatically, "it is because of the defects of my national quality." "That's possibly what I've felt," said he, "but it doesn't matter a damn with regard to what I want to say. It's a question not of your feelings towards me, but my feelings towards you. I don't want to make polite speeches, but you're a man whom I have every reason to honour and trust. And unlike all my other brother officers, you have no reason to be jealous." "My dear fellow," I interrupted, "what's all this about? Why jealousy?" You know what a pot hunter is in athletics? A chap that is simply out for prizes? Well, that's what a lot of them think of me, that I'm just out to get orders and medals and distinctions and so forth. That's nonsense, said I. I happen to know your reputation in the brigade is unassailable. In the way of my having done what I'm credited with, it is, he answered. But all the same, they're right. What do you mean? I asked. What I say. They're right. I'm out for everything I can get. Now I'm out for a V.C. I see you think it abominable. That's because you don't understand. No one but I myself could understand. I feel I owe it to myself. He looked at me for a second or two and then broke into a sardonic sort of laugh. I suppose you think me a conceited ass, he continued. Why should Leonard Boyce be such a vastly important person? It isn't that, I assure you. I lit a cigarette, having waved an invitation to join me, which with a nod he refused. What is it then? Has it ever struck you that often a man's most merciless creditor is himself? Here was a casuistical proposition thrown at my head by the last person I should have suspected of doing so. It was immensely interesting, in view of my long puzzledom. I spoke warily. That depends on the man, on the nice balance of his dual nature. On the one side is the power to demand mercilessly, on the other the instinct to respond. Of course, the criminal. What are you dragging in criminals for? He said sharply. I'm talking about honourable men with consciences. Criminals haven't consciences. The devil who has just been hung for murdering 3 women in their baths hadn't any dual nature, as you call it. Those murders didn't represent to him a mountain of debt to God which his soul was summoned to discharge. He went to his death thinking himself a most unlucky and hardly used fellow. His fingers went instinctively into the cigarette box. I passed him the matches. Precisely, said I. That was the point I was about to make. He puffed at his cigarette and looked rather foolish, as though regretting his outburst. We've got away, he said after a pause, from what I was meaning to tell you. And I want to tell you because I mayn't have another chance. He turned to the window seat and picked up his life preserver. I'm out for 2 things. One is to kill Germans. He patted the covered knob, and there flashed across my mind a boyhood's memory of Martin. Wasn't it Martin? In Hereward the Wake, who had a deliciously blood-curdling habit of patting his revengeful axe. I've done in 85 with this and my revolver. That I consider is my duty to my country. The other is to get the V.C. That's for payment to my creditor self. In full or on account? Said I. There's only one payment in full, he answered grimly, and that I've been offering for the past 12 months. And it's 1,000 chances to 1 it will be accepted before the end of this year. And that, after all this palaver, is what I've just made up my mind to talk to you about. You mean your death? Just that, said he. A man pot hunting for Victoria Crosses takes 1,000 to 1 chance. He paused abruptly and shot an eager and curiously wavering glance at me. Am I boring you with all this? Good heavens, no. And then as the insistence of his great figure towering over me had begun to fret my nerves. Sit down, man, said I with an impatient gesture, and put that sickening toy away and come to the point. He tossed the cane on the window seat and sat near me on a straight-backed chair. All right, he said, I'll come to the point. I shan't see you again. I'm going out in command. Thank God we're in the thick of it, roundabout loose. It's 1,000 to 1 I'll be killed. Life doesn't matter much to me, in spite of what you may think. There are only 2 people on God's earth I care for. One, of course, is my old mother. The other is Betty Fairfax. Betty Connor. I spoke to you once about her, after I had met her here, and I gave you to understand that I had broken off our engagement from conscientious motives. It was an awkward position, and I had to say something. As a matter of fact, I acted abominably, but I couldn't help it. The corners of his lips suddenly worked in the odd little twitch. Sometimes circumstances, especially if a man's own damn foolishness has contrived them, tie him hand and foot. Sometimes physical instincts that he can't control. He narrowed his eyes and bent forward, looking at me intently, and he repeated the phrase slowly. Physical instincts that he can't control. Was he referring to the incident of yesterday? I thought so. I also believed that it was the motive power of this strangely intimate conversation. He rose again as though restless, and once more went to the window, and seemed to seek inspiration or decision from the sight of my roses. After a short while he turned, and dragged up from his neck a slim chain at the end of which hung a round object in a talc case. This he unfastened and threw on the table in front of me. Do you know what that is? Yes, I said, your identification disc. Look on the other side. I took it up and found that the reverse contained the head cut out from some photograph of Betty. After I had handed back the locket, he slipped it on the chain and dropped it beneath his collar. I'm not a damned fool, said he. I nodded understandingly. No one would have accused him of mawkish sentiment. The woman whose portrait he wore night and day next his skin was the woman he loved. He had no other way of proving his sincerity than by exhibiting the token. "I see," said I. "What do you propose to do?" "I've told you. The V.C. or—" He snapped his fingers. "But if it's the V.C. and a brigade, and perhaps a division, if it's everything else imaginable except—" I snapped my fingers in imitation. "What then?" Again the hateful twitch of the lips, which he quickly dissimulated into a smile. "I'll begin to try to be a brave man." He lit another cigarette. "But all that, my dear Meredith," he continued, "is away from the point. If I live, I'll ask you to forget this rotten palaver. But I have a feeling that I shan't come back. Something tells me that my particular form of extermination will be a head knocked into slush. I'm absolutely certain that I shall never see you again. Oh, I'm not morbid," he said, as I raised a protesting hand. "You're an old soldier and know what these premonitions are. When I came in, before I had finally made up my mind to pan out to you like this, I felt like a boy who has been made captain of the school. But all the same, I know I shan't see you again. So I want you to promise me 2 things, quite honourable and easy." "Of course, my dear fellow," said I rather tartly, for I did not like the wind-up of his sentence. It was unthinkable that an officer and a gentleman should inveigle a brother officer into a solemn promise to do anything dishonourable. "Of course, anything you like." "One is to look after the old mother." "That goes without promising," said I. "The other is to, what shall I say, to rehabilitate my memory in the eyes of Betty Connor. She may hear all kinds of things about me. Some true, others false. I have my enemies. She has heard things already. I didn't know it till our last meeting here. There's no one else on God's earth can do what I want but you. Do you think I'm putting you into an impossible position?" "I don't think so," said I. "Go on." "Well, there's not much more to be said. Try to make her realize that, whatever may be my faults, my crimes, if it comes to that, I've done my damnedest out there to make reparation. By God, I have!" he cried in a sudden flash of passion. "See that she realizes it. And," he thumped the hidden identification disc, "tell her that she is the only woman that has ever really mattered in the whole of my blasted life." He threw his half-smoked cigarette into the fireplace and walked over to the cupboard, where stood decanters and siphon. "May I help myself to a drink?" "Certainly," said I. He gulped down half a whiskey and soda and turned on me. "You promise?" "Of course," said I. "She may have reasons to think the worst of me, but whatever I am, there is some good in me. I'm not altogether a worthless hound. If you promise to make her think the best of me, I'll go away happy. I don't care a damn whether I die or live. That's the truth. As long as I'm alive, I can take care of myself. I'm not dreaming of asking you to say a word to win her favour. That would be outrageous impudence. You clearly understand. I don't want you ever to mention my name unless I'm dead. If I feel that I've an advocate in you, advocatus diaboli if you like, I'll go away happy. You've got your brief. You know my life at home. You know my record." "My dear fellow," said I promise to do everything in my power to carry out your wishes. But as to your record, are you quite certain that I know it?" You must realize that there was a curious tension in the situation, at any rate as far as it affected myself. Here was a man with whom, for reasons you know, I had studiously cultivated the most formal social relations, claiming my active participation in the secret motives of his heart. Since his first return from the front, a bluff friendliness had been the keynote of our intercourse, nothing more. Now he came and, without warning, enmeshed me in this intimate net of love and death. I promised to do his bidding. I could not do otherwise. I was in the position of an executor according to the terms of a last will and testament. Our comradeship in arms, those of our old army who survive will understand, forbade refusal. Besides, his intensity of purpose won my sympathy and admiration. But I loved him none the more. To my cripple's detested sensitiveness, as he stood over me, he loomed more than ever the hulking brute. His semi-confessions and innuendos exacerbated my feelings of distrust and repulsion. And yet at the same time I could not, nor did I try to, repress an immense pity for the man. Perhaps less for the man than for the soul in pain. At the back of his words some torment burned at red heat remorselessly. He sought relief. Perhaps he sought it from me because I was as apart as a woman from his physical splendour, a kind of bodiless creature with just a brain and a human heart, the ghost of an old soldier, far away from the sphere of poor passions and little jealousies. I felt the tentacles of the man's nature blindly and convulsively groping after something within me that eluded them. That is the best way in which I can describe the psychology of these strange moments. The morning sun streamed into my little oak-panelled dining room and caught the silver and fruit on the breakfast table and made my frieze of old Delft glow blue like the responsive western sky. With his back to the vivid window, Leonard Boyce stood cut out black like a silhouette. That he too felt the tension I know, for a wasp crawled over his face, from cheekbone across his temples to his hair, and he did not notice it. Instinctively I said the words, "Your record. Are you quite certain that I know it?" With what intensity, with what significance in my eyes I may have said them, I know not. I repeat that I had a subconsciousness, almost uncanny, that we were souls rather than men talking to each other. He sat down once more, drawing the chair to the table and resting his elbow on it. "My record," said he. "What about it?" Again please understand that I felt I had the man's soul naked before me. An imponderable hand plucked away the garments of convention. "Some time ago," said I, "you spoke of my attitude towards you being marked by a certain reserve. That is quite true. It dates back many years. It dates back from the South African War, from an affair at Vilboek's farm." Again his lips twitched, but otherwise he did not move. "I remember," he answered. "My men saw me run away. I came out of it quite clean." I said, "I saw the man afterwards in hospital at Cape Town. His name was Summers. He told me quite a different story." His face grew grey. He glanced at me for a fraction of a second. "What did he tell you?" he asked quietly. In the fewest possible words I repeated what I have set down already in this book. When I had ended, he said in the same toneless way, "You have believed that all these years?" "I have done my best not to believe it. The last 12 months have disproved it." He shook his head. "They haven't. Nothing I can do in this world can disprove it. What that man said was true." "True?" I drew a deep breath and stared at him hard. His eyes met mine. They were very sad, and behind them lay great pain. Although I expressed astonishment, it proceeded rather from some reflex action than from any realized shock to my consciousness. I say the whole thing was uncanny. I knew as soon as he sat down by the table that he would confess to the Vilboek story. And yet at last when he did confess and there were no doubts lingering in my mind, I gasped and stared at him. "I was a bloody coward," he said. "That's frank enough. When they rode away and left me, I tried to shoot myself, and I couldn't. If the man Summers hadn't returned, I think I should have waited until they sent to arrest me. But he did come back, and the instinct of self-preservation was too strong. I know my story about the men's desertion and my forcing him to back me up was vile and despicable, but I clung to life and it was my only chance. Afterwards, with the horror of the thing hanging over me, I didn't care so much about life. In the little fighting that was left for me, I deliberately tried to throw it away. I ask you to believe that." "I do," I said. "You were mentioned in dispatches for gallantry in action." He passed his hand over his eyes. Looking up, he said, "It is strange that you of all men, my neighbour here, should have heard of this. Not a whisper of its being known has ever reached me. How many people do you think have any idea of it?" I told him all that I knew, and concluded by showing him Reggie Dacre's letter, which I had kept in a letter case in my pocket. He returned it to me without a word. Presently he broke a spell of silence. All this time he had sat fixed in the one attitude, only shifted once when Marigold entered to clear away the breakfast things, and was dismissed by me with a glance and a gesture. "Do you remember," he said, "a talk we had about fear in April the first time I was over? I described what I knew, the paralysis of fear. Since we are talking as I never thought to talk with a human being, I may as well make my confession. I'm a man of strong animal passions. When I see red, I dare say I'm just a brute beast. But I'm a physical coward. Owing to this paralysis of fear, this ghastly inhibition of muscular or nervous action, I've gone through things even worse than that South African business. I go about like a man under a curse. Even out there, when I don't care a damn whether I live or die, the blasted thing gets hold of me." He swung himself away from the table and shook his great clenched fists. "By the grace of God, no one yet has seemed to notice it. I suppose I have a swift brain, and as soon as the thing is over, I can cover it up. It's my awful terror that one day I shall be found out, and everything I've gained shall be stripped away from me." "What about a thing like this?" said I, tapping Colonel Dacre's letter. "That's all right," he answered grimly. "That's when I know what I'm facing. That's deliberate pot hunting. It's saving face, as the Chinese say. It's doing any damn thing that will put me right with myself." He got up and swung about the room. I envied him. I would have given £1,000 to do the same just for a few moments. But I was stuck in my confounded chair, deprived of physical outlet. Suddenly he came to a halt and stood once more over me. "Now you know what kind of a fellow I am. What do you think of me?" It was a brutal question to fling at my head. It gave me no time to coordinate my ideas. What was one to make of a man avowedly subject to fits of the most despicable cowardice, from the consequences of which he used any unscrupulous craftiness to extricate himself, and yet was notorious in his achievement of deeds of the most reckless courage. It is a problem to which I have devoted all the months occupied in writing this book. How the dickens could I solve it at a minute's notice? The situation was too blatant, too raw, too near bedrock, too naked and unashamed for me to take refuge in platitudinous generalities of excuse. The bravest of men know fear. They know him pretty intimately. But they manage to kick him to Hades by the very reason of their being brave men. I had to take Leonard Boyce as I found him, and I must admit that I found him a tragically miserable man. That is how I answered his question in so many words. "You're not far wrong," said he. He picked up cap and stick. "When I go up to town I shall make my will. I've never worried about it before. Can I appoint you my executor?" "Certainly," said I. "I'm very grateful. I'll assure you a fireworks sort of finish, so that you shan't be ashamed. And I don't ask impossibilities. I can't hold you to your previous promise. But what about Betty Connor?" "You may count," said I, "on my acting like an officer and a gentleman, and if I may say so, like a Christian." He said, "Thank you, Meredith. Good-bye." Then he stuck on his cap, brought his fingers to the peak in salute, and marched to the door. "Boyce!" I cried sharply. He turned. "Yes?" "Aren't you going to shake hands with me?" He retraced the few steps to my chair. "I didn't know whether it would be—" he paused, seeking for a word—"whether it would be agreeable." Then I broke down. The strain had been too great for my sick man's nerves. I forgot all about the brutality of his bull neck, for he faced me in all his gallant manhood, and there was a damnable expression in his eyes like that of a rated dog. I stretched out my hand. "My dear good fellow," I cried, "what the hell are you talking about?" End of chapter 15. Recording by Sean Michael Hogan, St. John's, Newfoundland, Canada. Chapter 16 of The Red Planet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sean Michael Hogan. The Red Planet by William J. Locke. Chapter 16. Boyce left Wellingsford that afternoon, and for many months I heard little about him. His astonishing avowal had once more turned topsy-turvy my conception of his real nature. I had to reconstruct the man, a very complicated task. I had to reconcile in him all kinds of opposites, the lusty brute and the sentimental lover, the physical coward and the bearsark hero, the man with hell in his soul and the debonair gentleman. After a vast deal of pondering, I arrived not very much nearer a solution of the problem. The fact remained, however, that I found myself in far closer sympathy with him than ever before. After all that he had said, I should have had a heart of stone if it had not been stirred to profound pity. I had seen an instance both of his spellbound cowardice and of his almost degrading craft in extrication. That in itself repelled me. But it lost its value in the light that he had cast on the never-ceasing torment that consumed him. At any rate, he was at death grips with himself, strangling the devils of fear and dishonour with a hand relentlessly certain. He appeared to me a tragic figure warring against a doom. At first I expected every day to receive an agonized message from Mrs. Boyce announcing his death. Then, as is the way of humans, the keenness of my apprehension grew blunted, until at last I took his continued existence as a matter of course. I wrote him a few friendly letters, to which he replied in the same strain, and so the months went on. Looking over my diary, I find that these months were singularly uneventful as far as the lives of those dealt with in this chronicle were concerned. In the depths of our souls we felt the long drawn-out agony of the war, with its bitter humiliations, its heart-rending disappointments. In our daily meetings one with another we cried aloud for a great voice to awaken the little folk in Great Britain from their selfish lethargy, the little folk in high office, in smug burgessdom, in seditious factory and shipyard. There were months of sordid bargaining between all sections of our national life, in the murk of which the glow of patriotism seemed to be eclipsed. In the meantime, the heroic millions from all corners of our far-flung empire were giving their lives on land and sea, gaily and gallantly, too often in tragic futility, for the ideals to which the damnable little folk at home were blind. The little traitorous folk who gambled for their own hands in politics. The little traitorous folk who put the outworn shibboleths of a party before the war cry of an empire. The little traitorous folk who strove with all their power to starve our navy of ships, our ships of coal, our men in the trenches of munitions, our armies of men, our country of honour. All these will one day be mercilessly arraigned at the bar of history. The plains of France, the steeps of Gallipoli, the swamps of Mesopotamia, the 7 seas, will give up their dead as witnesses. We thought bitterly of all these things, and thought of them with raging impotence, but the even tenor of our life went on. We continued to do our obscure and undistinguished work for the country. It became a habit, part of the day's routine. We almost forgot why we were doing it. The war seemed to make little real difference in our social life. The small town was pitch black at night. Prices rose. Small economies were practised. Labour was scarce. Fewer young men out of uniform were seen in the streets and neighbouring roads and lanes. Groups of wounded from the hospital in their uniform of deep blue jean with red ties and khaki caps gave a note of actuality to the streets. Otherwise there were few signs of war. Even the troops who hitherto swarmed about the town had gradually been removed from billets to a vast camp of huts some miles away, and appeared only sporadically about the place. I missed them and the stimulus of their presence. It brought me into closer touch with things. Marigold, too, pined for more occupation for his one critical eye than was afforded by the local volunteers. He grew morose, sick of a surfeit of newspapers. If he could have gone to France and got through to the firing line, I'm sure he would have dug a little trench all to himself and defied the Germans on his own account. In November, Colonel Dacre was brought home gravely wounded to a hospital for officers in London. A nurse gave me the news in a letter in which she said that he had asked to see me before an impending hazardous operation. I went up to town and found him wrecked almost beyond recognition. As we were the merest of acquaintances with nothing between us save our common link with Boyce, I feared lest he should desire to tell me of some shameful discovery. But his gay greeting and the brave smile, pathetically grotesque through the bandages in which his head was wrapped, reassured me. Only his eyes and mouth were visible. "It's worth while being done in," said he. "It makes one feel like a sultan. You have just to clap your hands and say, 'I want this,' and you've got it. I've a good mind to say to this dear lady, 'Fetch their gracious majesties from Buckingham Palace,' and I'm sure they'd be here in a tick. It's awfully good of you to come, Meredith." I signed to Marigold, who had carried me into the ward and set me down on a chair, and to the sister, the dear lady of Dacre's reference, to withdraw, and after a few sympathetic words I asked him why he had sent for me. "I'm broken to bits all over," he replied. "The doctors here say they never saw such a blooming mess-up of flesh pretending to be alive. And as for talking, they'd just as soon expect speech from a jellyfish squashed by a steam-roller. If I do get through, I'll be a helpless crock all my days. I funked it till I thought of you. I thought the sight of another fellow who's gone through it and stuck it out might give me courage. I've had my wife here. We're rather fond of one another, you know. My God, what brave things women are. If she had broken down all over me, I could have risen to the occasion. But she didn't, and I felt a cowardly worm." "I had a brave wife too," said I, and for a few moments we talked shyly about the women who had played sacred parts in our lives. Whether he was comforted by what I said, I don't know. Probably he only listened politely. But I think he found comfort in a sympathetic ear. Presently he turned on to Boyce, the real motive of his summons. He repented much that he had told and written to me. His long defamation of the character of a brother officer had lain on his conscience. And lately he had, at last, met Boyce personally, and his generous heart had gone out to the man's soldierly charm. "I never felt such a slanderous brute in my life as when I shook him by the hand. You know the feeling, how one wants to get behind a hedge and kick oneself." "Kick oneself," he repeated faintly. Then he closed his eyes and his lips contracted in pain. The sister, who had been watching him from a distance, came up. He had talked enough. It was time to go. But at the announcement he opened his eyes again and with an effort recovered his gaiety. "The whole gist of the matter lies in the postscript. Like a woman's letter, I must have my postscript." "Very well, 2 more minutes." "Merciless dragon," said he. She smiled and left us. "The dearest angel, bar one, in the world," said he. "What were we talking about?" "Colonel Boyce. Oh yes, forgive me. My head goes FUT now and then. It's idiotic not to be able to control one's brain. The point is this. I may peg out. I know this operation they're going to perform is just touch and go. I want to face things with a clear conscience. I've convinced you, haven't I, that there wasn't a word of truth in that South African story? If ever it crops up, you'll scotch it like a venomous snake? The ethics of my answer I leave to the casuist. I am an old-fashioned Church of England person, as I am so mentally constituted that I am unable to believe cheerfully in nothing. I believe in God and Jesus Christ, and accept the details of doctrine as laid down in the 39 Articles. For liars I have the apocryphal condemnation. Yet I lied without the faintest rippling qualm of conscience. "My dear fellow," said I, stoutly, "there's not the remotest speck of truth in it. You haven't a second's occasion to worry." "That's all right," he said. The Sister approached again. Instinctively I stretched out my hand. He laughed. "No good. You must take it as gripped. Good bye, old chap." I bade him good bye, and Marigold wheeled me away. A few days afterwards they told me that this gay, gallant, honourable, sensitive gentleman was dead. Although I had known him so little, it seemed that I knew him very intimately, and I deeply mourned his loss. I think this episode was the most striking of what I may term personal events during those autumn months. Of Randall Holmes we continued to hear in the same mysterious manner. His mother visited the firm of solicitors in London through whom his correspondence passed. They pleaded ignorance of his doings and professional secrecy as to the disclosure of his whereabouts. In December he ceased writing altogether, and twice a week Mrs. Holmes received a formal communication from the lawyers to the effect that they had been instructed by her son to inform her that he was in perfect health and sent her his affectionate greetings. Such news of this kind as I received I gave to Betty, who passed it on to Phyllis Gedge. Of course my intimacy with my dear Betty continued unbroken. If the unmarried Betty had a fault, it was a certain sweet truculence, a pretty self-assertiveness which sometimes betrayed intolerance of human foibles. Her widowhood had in a subtle way softened these little angularities of her spiritual contour. And bodily the curves of her slim figure had become more rounded. She was no longer the young Diana of a year ago. The change into the gracious woman who had passed through the joy and the sorrow of life was obvious even to me, to whom it had been all but imperceptibly gradual. After a while she rarely spoke of her husband. The name of Leonard Boyce was never mentioned between us. With her as with me, the weeks ate up the uneventful days and the months the uneventful weeks. In her humdrum life the falling away of Mrs. Tufton loomed catastrophic. For 4 months Mrs. Tufton shone splendid as the wife of the British warrior. The Wellingsford Hospital rang with her praises and glistened with her scrubbing brush. She was the admirable Crichton of the institution. What with men going off to the war and women going off to make munitions, there were never-ending temporary gaps in the staff, and there was never a gap that Mrs. Tufton did not triumphantly fill. The pride of Betty, who had wrought this reformation, was simply monstrous. If she had created a real live angel, wings and all, out of the dustbin, she could not have boasted more arrogantly. Being a member of the hospital committee, I must confess to a bemused share in the popular enthusiasm. And was I not one of the original discoverers of Mrs. Tufton? When Marigold, inspired doubtless by his wife, from time to time suggested disparagement of the incomparable woman, I rebuked him for an arrant scandalmonger. There had been a case or two of drunkenness at the hospital. Wounded soldiers had returned the worse for liquor, an almost unforgivable offence. Not that the poor fellows desired to get drunk. A couple of pints of ale or a couple of glasses of whisky will set swimming the head of any man who has not tasted alcohol for months. But to a man with a septic wound or trenched nephritis or smashed up skull, alcohol is poison, and poison is death, and so it is sternly forbidden to our wounded soldiers. They cannot be served in public houses. Where then did the hospital defaulters get their drink? "If I was you, sir," said Marigold, "I'd keep an eye on that there Mrs. Tufton." I instantly annihilated him, or should have done so had his expressionless face not been made of non-inflammable timber. He said, "Very good, sir," but there was a damnably ironical and insubordinate look in his one eye. Gradually the lady lapsed from grace. She got up late and complained of spasms. She left dustpan and brush on a patient's bed. She wrongfully interfered with the cook, insisting until she was forcibly ejected from the kitchen on throwing lettuces into the Irish stew. Finally, one Sunday afternoon, a policeman wandering through some waste ground, a deserted brickfield behind Flowery End, came upon an unedifying spectacle. There were Madame and an elderly Irish soldier sprawling blissfully comatose, with an empty flask of gin and an empty bottle of whisky lying between them. They were taken to the hospital and put to bed. The next morning the lady, being sober, was summarily dismissed by the matron. Late at night she rang and battered at the door, clamouring for admittance, which was refused. Then she went away, apparently composed herself to slumber in the roadway of the pitch-black High Street, and was killed by a motor car. And that, bar the funeral, was the end of Mrs. Tufton. From her bereaved husband, with whom I at once communicated, I received the following reply. "Dear Sir, yours to hand announcing the accidental death of my wife, which I need not say I deeply regret. You will be interested to hear that I have been offered a commission in the Royal Fusiliers, which I am now able to accept. In view of the same, any expense to which you may be put to give my late wife honourable burial, I shall be most ready to defray. With many thanks for your kindness in informing me of this unfortunate circumstance, I am, yours faithfully, John P. Tufton. "I think he's a horrid, callous, cold-blooded fellow," cried Betty when I showed her this epistle. "After all," said I, "she wasn't a model wife. If the fatal motor car hadn't come along, the probability is that she would have received poor Tufton on his next leave with something even more deadly than a poker. Now and again the fates have brilliant inspirations. This was one of them. Now you see the virago-clogged Tufton is a free man, able to accept a commission and start a new life as an officer and a gentleman." "I think you're perfectly odious, odious and cynical," she exclaimed wrathfully. "I think," said I, "that a living warrior is better than a dead disappointment." "You don't understand," she stormed. "If I didn't love you, I could rend you to pieces." "It is because I do understand, my dear," said I, enjoying the flashing beauty of her return to Artemisian attitudes, "that I particularly characterized the dear lady as a disappointment. I think," she said, in dejected generalization, "the working out of the whole scheme of the universe is a disappointment." "The high originators of the scheme seem to bear it pretty philosophically," I rejoined. "So why shouldn't we?" "They're gods and we're human," said Betty. "Precisely," said I. "And oughtn't it to be our ideal to approximate to the divine attitude?" Again Betty declared that I was odious. From her point of view? No, that is an abuse of language. There are mental states in which a woman has no point of view at all. She wanders over an ill-defined circular area of vision. That is why in such conditions you can never pin a woman down with a shaft of logic and compel her surrender as you can compel that of a mere man. We went on arguing, and after a time I really did not know what I was arguing about. I advanced and tried to support the theory that on the whole the progress of humanity as represented by the British Empire in general, and the about-to-be Lieutenant Tufton in particular, was advanced by the opportune demise of an unfortunately balanced lady. From her point, or rather her circular area of vision, perhaps my dear Betty was right in declaring me odious. She hated to be reminded of the intolerable goosiness of her swan. She longed for comforting, corroborative evidence of essential swaniness for her own justification. In a word, the poor dear girl was sore all over with mortification, and wherever one touched her, no matter with how gentle a finger, one hurt. "I would have trusted that woman," she cried tragically, "with a gold mine or a distillery." "We trusted her with something more valuable, my dear," said I. "Our guileless faith in human nature. Anyhow, we'll keep the faith undamaged." She smiled. "That's considerably less odious." Nothing more could be said. We let the unfortunate subject rest in peace for ever after. These two episodes, the death of poor Reggie Dacre and the Tufton catastrophe, are the only incidents in my diary that are worth recording here. Christmas came and went, and we entered on the new year of 1916. It was only at a date in the middle of February, a year since I had driven to Wellings Park to hear the tragic news of Oswald Fenimore's death, that I find an important entry in my diary. End of chapter 16. Recording by Sean Michael Hogan, St. John's, Newfoundland, Canada.